Welcome to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Great to have you with us on this Friday edition on FS2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Some great action for you on this Friday card. Of course, the Alabama. We will preview round 3 between the Kentucky Oaks winner and the Coaching Club American Oaks winner, Secret Oath and Nest on Saturday. Today, some of the best filly and mares, the Distaff division in that Summer Colony, and 2-year-olds sprinting on the lawn at 5.5 furlongs in the Skidmore. It's going to close out this Friday card today. We have a race coming up almost immediately in just about 4 minutes. Here's what's on tap for today, presented by Claiborne Farm. Our first race of the day, 40 maiden claiming race at a mile out of that Wilson chute to kick off the Big 5. Pick 4 begins there in race 2. That Summer Colony race 8, and again, the Skidmore will close out the card. I'm Greg Wolf. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, champion jockey Richard Migliori. Let's get to this first race here coming up right now. Psychic Income, just start number 2, favored on the board, missed by a nose in the debut.
Yeah, and obviously this horse has upside, being a horse that ran only once. Having said that, I don't think this horse ran nearly as well as the number 1. Strong Light has run in the last few races, so I believe the one who's a narrow second choice should probably be favored, Strong Light over Psychic Income.
Yeah, I kind of share that opinion with you. I think Strong Light's just run consistently a little bit better numbers, and he has more foundation.
Here is Strong Light, so this is the 8th opportunity, trained by Dale Romans.
Yeah, I mean, this horse was running against some better horses at Churchill Downs. Obviously, you look at it and you say, oh, he's had 7 chances, 6 of them on dirt, and he's failed, but he seems to be running the fastest races he's ever run.
9-5 favor. There's Psychic Income.
Yeah, quick. He opened up. He might be leading them a long way here as well.
North Pole should be forward, just missed in that Psychic Income race as well.
I agree, and I almost think looking at him kind of makes you downgrade Psychic Income a little bit.
Yeah, 0 for 10 to this point. No code, Todd Pletcher, Jose Gomez.
Yeah, a horse that's run competitively at this level, and sees if he works out a trick with Jose Gomez, gets a 5-pound break in the weights.
7-2 on Ministerial.
It's a weird horse because the Dam was an extremely good runner for trainer Todd Pletcher. There were 100 buyers. I think in the debut, actually, produced 3 horses that couldn't run at all, but it has a $1 billion pedigree, sold for $700,000. And Wesley Orr tries the horse in the turf and then goes to the dirt in a claiming race the second time out. All negative signs, but this horse is the wild card.
A couple of works, too, that make you suggest has some ability on the dirt. You can play all the action, including the early pick 5 that begins right off the bat here in the opener with Naira Bets. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there for new members, TOGA200 at NairaBets.com. Get signed up, started, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 2 minutes to post coming up. Let's get more from Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, and we'll take a look at your current favorite in the number 2, Psychic Income, who showed some speed first time out. And this was a horse that, to me, on debut, didn't look 100% fit, was very naughty with the pony. And Jose Ortiz had taken him away for a very strong warm-up, really asking him to kind of get into his groove. Today, he's kept him more quiet out on the racetrack. He's been, yes, still a little rambunctious out there, but much better behaved and more focused today. And he also does look like he has tucked up after that effort, too. He did get caught late by the late running Never Change, but I certainly think he's a big player with that race under his belt, particularly from the fitness and mental standpoint. Andy mentioned some of the red flags about the 5 Ministerial. And I had actually liked this horse and toyed with picking him on top at the start because the pedigree is more dirt. And he does not look anything like a turf sprinter. You can even see how big he is in comparison to the pony. He looks like he wants to go longer, so I love the stretch out in distance. Doesn't really look like a turf horse. The Dam was good, though, sprinting on the main track. She won the Adirondack, the Forward Gal. Very talented, multiple graded stakes winner for Todd Pletcher was Kauai Katie. This one did work a couple works back with a stakes winner in Miss Alacrity, and he seemed to be getting over the main track really well. I just didn't love what I saw from him in the warm-up. He was throwing his head around, just lacking a lot of focus. I think this is the right spot for him. The warm-up just made me back off a little bit with a little bit of trepidation, though physically, I like him in these conditions. The one Strong Light, unfortunately, we're putting a lot of weight on this one, but he was really bumped around at the start last time out, just couldn't reach the top 2. But I remember seeing him this winter in Florida when he was like a bucking bronco out on the racetrack. He was so difficult to to handle, and kind of had a little bit of that tap it on the bottom side mentality that sometimes they can just be really not at all focused on the racetrack. He had a big warm-up under Trevor McCarthy, then he came back and settled really nicely. He's come along a lot mentally, and that was what ultimately brought me to Strong Light, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Going to load up here shortly. Back to Strong Light, the one. Those Silks, West Point Thoroughbreds. A win here, and there they are. Familiar gold Silks with the black star. Be number 1,000 for that group.
It's pretty memorable horses in there as well. And obviously, now let me ask you a question. Obviously, they want to win a lot of races. But you have to wonder if there's a little bit there in that West Point if they're thinking, boy, we'd like to win the Pacific Classic with Flightline with our 1,000th win.
The 1,000th.
They'll take a winner's circle at Saratoga with a maiden claimer just the same, right?
I think you take those milestones when they come, and don't tempt fate, if
winning
you will.
the Classic with Pacific Classic with Flightline with your 102nd or 3rd or 1,002nd or 3rd would be just fine, I'm sure.
Strong Light's kind of Achilles' heel has been breaking. He's never been very sharp away from there. I actually like post one for horses that don't break very sharp, because at least he's not going to get squeezed between two horses. When you're between horses, you have a tendency to get pinched.
Trevor McCarthy going to ride. He's taken the nightcap each of the last 2 days.
Yeah, he's up to 5 wins now.
Five, yeah.
Well, listen, I mean, you might look and you say 5 wins. It's a lot at Saratoga for a guy riding here for his first time, and it's just hard. I mean, it's hard. He's not one of the top 6 riders in that room.
No,
he might end up being as good as any of them, but not now. He's not.
And he
not perceived as
supplemented
such.
it with wins down at Colonial. He's been going there a couple days of the week as well.
So you believe that your son's children will be able to eat?
I think we'll be okay.
Okay. If not, you can cook for them.
8-5 on both Strong Light with Trevor McCarthy. It'll be that historic win, as we mentioned, for West Point and Psychic Income. As we get set for this pick 5 coming up, let's go upstairs. Back on the mic. Gone for the last couple of days. The voice of New York Racing, John Imbrial.
There in the gate. And they're off. A little bit of a bobble there for North Pole shortly after the start. Psychic Income is out first as they come out of the Wilson chute and head for the main track. It is Psychic Income in front here by a length. North Pole has now moved up after that bobbling start to move into second position. On the outside is Ministerial with No Code alongside, and the trailer is Strong Light in fifth as the field races up the backstretch. And it is Psychic Income who leads here by a head. Right alongside is North Pole, who's racing right alongside of Psychic Income. The two of them are heads apart. The quarter went in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Just off the front two is a Ministerial racing in third. It's 2.5 lengths back to No Code. Farther back, Strong Light continues to trail. The opening half in 47 and 1/5 seconds. The battle up front between Psychic Income and North Pole. It is Psychic Income in front here by a half length. North Pole is in second. Ministerial next in third. Now a half dozen lengths back to Strong Light, who comes through to take fourth, and the trailer is No Code. They are at the quarter pole. Down at the rail, it is Psychic Income holding on to the lead here. Psychic Income is in front with North Pole, joined on the outside by Ministerial. Those two are right together, second and third, and closing in on Psychic Income. And now Strong Light has moved into fourth as they come for the 16th pole. And now it's between North Pole and Ministerial. Ministerial on the outside, North Pole on the inside. It will be Ministerial and Johnny Velasquez to take the opener. North Pole was second. Strong Light closed to be third.
Dirt debut stretching out in start number 2 as well. And this 3-year-old son of Uncle Mo for Wesley Ward taken to the dirt.
Yes, he's a better dirt horse than turf horse, and he was able to get it done today.
This is the first winner produced by that mare, Kauai Katie, who was 6 for 7 her first 7 starts.
She ran 100 buyer in her debut, I think.
Yeah,
Todd
she
and
broke her
for
maiden, come back
Stone
to
Street.
Adirondack. The matron was 5-1 in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, won by Beholder. And she had a lot of ability. And Ministerial, I think he caught the right field here.
No question, he found the right field. Psychic Income is quick, but you could say the pace was quick, relatively speaking, but the horses that ran 1-2 were right on top of the pace. So you can't blame the pace for Psychic Income losing. And Strong Light, who I liked in here, he was just sluggish. Trevor McCarthy tried every good do to get him motivated the whole race. He's just a plotter.
And he rode him from about 5 furlongs from home all the way to the wire. Basically, we talk about bicycle horses. If he wasn't pedaling, he wasn't running at all.
And to be honest, he had every chance to win this race. 47.36 is moving for a mile, especially for this quality horse.
Yeah.
So he had every right to be able to pick it up. He just wasn't good enough.
9.95 for the winningest rider in the history of this racetrack. John Velasquez, 5 away from number 1,000 here at Saratoga.
I hope it happens this year so we don't have to talk about it next year. So does Johnny.
I would say those odds are pretty darn good. 5-3, 1-2, Ministerial. Wesley Ward, Velasquez, owned by Jonathan Poulin. And a 9-2 start to this card here in the Pick 5. Later today, we mentioned a couple of good stakes races, and in that Distaff division, that's a Summer Colony, mile and an eighth. Some very good runners in there who are accomplished, maybe just a cut below the best in that division.
Yeah, and I know that there's some complaints. People say, well, this race, why are you running this? It took stars away from the personal ensign. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think anybody in this race was riding the personal ensign because the connections wouldn't have thought they were good enough and they were looking for a spot somewhere else. And I really think it's a field where many of these are horses of real ability who need to get their acts back together. Is that fair?
Yeah, they're kind of looking to find their best form again.
Envoutante galloped this race with a 100 buyer. She wasn't seen till March. She didn't run a step out in California. Now she comes back 5 months later. She's run 3 triple-digit buyers. She runs the best race. She's probably the worst to beat. But do you really trust her?
This was a wet track, Churchill. She obviously loved it. The comeback race actually was shortened up out on the West Coast in the Beholder Mile. Did not run much in that spot. Meanwhile, First to Act, big step up, but you feel deserving.
I picked First to Act in here. I know she didn't beat a field that compares to today's field, but I mean, she just throttled them and won as easily as she could be. And it just feels to me like she's kind of the now horse. Dam was very good. She's a Curlin. Shug McGay, who's great at getting horses to move forward. And it feels like she could be kind of the now horse running against a bunch of yesterday's horses.
Well, and Shug McGay's horses continually improve with racing, and she took a big step forward last time, got good pace to run at, but when she got in the clear, she really finished. I think she can definitely take another step forward.
Yeah, I mean, she'll need to, and she'll have to hope that, these other horses don't show up their better races. I thought it was a really fun race today.
Fun race, tough race, because I don't think anyone would surprise you in there. Certainly wouldn't surprise me.
Misty Vale wiring the field for our friend Tom Amos, that would be a little surprising.
Alone on the lead.
But still, it's just hard to see it happening. What happened last time? And listen, I know it was mud. I'm rooting for Tom. I didn't like her. Exotic West feels a little over her head here. But I guess you want to make cases. You want to make a case for Tom's horse, so just because I can't doesn't mean you can't.
All right, that's coming up in the 8th later today. That trying test of 2 turns in a mile and an eighth here at Saratoga. Back in the winner's circle for the 995th time in his Hall of Fame career, John Velasquez on Ministerial.
He was, I guess, this horse after the race, it's very easy to say this was the stranger in the group, right?
Yeah, trying something for the first time that he hadn't tried, right? He sprinted on the turf and Ministerial, set up a good trip outside, and he got it done at 11:20. No excuses for the favorite.
Nope.
With this, just the fact that the horse went for 700, you got to think someone claimed here for 40?
I don't know.
No?
Where do you go? Well, first of all, if he doesn't win this race, what is he worth? And if he
find
wins
out
the
now.
race, where does he go from here? He goes into a $20,000 claiming race. I mean, he could try a starter, but he probably wouldn't be good enough. I'd be very surprised if this horse got claimed.
We'll find out in a bit here. Ministerial Dirt debut, start number 2, a winner. Let's go back to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by winning jockey John Velasquez as Ministerial. Johnny, did seem that he fit these conditions, getting a little bit more ground to work with too, and he was pretty sharp out there on track in the preliminaries.
He was in the postbar. He was a little handful, and I was hoping that once he warmed up, he'll come down, and he did. Once we got to the back stretch and got back to towards the gate, he calmed down, so I was more comfortable with him.
And tell me about your trip too. It was pretty game running those horses down in the stretch too.
At first he broke a little to the outside, and then he got a little bit aggressive in the back stretch, but I didn't want to get to the lead too soon. Went from last to first. I kind of sat against him, and when he got to the turn, he let the bridle go. I was like, no, come on, don't do this to me. So I had to get after him. And once he got, to the horses in front, he got competitive. But then he pushed the head in front, and that was it. He thought that he was finished.
I should have said you were game with him, as you'll be teaming up with Wesley Ward later, too, in the Skidmore with Nonay Hudson, who's trying the turf for the first time. You've been aboard his first 2 starts. What do you think about the surface switch?
I worked him in the grass, and Wesley, from the first time, he told me, so wait until you work him in the grass. He's much better on the grass, and he did. He worked really well on the grass, so hopefully he comes back here and shows the way he worked in the morning.
Can't wait to see him. Best of luck later. Congrats here.
Thank you.
John Velasquez, as always, with some terrific insight to offer. Looking forward to his mounts for the rest of the day, Greg.
Acacia, thanks. And, yes, she asked about his mount. Going to make the turf debut coming up in the Skidmore to close out our card. Johnny V will ride for Wesley Ward again. Opener in the finale, as he again is 5 away from, that's a 1,000 wins alone at here at Saratoga. Just an incredible number.
Great jockey who's had a long, storied career. And, I mean, it's interesting. How many meets did you, when you rode here, how many of the meets did you ride were just 24 days?
Oh, first 12 or 14 anyway were 24-day meets. Yeah.
Right, you never rode here when it was 40, I don't think.
No, it was, as high as it got was 36. And, people don't realize for years they would defer. Saratoga said 40 days. They would defer 16 days, first to Jamaica, then to Aqueduct when they'd had that summer meet, to basically, supplement the purses here, because the handle wasn't what it once was, what it's become here.
Speak to Johnny V, to have that fire, that desire, the will to stay in the kind of shape he's in, to ride at the level he's riding at now at 49.
I'd be honest with you. I just, for everything he's accomplished, we were talking about this off camera, it's got to be hard to stay that motivated. To get back in shape after injuries, and he's had some bad injuries, to keep yourself so fit. And his legs have not deteriorated. That's the first thing that's visible to me with a rider. And even riders that continue to win and ride well, their legs just aren't as solid, and they move, and their foundation isn't there. I haven't seen that with Johnny at all. They have not diminished one little bit.
I think he's riding actually as well right now as he's ridden in years. There were times I didn't think he's riding as well as he's riding now. I think he's riding terrifically, really exceptionally well.
Well, again, we're going to see him in that Skidmore to close out our card with a contender for the same barn he won the opener on. We're going to go to race 2. Pick 4 starts here. Mile Inner Turf, $75,000 maiden claiming event. And right now, Beachfront Bid. 4th, beat a length last start. First time in for a tag is the 9-5 favorite.
Yeah, drawing the inside on the inner turf is an enormous advantage. So even if you're a little suspect of this one, all the other major contenders have outside posts. And for the last 7 days here, if you haven't saved ground on the inner turf for a significant portion of the race, you simply have not won.
We're going to take a timeout when we return. Jonathan Kinchin, little throwdown with Bobby Flay in Car Talk. He talks about his passion for the sport when we return.
Eclipse champion Flame ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2. Look at Saratoga Lake. Worth a visit, just a few minutes away from the racetrack. Our program brought to you by the champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting. Did it all while racing medication-free. Now standing the legendary stall #1 at Claiborne Farm. He is one of the world's best and most well-known chefs, but equal to his love of cooking is his passion for horse racing. Bobby Flay is one of the world's biggest stage, including a Breeders' Cup win with Pizza Bianca last November. Jonathan Kinchin gets to the heart of his love for this sport in this week's edition of Car Talk.
Bobby, I did a little cheating. I got a inside track now with some Italian food. Got the parents-in-law to make some white pizza.
Solevo, gotta do it. Pizza Bianca. I have to be honest, I like red sauce on my pizza, but I like the horse. I like the Pizza Bianca horse for sure.
Why the name then? Why didn't you do red pizza?
Because the mom's name is White Hot, so I wanted to bring, the color in somehow, and I've been obsessed with Italy for, 2 decades, so I was kicking around Rome one day, I was like, Pizza Bianca, that's a good name for a horse. Good pizza.
Bobby, I think a lot of people, when they see you involved in racing, their first question is, how did you get involved with racing?
I got involved in racing because my grandfather, Willie Flay, took me to the track, took me to Belmont. My grandfather would make, $2 bets for me, and I just bet Steve Cawthon every race. But I love the idea that this young guy was killing it at the racetrack.
So you had some really good horses, very important horses in your operation. America wasn't the greatest race mare, but she's a pretty darn good brood mare.
She was a grade 3 winner. She was grade 1 place in a couple races. She was part of AP Indy's last crop. I've been breeding out of her over the last, handful of years, and she's been amazing. Her first fall was first captain, sold for $1.5 million at Saratoga, topped the sale. She's not quite a blue hen yet, but, she's starting to turn a little lavender at this point.
Your favorite horses that you ever owned of mine was Dame Dorothy.
Yeah.
But her name was a little bit significant to you.
Sure, yeah. Dame Dorothy is named after my mother. My mother passed away a few years ago, but Todd always said to me, this is the best horse you ever had, the most natural talent. And for me, it was great to see, because my mom was still living when Dame Dorothy was running. So she used to walk around the track. The horse would win a graded stake, and people would be congratulating me about Dame Dorothy, and my mother would yell out, I'm the real Dame Dorothy, and she is. I mean, she was. I mean, that's how I got the name. And her first fall was Spice's Nice, who won a grade 3, and she sold for over $1 million too. And then we just sold her her Uncle Mo colt last year at Saratoga for $1.6 million. I mean, it's been, the breeding part of it has been so fun for me because I really like to participate at the top of the stud book in terms of pedigrees. I love the game 360, and that's what's great about it.
Some might argue that your favorite part of the game is the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Fillies, because you've won it a couple times. Which one was more stressful for you?
More Than Real came out at 11 post. She was 3 or 4 wide the entire race. But if you watch her race, as she completes the far turn and is about to go into the stretch, she literally drops her shoulders like I've never seen before and found this other gear and ran off. And so I was stressed out the entire race, in 2010. But last year, with Pizza Bianca, she was dead last of 14 when they turned for home in a short stretch at Del Mar. The stress was gone, Jonathan, because I was like, well, I got all my friends and family here. We're going to have a great weekend no matter what. And then literally within seconds, she won the race. It was one of the greatest rides I'd ever seen. I mean, Jose made 0 mistakes, and he probably made about 3 or 4 decisions in the stretch. If he had made the wrong one at all, I mean, she could have run 7th.
Of all your accomplishments in racing, or the challenges in racing, right? The breeding stuff, the sales, Triple Crown races, Breeders' Cup races, of all of those things, are any of them harder than what you did in 2009 when you called a race here?
Yeah, you had to bring that up. That was certainly not my best accomplishment, I can promise you that. It was awful.
And it's Tall Poppy with the lead. On the inside, Freddie the Cat, looking for the champagne and the caviar. Freddie the Cap in front. On the outside, it's a 0 trap. And room for victory. Freddie the Cap in front.
But thanks for bringing that up.
Another fun edition of Car Talk brought to you by Gainesway Farm, home of Tappet, sire of 4 Belmont Stakes winners. You really see his passion for the sport come through when he's talking about it. It's great to see that he's had some success on the sport's biggest stage.
I give him an enormous amount of credit for calling that race. He may think he did a bad job. It was an impossible job, and having the courage to go up there and even try to call a race at Saratoga, a big field around 2 turns. I don't have that much courage.
In those conditions,
right.
too, on top
Pouring
of it.
rain, yeah.
Yeah, no, he did well. He did well, and it was fun. And that's what Saratoga's about, too. That's what racing's about, fun.
2-time winner of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, including last year. He's had some good ones. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back to talk about the Derby winner and what lies ahead for Rich Strike next.
Gets up to win it in the Central Bank Ashland.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Clariere and Malathaat on the outside. It's a showdown in the Shelby. That's going to go to Clariere.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back on Saratoga Live on a beautiful Friday afternoon here in upstate New York. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. It's Pick 4 time. Mile on the inner turf, $75,000 maiden claiming race. To start the sequence, let's go to Acacia.
And Greg, I have no problem with your favorite beachfront bid in here, but taking a look at a couple of others, starting to the outside with Lady Firefoot, who is a second-time starter, being by Temple City and now having that one race under her belt. I like the stretch out in distance for her as she broke slowly, then was steadied back in that race. Very green closing, hanging on her left lead, just really had the marks of a horse that needed a race. She showed that in the paddock too. She was screaming while she was saddling, and she just really looked like she needed to tuck up. She carries her condition well. I certainly will give her that. But she's a little bit more defined today. She's also been so much more professional and focused here in the paddock, which I really appreciate. And physically, I like the stretch out. Quick equipment change, too, is that she wore a small shadow roll piece of fleece over her noseband in debut. They've taken that off, too. So maybe a sign that she's put her head down a little bit and relaxed a little bit more. The #7, Gather the Facts, takes a drop in class and the blinkers off. I noticed that this filly, in her first couple, she kind of ran with her head up high. And I was wondering with the blinkers on was to try and get her to focus a bit. It didn't really seem to make much of a difference last time out. And while stopping, she did get bumped on either side. This is the right spot for her, a much better post. She, too, seems more professional and fit as she was very kind of bewildered in the paddock in her first couple of races. The 6, Free Chickens, tries the turf for the first time. There really is hardly any turf pedigree on the bottom side. The second dam was stakes placed on the grass for what it's worth, but she worked pretty well over it. Outworked by Runaway Rumor, but that one is a stakes winning type. She did outwork Let Your Light Shine, who is an 0 for 2 maiden, but I thought that she moved pretty well over it, and to me is an intriguing prospect at a big price, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here's our post parade, and this is Beachfront Bid, the 9-5 favorite.
It's had an awful lot of chances for these connections and not getting it done at short prices, but drops into a maiden claiming race for the first time. Probably the tonic that she needs.
Birthday Time, a beaten favorite last start.
Yeah, moves up off the claim. Joe Sharp from Todd Pletcher ran well last time. Would have to improve.
Diamond Status, second for 40 maiden claiming last start.
The best chance this horse has to outrun her odds is to be aggressive and try to secure the rail early and try to wire the field.
Devilly was in a 5.5 furlong turf sprint here last out.
It should be part of the pace as well, coming out of turf sprints. If allowed to run freely, she's going to be close to the pace.
Miss Bonnie T, 0 for 13 on the lawn.
And if she couldn't win last time, I don't know when she's going to win. She's starting to look like a horse that just doesn't want to get her nose down in front at the wire.
Try something new with Free Chickens. We'll get on the lawn for the first time.
Yeah, drops in from maiden 75 and has a few turf works, but no turf pedigree to speak of.
Gather the facts, 9-2. That's a big price on this horse.
I would bet this horse if she drew an inside post, but the way the inner turf course has played for the last week and a half, I can't bet outside posts. Last race, we'll talk about it a bit more after the post parade.
And Lady Firefoot, start number 2, is going to step up in class.
Terrible trip last time. She broke slow. She was in trouble. She had a check. She could have been a lot closer last time, but that was going 5.5. How is that going to translate to 2 turns?
Also a tougher field today.
It is.
She's kind of the interesting horse, but she's overbet considering all those changes, right?
Showdown Contest. Play against your friends, fellow fans. It's free to enter. You're competing for real prizes, and you'll see that leaderboard, hopefully with your name in that top 10 at the end of the program. Go to NYRA.com/showdown to enter your selections and get involved. Good luck to everybody. So pick 4 starts here as we get back to one of the 2 runners for Chad Brown in here. Irad Ortiz Jr. meets leading rider aboard Beachfront Bid.
Drawing the rail makes this horse very much the one to beat. Now, she doesn't have a lot of speed, but Irad has become very aware of saving ground in the inner turf course and will do it as long as he possibly can. I don't think her last race was that good, even though it was against better horses, and she was interfered with late, but it probably cost her 3rd money and no more than that. In this field, drawing the rail, though, she has to be considered the horse to beat.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the inside post is a big advantage. Now, yes, she did have to steady late, but she was a little bit of because the one horse was outrunning her.
Yeah.
Right?
She was going to be 3rd
Yeah.
if she wasn't steadied, and we'll show the head on if you want to see what happens, so you can see more clearly what happened. Is that horse on the far outside is going to come over, but at the end of the day, it just cost her 3rd. It cost her maybe a neck, right?
Yeah, and if she doesn't get caught by that horse, she doesn't get in trouble.
Well, she finishes 3rd and she places. She got
no,
right.
but exactly.
Right.
That's what
Oh, right.
She's getting outfooted.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, oh no, she was never winning this race, nor was she finishing 2nd. And when these connections are short prices with maidens and they don't win, every one of them is a black mark against her. The problem for me is she drew the rail, and I think her chief competition is the 7, Gather the Facts. And Manny Franco has been acutely aware of the rail, but he's got to get there. She ran well in her first start. The race did fall apart.
Without blinkers, which will be the case today.
And you do wonder if maybe that's why the blinkers come off. She ran poorly. She also got into a bit of a battle on the backstretch last time, Richie, which I know you took a look at as well.
Yeah, you pointed it out to me. I pulled up the head-on, and it was a little bit hard to understand exactly what was going on there.
This is the first race we're showing, but Richie's talking about the 2nd race.
Yeah, but she was just coming in and bumping with another horse inside of her, and then the apprentice, Jose Gomez, kind of got mad and gave it back to her, and they exchanged a lot of body contact, which takes a lot out of horses.
She ran well first time, Richie. Do you think that could have played any role? I'm not saying it did. It just seemed odd.
Honestly, it seemed very odd to me, too, and it almost seemed like there was more going on than we would see on surface, really. But the way she settled and finished here, and I like the way she rallied through traffic around the turn, to have a young horse capable of doing that speaks to the fact that they have a focus and a desire to run and beat horses.
And as much as I think the one has an advantage because of the post, I don't believe that advantage to extend to 8-5 and 9-2. I'm going to wait. We've got a couple minutes to post, but if the 7 remains 4-1 or more, I'm betting her to win.
Disparity.
I'm betting her to win. She's an overlay right now.
3 minutes to post, and a race that kicks off our pick 4. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I'm in agreement with you, Andy. She was the one that I did prefer in this spot. But looking at the #1 beachfront bid, who did have that interference, bumped and hurt it a little bit, and then cut off last time out. But I didn't think it was overly significant, and she's been one that I feel like at the start of her career was a horse that I had some high hopes for and that I was very intrigued by. And she's run well in that she's finished second 4 times. She's been beaten just by slim margins, but I don't know if she's ever really taken a huge step forward that you'd like to see. She sometimes from race to race, surprisingly for her pedigree, doesn't carry a ton of condition or muscle mass behind the saddle. She has this lovely kind of floating stride to her and that she gets over the turf really well too. I do wonder as she does drop in class today if maybe this is just the right spot for her. But I do think in the face of a couple of the other new shooters in here, she's one that I'm willing to try and take a little bit of a stab against. She had a pretty quiet warm-up out on the track under Irad Ortiz. She's done absolutely nothing wrong. My question is this finally the day, as she has been favored in 5 of her 6 starts, and to me just hasn't really taken a huge step forward now in the middle of her 3-year-old season, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you for that. Minute to post coming up. Still 8-5 favoritism on beachfront bid.
You know, I've mentioned it a couple of times about the inside bias on the inner turf. We took the rails down, as we always do, the week of the 4-star Dave, and it's just made it so that if you were able to save ground, it really helped your chances. Think of the upset winner in the last race yesterday. That horse rallied outside late, but spent almost the entire race on the rail, as frankly did the second finisher. Irad gave that horse a great ride.
Mig, if you're Manny Franco in the 7, I mean, obviously you know what you have to do. How do you execute that?
Well, I think with the blinkers off that, you're hoping that she settles, like she did the first time. And you want to avoid all the contact she had last time. That takes a lot out of horses, and it takes air away from them.
As far as Gay the inside, I mean, ideally, I think Manny's going to hope he's the slowest horse early in the race. He can just sort of drop back and cruise over, right?
Well, doesn't it feel like there's some speed signed on here? The 3 diamond
the 3, 4, and 6 all,
the Village. So I think I'm looking to see where that break is. I'm going to try to find that gap between flights and fit in as best I can.
I'm not even sure she's fast enough because she's not faster than the 5. In theory, the 8 coming out of a sprint, if she breaks, is probably going to be faster than her. She doesn't have any speed whatsoever. So I'm not sure. I mean, let me put it this way. And I think, Greg, this is probably what you were asking. Does Manny have a better chance sort of taking back to get to the fence or going forward?
Oh, I think definitely taking back to get to the fence. And usually that's goes against my principles of riding.
Me too. I agree with you, but I think if you were to say to Manny, you're going to sort of drop back and get to the back of the pack, but you're going to be able to save ground. I mean, because if he makes the move to be a bit forward and get that spot,
then you
and
can
it doesn't
really
work
get
out, and he gets caught 3 wide, he might as well just turn around the backstretch and go to the barn because he's getting nothing.
Dilemma for that young man right there, Manny Franco.
He's riding
on Gather the Facts.
He's riding so well and with such confidence, and he's also been acutely aware of the rail watching him ride.
Especially on this inner turf.
Yeah.
You do not want to get hung wide on these turns.
Now, the rails will probably go out starting next week, I would assume, and they'll probably come down. I don't know if they'll come down Wednesday, but they'll come down for Travers Day on the Mellon turf course, and it'll be interesting to see how that affects things. But when my past in watching, the bias has been more acute on the inner turf here when we've taken the rails down than the Mellon, for what it's worth. And keep in mind, the rails have been at 27 feet for 2 weeks. That's a lot. So that's a lot of paths on the inside. They're going to be fresh, right?
Yeah, and now we've talked about and agreeing that inside is where you want to be. And I went to the far outside with Lady Firefoot. I know that there's a lot of questions her stretching out, coming out of probably a weaker field. But her trip just won me over. I had made a note that day, and then I went back and watched it again last night. And I said, I said I was going to play this filly back when she ran back. I thought she might come back in another turf sprint. I mean, she just had a horrendous trip last time.
She did, but she also was with the flow of the race because that race did collapse.
Yeah, but never getting an opportunity to really build any momentum to finish with.
I don't like this horse today. I hear you. I
No,
understand what
that's
you're
okay.
saying. This is
There are questions.
Yeah, this is. Listen, my friend David Aragona likes this horse as well, and I think David is a brilliant handicapper. I just don't agree on this horse. I don't like her stretching out, and I think she was with the flow. I don't think she had a good trip, but I don't think she had a bad overall trip, and I just think she's in a world of different horses today.
She is taking considerable money. She was 10-1 morning line. She's 9-2 right now.
And that's the thing. She's a very similar price to the 7, and I feel like the 7 is significantly more likely to win the race than her. So from a value standpoint, I would bet the 7 over the 8. But that's just me. I'm just, listen, doesn't make me right.
I bet the 8 to win, and I boxed him in an exacta.
Okay.
3-2 favorite.
I always like to see Pat Reynolds do well.
Beachfront Bid. We're set for the pick 4. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial.
They're all in. Riders off the 2 birthday time. Birthday time has been backed out of the gate.
So that's birthday time. You see Luis Saez there in the background, gingerly stepping down as he pulls up the pants on that right leg.
Yeah, she really kind of got up in the air and twisted herself, and that's when your leg gets caught between the horse and the petition. And a lot of times it's just almost like a stinger. You know, you're like hitting a funny bone. You can walk it off.
Seems okay.
And these guys are so tough, guys and girls. They're so tough.
I like to give them a hard time, but they're the toughest. They really are.
Leg right back up. We'll walk it off. Saez again having a tremendous meet. So birthday time, loaded back up. And let's go back upstairs to John Embrial.
And they have moved back into line. We are set for race 2. And they're off. Miss Bonnie T, birthday time. And now moving up is Free Chickens. And Devilly is there. So it is Devilly who's on the outside. And down at the hedge is Diamond Status, who has come on through. And Diamond Status has the lead. Then Devilly racing in second. Birthday time on the inside runs in third. Alongside is Free Chickens next in fourth. Followed by Beachfront Bid in fifth. On her outside there is Gather the Facts as the field races up the back stretch. And up front it is Diamond Status, who has stepped away here to lead by 2.5 lengths. Devilly giving chase in second through an opening quarter mile in 23 and 2/5 seconds. And then we come back to Birthday Time, who is in third position. On the outside is Lady Firefoot next in fourth, alongside Free Chickens in fifth. And then Beachfront Bid, who looks to advance down at the hedge. And she's followed by Gather the Facts, and the trailer is Miss Bonnie T. The half went in 47-2, and they're midway on the turn. And is still Diamond Status, who holds on to the lead here, and the lead is now 3 lengths. Birthday Time comes on through now to grab second. Going after Diamond Status. Diamond Status with the lead. Birthday Time runs in second. Far outside it is Miss Bonnie T. And then Beachfront Bid as they move down for the 16th pole. It is Diamond Status. And here's a late run on the outside from Miss Bonnie T. Miss Bonnie T takes over in deep stretch and wins by 1.5 lengths. It was close for second between Diamond Status and the favorite, Beachfront Bid.
Miss Bonnie T. Flavian Pratt, 14th time the charm.
Well, I've been in love with her since the beginning of her career, and I finally turned on her, and she spit in my face, Richie.
I will say this, everything we talked about before the race, about post position, about inside, the first turn was exactly the nightmare we thought could happen with the 7, with the 8. They were all hung out. Nobody really gave
Who wound up
gave
dropping
way.
back to last eventually anyway.
Right.
Yeah. And then the 5 who just dropped out with Flavian Pratt, producer with that last run. The 3 was in front, was very game under Jose Ortiz, Diamond Status, and looks like she held off the 1 Beachfront Bid.
And I'm going to say, in Diamond Status, Jose Ortiz does a great job as going in the front with her as he did. Beachfront Bid is going to get a big trip note because Irad tried to come off the rail. Maybe if he's cut the corner on the second turn, maybe it's a cleaner trip. She got badly outrun when she got clear. I don't want any part of Beachfront Bid going forward.
All right, let's watch the break here. And that turn and what can happen if you're wide here early.
You see Manny Franco's looking to his left, trying to go forward to find a break, but there's a crush of horses. Now Javier Castellano says, I got to take back because I'm going to be hung wide. And she's just not cooperating with him, Lady Firefoot. She was a little keen and wouldn't come back to him. And they both were hung up 4 and 5 wide throughout the entire first turn.
And the winner never saw the rail. She was in the 2-path. She was able to get it done, and she got that clear run on the outside. And you could say Beachfront Bid never got to make that clean outside run. But I'm going to tell you something. She got herself out in the clear. Irad saved all that ground. He got her in the clear. And she just got outrun. Did the 5 have more momentum at that point? Yes, but how does she not even get second here, Richie?
Beachfront Bid, just like last time when she got put up by DQ, doesn't have a turn of foot. She's
a grinder.
A little bit one pace, a little bit of a grinder.
And from this barn, when they're short prices and they win, and I fell for it today, I'm not going to deny it. They just horse to stay against, but she's a good horse bet against, in my opinion, going forward.
5-3, 1-2, 4-1. Miss Bonnie T, Flavian Pratt, Phil Antonacci. With a 4-year-old filly by Animal Kingdom, 14th timeout, finally breaking through and getting that first career win to kick off the pick 4. We're going to take a timeout. 2-time Major League All-Star Alex Bregman. He's going to be on the program later today. Got a big chance in this Skidmore with Cadillac Candy later today.
Together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Tell automatic slam. Tell razor toting Jim. Lay down the shovel in the hole. Hang on Bill and the bow. No more work for poor old man. Gone with the big go.
Back on Saratoga Live, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Going to move on to the third in a moment. Want to remind everyone to put your handicapping skills to the test. Download Stay Lucky, the free contest app from America's Best Racing. Download today, start building your streak, and you can win exclusive prizes. It's all free on that Stay Lucky app. Download today and start winning. Back in race 2, Miss Bonnie T, Flavien Prat, continuing to have a tremendous meet.
I think even her ex-trainer Dave Donk's happy to see her finally break through. And this horse is running against some really good horse in her career and finished second to them. She finally got that win under Flavien. Good credit to him getting it done.
At 4-1 as well. Let's go to Acacia.
We're pleased to be joined by winning trainer Phil Antonacci. And Phil, you claim Miss Bonnie T immediately added the blinkers, and she just missed last time. But was that kind of the game plan to get her to have that last little punch?
Yeah, exactly. And it's something we've been working on in the morning. You know, I'm lucky to have David Flores working for me now, and being able to have him on top of her and teach her how to kick at the end. That was you know, we put the blinkers on, but the idea is just to teach her to kick at the end, and really worked out well today. And Flavien rode her great.
Such a talented horseman and talented rider as well to have. And talk a little bit about having David's insight in the mornings.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a game changer for me. You know, I mean, there's only so much you could see from the side, and to have somebody that has experience riding some of the greatest horses of all time and giving you feedback. And, you know, I have a great team around me. You know, my 2 assistants, Rodrigo and Lazaro, they're great. And it's kind of just surround yourself with the best people as possible, and results like this happen.
Your second Saratoga winner this summer, too, with a limited number of starters. How special is it early in your training career to keep coming back to this winner's circle?
Yeah, no, it's really special to, you know, I've been coming here since I was a child, and kind of it's the meet that everybody focuses on. So it's very rewarding for the team and for everybody to have the results that we're having, and hopefully keep going.
Phil, huge congratulations.
Thank you.
Miss Bonnie T breaking her maiden today, and she did it nicely this afternoon, Craig.
Did indeed at 4-1. Thank you, Acacia. $10.40 for the victory. 5-4-1. You get a 12-1 shot there in second to help that exacta.
Yeah, and I'm gonna bet Beachfront Bridge, one of these horses that shows up in another trouble line, and I think we can all agree she had some trouble, but you know, she had a very good trip overall. The horse who had a ridiculous trip that you want to bet out of this race is the horse you bet, the 8. I mean, I don't know where necessarily she has to win her next race, but she had an insane trip, and I'm not blaming Javier Castellano.
No, it was circumstances. Bad post. She wasn't cooperating coming out of one turf sprint. I'd like to see her turn back 6 or 7 furlongs at Belmont. That's when I'd bet her back.
Well, we won't be at Belmont in the fall, so.
Well, Aqueduct.
You'll
we
be
get
there by
6
yourself.
furlongs at Aqueduct.
We're letting you come to Aqueduct, though. Just want you to know.
I'll be at Belmont,
I've
too.
had to talk to some people, but they said you'll be there. Greg, are you okay with that?
Up next. We'll allow him on the grounds, yeah.
I do the same thing, by the way.
Race 3, mile and an eighth on the main track. This is a good, intriguing group coming up in this spot. Alejandro's going to draw the rail. Steve Asmussen out of the best runner that Rachel Alexandra produced, the Spinaway winner, Rachel's Valentina.
Yeah, this board will look significantly different by post time. The Reds might be odds on by post time, but will be a short price by the time we get to the race.
Masked Parade, Southern District, highly motivated, Stage Raider, the runners the Reds has faced. It's not even close in terms of the toughest competition the Reds is coming out against. What colors will those canoe be painted? A week from Saturday, after the Run Happy Travers. Live coverage on Big Fox next Saturday, beginning 4:30 Eastern Time. Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, is on the grounds. So is the horse he beat that would love nothing more than a little revenge. Epicenter, the Jim Dandy winner. Here's the field that is expected to line up.
It's a very interesting race. You've got, you know, Artorias, who's improving, right? Cyberknife comes off his best win. There's a whole lot of interesting horses in this race.
Mig, this work, courtesy of XBTV from the Derby winner, Rich Strike. What do you see?
Yeah, we saw Rich Strike ship in the other day, showing high energy coming off the van. He looks like he's very enthusiastic here. He was strong getting to the pole. He jumped off with enthusiasm. He's in the bridle. Looks like he's traveling very, very well at this point, still with his ears up, but kind of clipping along. And that's very early in the morning. The track's so good when it still hasn't even gotten light out. It's just like dew on it from the, you know, during the evening. And it's just very, very tight. Switch leads right on time there. He's finishing with energy. Looks like he's handling the Saratoga racecourse very, very well. He's getting over the ground beautifully. You know, he's got 2 races in his career, and they were both at Churchill Downs that were incredible. Can he translate? I will say this. I think he gets over the surface extremely well.
Positive sign. He got a Hall of Fame ride from a rider nobody knew much about in that Derby, too. I mean, it's just tremendous. As for his trainer, Eric Reed, here's what he had to say about his Derby winner.
He's got to have everything go just so good because he's going to leave there and he can 22-2 in a workout. I mean, he could go to the lead in any race he chooses. He just doesn't want to do it. So he's going to put himself behind the 8-ball again, and he's going to need a trip again. And he's matching himself against the best 3-year-olds in the country. It's a tough task that he gives himself. The talent's there. One day he might leave the gate and decide he wants to run the way he's capable of and not spot him and give them a head start. And if he does that, I think we're all going to be dancing in the streets. But until that day, we got to sit and sweat the whole race and hope he finds a trip and finds the holes to get through. But I'm super, super stoked at the work today because, you know, I know it went a lot faster than planned, but he did it so easy and came back like he hadn't done it.
Very honest assessment there from trainer Eric Reed. I don't think we're going to see that a week from Saturday. I don't think he's going to change like that overnight, but he has it in him to be more forward. But again, he's going to have to work out a trip, you would think.
I think you have to have a lot of respect for Eric Reed. I mean, so often you hear trainers just sort of spouting lines you hear all the time. He's a brilliant horse. He's had this excuse. He did this. There's Eric saying the same thing that really all the handicappers are thinking. Somewhere in him, there's this race that can run, that give him a chance to win. I just don't know if he'll show up. And the more I've heard from Eric Reed, the more I'm impressed by him.
Well, he's very candid about everything.
I love that.
I will say this, though. That's the most impressed I've been seeing him work anywhere. I mean, that was a real work. And the way he was getting over the ground and reaching. Now, again, I don't know that that means it's going to translate to the afternoon. But, you know, he does have ability, and his energy level is very high.
He may end up being a one-hit wonder, but you know what? It's a heck of a hit to have.
That's the hit you want if you're just going to have one, a Kentucky Derby win. Second biggest upsetter in the history of the Run for the Roses. We're going to take a timeout. We will be back with the third next. 1 1/8 on the main track. The Reds, the one to beat. Stay with us.
Consistently versatile with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Olympiad gets the gold in the New Orleans Classic.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September yearling sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners and champions across the pitch.
Echo Zulu parties. Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This morning tour takes eager fans from Saratoga Racecourse, along Saratoga Lake, to Old Tavern Farm. By the third week of the tour, it became so popular, they had to add a second trolley courtesy of CDTA.
So you guys are part of Breakfast and Breeding?
Owner Walt Barasanuk is proud to take part in the New York breeding program run by the New York State Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund.
As we breed horses and we sell horses, and if they place first, second, and third in any one of the New York tracks, okay, we get what they call a breeder's award.
Visitors are struck by the beauty of the farm, the beauty of the horses, and by how well cared for they are.
You can tell they really care about the horses and the animals here, which is important to us. The ability to touch them and to feed them is really special.
Supporting local and New York bred horses, it's important.
These Saratoga sales.
Barasanik showed off a yearling filly that was being prepped for the New York bred sale held by Fezzik Tipton in Saratoga Springs. He explained that he paid 6 figures for the right to send the filly's mother, her dam, to sire Uncle Mo, and that it probably cost another $30,000 to carry the filly to the brink of the sale.
The New York breeding program has basically helped drive the quality of the racehorses we produce very high.
And the highlight of the tour, getting up close and personal with future racehorses that are still at their mother's sides. This family lives one town over from Saratoga, but Kathy Bliss brought her granddaughter from Lake Placid because she wanted her to learn about the care and caring that goes into supporting a racehorse.
To see the loving care that goes into breeding these beautiful animals, and I mean, just and where they get to live, I just think people have no idea.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbreds Breeding and Development Fund, go to nybreds.com. Beautiful Friday here at Saratoga Springs, our third coming up. We talked briefly about the Reds. About to become the 2-1 favorite here in just a moment. With more in this field, let's go to Acacia.
And I really liked what I saw from the Reds last time, Greg, because I thought in his first start in that race for Saffie Joseph Jr., he'd put on strength and muscle mass and conditioning and was a horse that I was a little bit more convinced than some of the others about getting the distance. And the horse that did beat him is Stage Raider, who is the little brother to Triple Crown winner Justify. So he was beaten by a good one, and he got a big figure for the effort. I think he suits here. Once again, incredibly fit, and he's been working very quickly in the mornings. Now, Saffie Joseph typically does have his horses go pretty quickly, but as far as what I could tell in looking at those works, he's been doing it well within himself, and you do like to see that in that work pattern and how he does seem to be flourishing coming in here. He's been very professional in the paddock once again, and again, I like him going the mile and an eighth distance. Stretching out in distance to the outside is the 6 Bourbon Calling, and he is a bit of a new face in this spot. Ran well last time, going 7/8 off the bench, and he's had just a couple tries at the mile and an eighth. One was in the Charlestown Classic behind Art Collector, and the other one was in the Grade 1 Clark. So a little bit tougher to gauge as far as how that distance will go. He's not the biggest horse. It's a little bit hot coming here into the paddock already, and this is my first time laying eyes on him in the flesh, but he looks incredibly fit in here. And one thing that he did see in that last workout when he went 5 furlongs on August 13th, Arad Ortiz was aboard for that last workout. And according to the Clocker report, it was a rather dull track that morning. So I wouldn't put too much stock into the slower 5 furlong time in that workout. Once again, he's framed himself up beautifully now that they put the tack on. And he does have the outside post and an opportunity to get back on track in here today, though the distance is a little bit of a question for me. Down to the inside, the 2 Alejandro. No question about distance with this guy. The further, the better. He's a colt by Curlin, of course, out of Rachel's Valentina, who's out of Rachel Alexandra. And this colt, I think, has really kind of filled into himself, filled into his frame nicely. He's probably the most well-muscled I've ever seen him look, in that now as a 4-year-old, he seems to be finding his best stride. He's grown a bit. He's handling himself really well, and he's another one that seems to be training forwardly in those solo maintenance moves coming in here. We know the distance is no problem for him, and I think Alejandro may be finding himself and peaking perhaps at the right time. Greg?
It's a classic horse for Steve Asmussen, who getting better with age. He actually had a maiden win. He got DQ'd. He beat Mask Parade, who's a pretty nice horse.
Oh, no, Mask Parade's a very, very nice horse, no doubt about it. Al Stahl, right?
Yeah.
Ran the Travers last year, as a matter of fact.
3-1 on Alejandro as the inside post. But the Reds, he has been facing some serious horses of late.
He ran very well last time. Stage Raider, who's to have to justify, just ran his race that day, ran a triple-digit buyer, and he gave a run at him. He just wasn't quite good enough. Today is the day for the Reds. He needs to deliver today, and if you're thinking you're getting 2 to 1 on him, don't.
Post parade coming up in a moment.
The
two-time winner, by the way, at 1 1/8 the Reds.
I thought the horse that could be interesting as the other horse was the number 6 Bourbon Calling. Second off a layoff, and he had a very good trip, but he's probably a horse that's better with more distance, and maybe second off a layoff, he can improve a little bit for Ian Wilkes going more distance. So, and he's the one horse that has races, if he ran his best race, where I think he'd give the Reds a real run for his money.
He's 5 to 2 from the outside post, and missed by less than a length off a lengthy layoff. He hadn't been seen since October. First start back July 3rd at Churchill. Yeah, he's dangerous in here. There he is.
He gets that IRAD Ortiz money, though. IRAD's ROI can never be that high here because every horse he rides is a point or two lower than it should be.
Well, and he delivers. I mean, he wins. So people are going to gravitate to him.
Yeah, I mean, and I think he got some fair criticism at times for some of his rides earlier in the meet, but I think lately he's been really on target. He's also given, I thought his ride on Artorias, I know he was the favorite, but he wasn't a heavy favorite when he won the Curlin, was perfect from the outside, and he's given some rides. There's a horse coming up later today, Crowding Out, is that the horse, the number 5 horse, and I want to say the 7th race, Crowding Out. I mean, he gave that horse as good a ride as you can give a horse.
Now, listen, nobody had been more critical of IRAD than me as far as the
not his riding, though.
No, going in and out, the rough riding.
Yeah.
Unnecessarily most of the time.
He's so good.
Start our post parade with the remaining half of the entry. John Velasquez on gigging, breaks second to the outside.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons the morning line may not jive here is that they made this entry a short price because of the 1A, a long shot to say the least on his own.
Alejandro gets the rail for Steve Asmussen.
Now, regally bred, has ability. Does he really want to fight for it? He's got to show that he wants it at crunch time.
Sugar Ray 2, been first or second in 9 of 17 starts.
You almost wonder if he wants a little more distance than this.
Coming out of a 1 3/4 race.
Ran well
Here's
last year.
The Reds, that price coming down.
He comes out of a big effort against Stage Raider and should be well placed early here.
Rider change on the 5, Trevor McCarthy on a horse off the claim.
And Steve Glaceris claimed this horse, and he ran that huge figure 2 back, a legit figure, but not one that's really predictive for both he and the second place finisher.
And Bourbon Calling, second off a lengthy layoff for Ian Wilkes.
For trainer Ian Wilkes, who allows his horses to race into condition 2, so you have to think he would take a step forward off of that last effort.
7 minutes away from this third on our Friday card. You can play it all by getting signed up with Nara Bets. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. New members, use that code right there, TOGA200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play with us all summer long at Saratoga and beyond. As we get set for this third coming up. So here again, the Reds, Staffy Joseph Jr. Junior Alvarado. Let's look back to the race he had at the meet on July 23rd when he was trying to run down a very good one that have to justify, you mentioned, Stage Raider.
Yeah, I mean, he gave it his all, and he made a run at him, but at the end of the day, he was no better than second best. But sometimes you're second best to horses that are just too tough to beat.
And he ran. I mean, he gave an effort. He was trying all the way to the wire. And sometimes, too, when a horse makes that huge run, like at some point in the middle of the stretch, you see them kind of go, okay. He actually ran all the way to the wire. He never quit trying.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
I like Stage Raider out of that race.
I wonder what they'll do with him. I mean, are they ready to start thinking about taking a step forward and trying tougher spots? I mean, at some point, given his pedigree, you got to want to try a race like the Jockey Club or some race that has real value because he has some talent and he has moved forward.
That's an effort that, warrants it, no question, as we go back to the 6th. And the meet's leading rider aboard here for a very sharp barn.
I found a very funny stat because we all think of Ian Wilkes, this trainer, as horses, his first-time starters don't win a lot, they improve. Stretching out in the dirt, coming second time off the layoff of 6 to 12 months, he's 0 for 16 with 2 hitting the board. So the numbers actually say that they don't necessarily come back and run better, but he's still a horse that has back races that say if he shows up today, he could be a major contender.
Saratoga WinStar jockey standings. Arad closing in on his 40th winner of this meet, still leading the way. Let's go back to Acacia.
I wanted to touch on the number 3, Sugar Ray, too. It's a great name. And as you mentioned, Greg, he does come out of a longer race in the Birdstone. He was completely washed out on track that day, and very much the same with him here, too. So I am glad that I have those notes, because typically a horse that gets so hot, so revved up prior to a race, especially a distance race, would be a bit of a negative. You want to try and conserve as much energy as possible, so particularly on this demanding Saratoga track, and when you're going the 2 turns, which can be a real ask for others. He certainly has that foundation underneath of him when coming out of a 1 3/4 Birdstone race last time out, in which he was forwardly placed. Louis Saez kept him pretty quiet with the pony out on the racetrack because he was pretty revved up, kind of crow hopping, going sideways, leaving the paddock, and you can see he is pretty warm out there. If he's allowed to settle, which I have seen him settle quite nicely, particularly versus what I saw from him on the track, and noticing last time out versus today and how warm he's gotten, he could be interesting. As again, fitness certainly is not going to be a question for him. I have no problem with your favorite, the Reds, taking a little shot with Alejandro and hoping that he's progressing in the right direction, Greg.
Thank you, Keisha. 3 minutes away from this 3rd ahead. And, yeah, you're not going to get 2-1 on the Reds, are you?
You didn't believe me? You didn't trust me?
I didn't think you would either. Look, he was 9-5 morning line.
I mean, all you have to do is look at your past performances, and you know you're not getting 2-1 on him. He's been terrific. And yet, listen, he's got to get the job done, and he's not meeting a bad field of horses. You know, the outside horse is a good horse. 235, the 5 is capable of running well. Alejandro, we've talked about. These are all horses that can run buyers of 90. They're solid horses, but this guy, I mean, highly motivated, stage raider, Southern District. He's been meeting Vindictive, who's a stakes horse for Todd Pletcher. I mean, he's been meeting stakes quality horse, highly motivated. Beat him as a favorite, probably the favorite to win the Island tomorrow at Monmouth. And these are good horses. And while he's facing a strong group, if he maintains his form, if he runs back to his last race, he's better than 40% to win this race. He really is. But they're not machines. They don't always run back to him.
He's the most likely winner, and he's making a nice impression. He ran big last time. He ran through the wire, just second best. He's looked good in the warm-up. I definitely think he's the most likely winner. I landed on the 5, 235. I think 6-1 is more than fair for him, for a horse that, you know, is a warrior. He shows up, he tries hard every time, and you know, full disclosure, I'm boxing those 2 in an exacta.
No, I don't have a problem with the 5. The 5's a talented runner. 6-1 is a very fair price on him, and certainly if you think that the 4 is going to win this race, you could do worse than 4 or 5. I wouldn't argue with that at all.
It's just, you talked about it, Andy, 2 back, that race from 235. Where did it come from? And do you believe that he could ever reproduce it?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those figures. There's nothing wrong with the buyer figure. He and the second horse were 12.5 legs ahead of the 3rd horse. And at a certain point, you can't, if you make the number, if you just take 10 points off it, everybody else ran so much slower than they normally run. But I just don't see as predictive at all. And it's not predictive for the other horse as well. Sometimes horses just freak. And in this case, maybe they both did. Right trips, right day, who knows?
But he freaked, too, at 1 turn at a 1/16 at Belmont.
Does he have 2-turn rate? Well, he has the Aqueduct. Well, that's a disaster. His last race, a 1.8 miles. Last year, he did finish 3rd here. I mean, that's a valid point. But I think he ran well around the 2 turns last time. He just lost to Zoomer, who they took a shot in the Whitney off that race with Zoomer. And I'm not sure Zoomer wouldn't be favored over the Reds in this race if he was in here.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, he was well beaten by Zoomer, but he did run 2nd and 3rd here in Saratoga in his 2-turn starts. So, I think he handles it fine. I don't think that's an issue.
Let me ask you a question. Greg brought it up, Richie. How much credence do you put in a 1.8 miles around 1 turn at Belmont, 1.8 miles around 2 turns at Saratoga? Other than running style, where a 1.8 miles obviously may be better at Saratoga, slower pace, do you think it affects horses overall? Or do you think distance is more important?
No, I do think it affects certain horses differently. And I think 2 turns is usually better for horses that can jump out, get position, and moderate. Where the 1-turn races at Belmont seem to pick it up a lot
fast
in the middle.
Paces. Second quarter is always so fast.
Yes.
And, you can make mistakes and still get away with it, right?
Absolutely. You got that long, tremendously long run down the backstretch.
Did you love riding at Belmont?
Sure.
You love riding anywhere. You'd have ridden in somebody's backyard.
Belmont was honestly the most fun of any racetrack to ride at because you just had enough time to allow horses to get in good rhythms and find your trip.
There's Junior Alvarado with a 6-5 favorite moving in with the Reds. Finally a race where he is the one with the target on his back.
He needs to deliver today, you know, he really does.
Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Sugar Ray 2 hustled out for the early lead. Now moving on through the Reds to take second as the field races into that clubhouse turn. And it is Sugar Ray 2 has the lead, the favorite, the Reds, giving chase in second. They go around the turn now, and it is Sugar Ray 2 and the Reds. They are 1-2. Giggings on the outside in third. And then down at the rail is Alejandro. In between horses is 235, and then Bourbon Calling, and now they've reached the back stretch. Opening quarter, 24 and 2/5 seconds. And it is long shot Sugar Ray 2, who has a half-length lead over the even money favorite, the Reds. Gigging is in the clear on the outside and running in third. Alejandro, 235, they're right together. Bourbon Calling is sixth and last, but only 4 lengths from the front as the field continues up the back stretch. With Sugar Ray 2 setting the pace, ran the half in 48 and 3. The Reds in between horses in second. Gigging is on the outside in third. And down at the rail is Alejandro in fourth. And now they head into the far turn. It is still Sugar Ray 2 with a lead over the Reds. Sugar Ray 2 by a half length. The Reds is on the outside in second. And now Bourbon Calling has made a move and has gained up into third. Right behind the Reds, down at the rail is Sugar Ray 2. The Reds and Sugar Ray 2 together through 3 quarters in 1:12 and 4. Bourbon Calling is next. Alejandro being asked for more and looking to come through now down at the rail. 3/16 to the finish, and the Reds has come away with the lead. Alejandro down at the rail. Then Sugar Ray 2 and Bourbon Calling as they move for the 16th pole. It is the Reds in front here. The Reds has the lead. Alejandro down at the rail. Sugar Ray 2 alongside. The Reds is the winner. And Sugar Ray 2 put in a big effort there to be second. Alejandro was third.
The Reds finally getting away from some monsters and gets the third win of his career at even money.
It was not an impressive win, and I give Junior Alvarado a lot of credit. He hasn't getting the business he used to have, and I understand that. But he hustled and got position with this horse because Luis Saez aggressed with a 3, and Sugar Ray 2 ran extremely well at a big price.
Hung in there well, fought off a challenge from the inside from Alejandro to be second. The Reds got good position in the first turn, and it was a prime example when we talk about getting your position going forward, establishing it, making sure he was but he's a little bit of a bicycle horse. If you're not asking him for more, he's not going to give it. You've got to ride him.
Yeah, Junior's thinking he was 6-5. I didn't have to be this hard, but he's a really nice horse, the Reds. But he worked for this, and Sugar Ray 2, you kept waiting for him to go away, and he would not go away.
Now battles Alejandro for second in there, but it's the Reds at even money with the win. 4-3-2-6. Saffie Joseph Jr. collecting another win. He's having a nice meet quietly. He wins a lot of races, obviously, year in, year out in South Florida.
It's a nice pickup.
There
for
he
him.
is.
It's a nice pickup for him, this horse. I mean, he could do some. He should do well with this horse. I got a thing for the Reds. I always like the Reds, so I'm hoping he moves forward. And
I'm listening.
Interesting with the 2 coming up the rail. I want to talk about this. Late races yesterday, felt like the rail got good. You were watching, you saw some horses ran strongly. Middle of the day, moving forward, that sprinter we saw, felt like the rail got really good. Maybe that's why he came up the rail in the 2. Was the rail bad or this horse just not good enough? Hard to know.
Keep our eyes on it as this afternoon plays out. Third in the books, even money favorite. The Reds for Saffie Joseph Jr. Flanagan Racing, Junior Alvarado. We'll move on to the 4th when we come back on Saratoga Live. What is it? What?
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? one horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Back on Saratoga Live in the beautiful new paddock suite. It's the hot spot here this summer at this historic race course. Beautiful spot just across from us here at the paddock. Third in the books, and the Reds, picture time.
Gets through that condition, finally getting through this condition, see if onwards and upwards.
$4.10 for the win. Again, Flanagan Racing, Saffy Joseph Jr. and Junior Alvarado, 10-1 underneath, and then Alejandro in third at 7-2. Let's go to Acacia.
And Saffy joins me here in the winner's circle. Saffy, the Reds, the second start for your barn, and we really saw him take a step forward today too. Talk a little bit about bringing this horse along and what you've learned from him in the 2 starts that you've had him now.
I mean, he's a horse that Ken does with pretty good form, and last time he ran well for us, he ran into a good horse from Chad Brown. And today, we looked like we were in a spot that was favorable for him to win, and until they do it, you never know for sure. Hopefully they get it done, and thankfully he did.
He obviously has the pedigree to go the distance, and he handled the 9 furlongs with no problem. Do you think about trying some deeper waters after this effort?
Yeah, I think we will, and I especially, as you said, the distance, it looks like his forte. He's the kind of horse that doesn't really quicken, but he'll stay steady, and even those 1.25 mile, 1.5 mile races that they write on those stakes, that's something that's going to be in the back of our mind that we'll give a chance to.
And we've talked a lot about you bringing horses up here to New York. I know you had shared some frustration with the runners at Belmont, but it's been strong for your barn up here in Saratoga. Tell us a little bit about the horses that you opt to run here and just what it's been like seeing them succeed on this stage.
I mean, last year we had a good Belmont last year, and then in Saratoga we had a miserable Saratoga. But everything is true trial and error. You learn, and you learn from your mistakes. And we tried to bring some different kind of horses this year, and so far it's working out. So I never think of anything as a failure. I always think of it as you're learning, and we try to get better each time, and thankfully it's going our way.
Always learning in this game, that's for sure. Saffy, congratulations with the nice win here.
Thank you very much, Acacia. Thank you.
The Reds with the nice victory for Saffy Joseph Jr. Greg. It looks like we may see him tackle some bigger boys next time.
That'll be exciting. That was a nice performance, and it's a learning experience whenever a barn comes here to Saratoga running against this level of competition.
Every year's a learning experience here. I mean, it's just the toughest place to win, whoever you are, owners, trainers, riders, and bettors.
Yeah, and even just any new circuit, knowing what kind of horses are going to excel at a particular circuit. Obviously, he needed to bring a certain kind of horse here that would step up his game, his better horses, the horses that were going to be able to compete.
As Graham Motion said to me once, Sometimes I think I brought the right horses to Saratoga, and then I get my butt kicked. It's tough.
It is absolutely tough here, and handicappers too feel that pain.
It is not the graveyard of champions. It's the graveyard of bad handicappers.
It is. Race 4. We're a race away from the start of a pick 6 carryover of $167,000. That'll be in the 5th. Race 4 on the turf, mile and a 16th. Maiden special weight in an entry that was 1 to 5 in the morning line. Transactional and Indemnify open up at 4 to 5.
And they will be 1 to 5 by post time in here. The 1A, obviously the one with experience, is a humongous favorite in his own and has another European pedigree, first-time starter, to sort of give him some insurance with Ira Ortiz.
We're going to talk Alabama, round 3 when we come back as well. Nest took round 2 after Secret Oath, the Kentucky Oaks winner, got her in the run for the Lilies.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
And they're into the stretch, and here she comes. Songbird's got a 4-length lead as they come into the final furlong. Mike Smith just shakes the reins at Songbird. Going for broke has made progress up into second inside a family tree, but they're 6 lengths behind Songbird at the 16th pole. It is Songbird, this magnificent filly, winning the Alabama. She is a perfect 10.
Perfect 10 indeed. The call from Tom Durkin started her career with this Alabama win. A perfect 10 for 10. Only a handful of fillies have been able to do that.
Who were some of the others? Do you remember, Richie?
That went 10 for 10?
Ruffian, I guess. Right? Didn't she win 10? Wasn't the coaching club her 10th?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, you're right.
She'd start actually 11 for 11. She won the cotillion after that as well. She was so much fun to watch. In those first 11 starts and wins of her career, none of them were even close.
She was one of the better 2-year-olds I think I've seen, especially. I mean, her 2-year-old performance in the Breeders' Cup was ridiculous. I mean, she just, Rachel's Valentina, it's a very good horse, finished way behind her.
It wasn't, I don't think she got so much better
as
she got older, but she was so good at 2 that all she needed to do was stay the same to be a champion 3-year-old.
I agree. I don't think she was really better as a 3-year-old as a 2-year-old. She was just amazing as a 2-year-old.
Well, this year's edition of the Alabama, a lot of intrigue because we're getting to see a true budding rivalry in here. Let's take a look at the Alabama Stakes. By the numbers, in one of the most prestigious races there is in this sport for 3-year-old fillies. Speed record, Go for Wand. back in 1990. 2 minutes, 4/5, most wins by an owner. Bel Air stud from 1924 to 1953, put together 5 victories. Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, 8-time winner, the last coming in 1959. 3 riders have won it 5 times. You saw Mike Smith on Songbird. That was the last time he won it. Jerry Bailey, Jorge Velasquez there as well. And Alabama Breeders' Distaff winner in the same year, Royal Delta, back in 2011 for Bill Mott. 17 Alabama winners have been named a 3-year-old champ, including Malathot last year.
It's amazing that only one won the Breeders' Cup Distaff, isn't it?
That is.
Consider the names of horses in this race. I mean, obviously, there's some mitigating circumstances, but still, wow.
It's our ABR race of the week, and it's round 3 again for the Kentucky Oaks winner and the Coaching Club American Oaks winner, who returned the favor. Nest on Secret Oath in that performance. It's just like she developed into another level. And with Nest, connections have said the longer the better for her, which at 1.25 miles could spell trouble for everybody else as we take a look at Scratch Cat.
Yeah, Scratch Cat's going on Phil Bauer, who's having a sensational meet with like 4 wins of the 7 starters here, but she will have to take another step forward.
Goddess of Fire next door, Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez. The blinkers will go on Saturday.
Yeah, had some races in Florida that looked like she could definitely turn into one of the better 3-year-old fillies, and well beaten at Kentucky Oaks, ran okay in the Wilton. It's a lot tougher.
Interesting new face in here, and this is a filly who has beat Nest back when she was a 2-year-old gerrymander.
If Nest should lose, and that's not going to be an easy task, this is the filly that's going to beat her, not the horse on the outside. Her last race in the Mother Goose was a huge step forward for her. She's training very well. Nest needs to run her last race. If she does, gerrymander can't beat her, but if she doesn't, she's got a chance.
Nest just absolutely dominant. A race that some felt after this performance in the Coaching Club of American Oaks, maybe she's the best 3-year-old period in the country.
It was just such a scintillating performance, and coming off the Belmont Stakes where she was a good second behind Mo Donegal, and then seemingly just flourished since then. And I think that just speaks to her physical constitution.
Nostalgic beat 15+ lengths to Nest in that Coaching Club of American Oaks, but Belmont going to try again.
Well, if you want to be optimistic, which I'm not, you could say that Royal Delta finished 3rd in the Coaching Club of American Oaks before dominating in the Alabama. She ain't no Royal Delta.
Jose Ortiz will get the call at a big price. She's Keen. She's a daughter of Keen Ice, who produced a big upset on this racetrack, beating a Triple Crown winner in the Travers.
Well, she'd be looking for that kind of upset if she was able to pull this off. She just broke her maiden here at Saratoga, but she is 1 for 1 over the course. But if she hits the board, it certainly enhances her value.
And Secret Oath, can she produce better than what we saw in that Coaching Club American Oaks?
Well, that's the $1 million question, right? Because the Secret Oath that we saw in the Kentucky Oaks was better than Nest. The Secret Oaks we saw in the Preakness was very good, a bad trip. But the Nest we saw in the Belmont Stakes and then the Nest we saw in the Coach Club American Oaks just buried this filly. And Wayne can blame Louis Sias all he wants. Louis Sias had nothing to do with this horse's performance in that race.
7th start of her 3-year-old campaign coming up. Let's take a look at that Coaching Club American Oaks. We all expected to see these two battle into the stretch. For a brief moment, we got it, and then Nest just took over.
A very brief moment.
Yeah, if you blinked, you missed it.
You know, she tried to put some pressure on the far turn. Yes, was Secret Oath caught wide the first turn? Sure. She didn't have 12 1/4 lengths worth of trouble. She was second best. If anything, she did well to hang on for second under insistent urging by Louis Sias. I will say this, though, Andy. She's training, to my eye, a lot better than she was training into the other race.
I've always been a fan, but okay, Louis Sias had an outside post and was wide in the first turn. Nest was in front. So how is it going to benefit her if she was farther behind her? I thought it was really unfair, and I'm happy to criticize any jockey anytime. I just disagree with Wayne, which is fine. This is a career-defining performance by Nest. Now, we live in a what have you done for me lately world, and myself included. You say, okay, show me again. If she shows us again, she's not just the best 3-year-old filly in the country. She could be as good as any 3-year-old colts, and there are some good ones around, and she could be as good as any of the older ones, and some good ones around as well. This was an incredible career-defining performance by Nest.
This was a huge step forward. This was an incredible performance, and I have to say, I like this new jockey defending Andy.
I don't know what Luis was supposed to do. I mean, it's like if you got beat a length and a half and did something, Ness was on the lead. She went. Isn't Luis supposed to make sure he's sort of stalking her?
Wayne Lucas
I agree with you. He didn't do anything wrong. I agree.
And I love that Wayne is tough on riders, believe me, but I don't agree with him on this one. I thought
she was coming out of the Preakness, Secret Oath, felt maybe she would have been a little bit short for this race. Maybe we'll get a different performance. Obviously, she's a world of talent, but it just looks like Ness is the one who's taking that move forward here in this second half of the year.
And I was thinking about this with Wayne Lucas. I feel as though Azari ran against Sightseek in like the Phipps, which may have been the Hempstead even at the time at Belmont.
Okay.
And Sightseek just embarrassed her.
Right.
And everybody said, Azari's done. And they came up to Saratoga, and either in the Go for Wand or the personal, I think it was Go for Wand.
I think it was the Go for Wand, yeah.
Azari turned the tables and beat Sightseek. And these were truly great horses we're talking about. So maybe she will resurrect herself and get there again, but she's going to have to show it in the racetrack.
I don't see Ness losing, but I do think Secret Oath's going to run much better.
So we're betting a dinner on, I'm taking Gerrymander over Secret Oath?
Okay, we can do that.
Okay.
Mile and 16th on the turf.
No, over Nest. I thought you were going to say Nest.
I went Gerrymander over Secret Oath.
Yeah.
Mile and 16th on the turf for the 4th coming up in this maiden special way. Let's go to Acacia.
And the real question with that side bet is Mig cooking? But taking a look at horses in the paddock here for this 4th race, we'll start with the first-time starters, looking at one part of the entry, the one transactional, who was purchased at the Tattersall's October yearling sale last year for the U.S. equivalent of about $350,000. Gelding by Kingman, whose progeny have had quite a bit of success here in the States. There's not much in the immediate family, but the dam is the sister to multiple Group 1 winner Shala, who was a champion 2-year-old call in France. So there is quality in that pedigree, and this one looks well suited to the conditions. Has a big turf hoof to him. Again, I've liked the progeny of Kingman coming in here. He has a nice intensity about him as well, this gelding. If anything, I'd say he could tuck up a little bit more. I don't know if he's maybe 100% fit. The progeny of Kingman do tend to carry their condition well, so that could be just a little fooling. And he does debut as a gelding, but I am curious to see if he will just tuck up and get a little bit more defined after a start. The other first-time starter is the 5 Logan's Runner, who does look very fit, debuting for Bruce Levine, called by Pioneer of the Nile, who sold for $230,000 as a yearling, and Bruce Levine can certainly have a first-time starter ready to roll. The dam was a graded stakes winner. She never did try the grass, but she did produce one foal to win on it. And this call has a turf hoof. He looks like he's well meant to go a distance of ground on the grass. He is pretty fit. I'd say about 95% fit. The one thing that I didn't love was that he came into the paddock, he was very vocal, he was screaming, he was chatting to his neighbors and just being a little bit unprofessional. But I will say, once they put the tack on him, he really settled and got much more focused. So that was really encouraging to me. The number 2, Outperform, is a colt that tries the turf for the first time, and he does have one work over it, which I always take note of, particularly with Todd Pletcher. He did work in company with a 2-year-old that we'll see back on Saturday, Summon Your Courage. He's sprinting on the dirt, though, which is interesting that this 3-year-old is going long on the turf. He was second best to me throughout that work, but Outperform did seem to gallop out well, so I like the distance for him in here. Gunrunner has been a terrific sire, but not so much on the turf. He looks incredibly fit here, second off of the layoff. We'll see if he can break a little bit sharper. I just am not completely sold on the surface switch, particularly watching that last workout. Curious to see how he warms up, but he's one that I'd take the wait and see approach with. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. We'll get to the post parade here in a moment. 3-5, and probably still coming down. This entry, transactional, and indemnify. So we'll get to see in a moment with this great crowd on hand for Alabama weekend tomorrow. Great card today. We got the Skidmore to close out the card, and that Summer Colony in the Distaff division.
And we were talking about looking, and we're out by the paddock area at the crowd out here. And it's going to be a bigger crowd tomorrow. It is. This place is hopping. It's been busy all week. This is prime time at Saratoga, and it's exciting. And the weather's been, we've been blessed with very good weather. Obviously, we had some hot days here, but we've lost 5 turf races the entire meeting so far.
That's pretty remarkable.
And the weather next week, there's some rain on Monday, maybe into Tuesday, but overall, looking very
and
strong.
that humidity broke. I mean, it's okay when it's warm, but that humidity really has gone away.
Last week was as nice as it can be anywhere.
Can we just have you guys, you'll cover the Saratoga racing, but just stay up here and you're a weather tandem team.
You want to stay in the tent, Richie? You and I do the shows from Aqueduct in the tent in September?
Yeah.
I'm in. We're Cackle, stay. Love the whole crew here.
Man, that would be tremendous.
Really would.
8 minutes away from this
Saratoga fall
fourth
meet.
coming up. We'll start with the answer here. So here's Transactional. Does get the inside post first time out with a Rad Ortiz Jr.
Second dam was a very talented runner that ran in California and Europe as well, but U.S. I think, and ran a 90 buyer. There's tons of turf pedigree on this one, even alone.
The other half of the entry has the race under his belt and just missed.
Yeah, and a super slow paced race. A very good ride by Flavien Prat, but just couldn't catch the winner who was crawling up front. He alone would be even 2 to 5, and here with the 1 added, we'll see 1 to 5.
Moving to turf. Todd Pletcher's outperformed.
Yeah, without a tremendous amount of turf pedigree to back it up, but he does have that turf work. I like when they work further. You learn more when they go 5 furlongs or more.
3 runners going to step back up in class. This went by us at 15 to 1, and here's Whiskey Lullaby.
Yeah, horse making his, I'm sorry, Whiskey Lowe making his first start off the claim, and for a trainer that's been doing very well with horses off the claim.
John Velasquez, 5 away from 1,000. Logan's runner, first-time starter.
There's a little bit of turf pedigree. Can Bruce Levine win with his 3rd first-time star at the meet?
And we have a rider off, we're being told, on the 1. That's Transactional. Let's get to the 6 here first. Triumphant Road, a lot of changes here.
Yeah, out of a mare, Foxy Socks adds blinkers, Lasix stretches out, and the 1 horse was apprehended here. Let's see the gate crew. Great job by the outriders, but then the gate crews take over, and they'll see, hopefully the rider's okay.
Let's hope this horse runs, because if this horse is scratched, the 1A will run for purse money only. So stay tuned.
There's a Rad Ortiz Jr. walking back to his mount. Wait and see what happens here. And not that it matters, but Andy, of the 2, do you prefer the one with experience?
Oh, of course. That's the one getting bet. Not to say the one can't win, but Irad's back aboard and will breathe a sigh of relief. It reminds me of, some will remember this, when Rachel's Alexandra came on the racetrack for the Woodward, she threw Calvin Burrell. And there was a moment when she could have run off. And, you think of the alternate universe and what was one of the most exciting races ever run in Saratoga or anywhere.
This place was rocking, no question. So, no harm, no foul. Transactional back with a Rad Ortiz Jr. aboard. Part of the 3 to 5 entry. We'll have this race for you next.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
You're watching Saratoga Live on FS2. Good to have you with us. Tremendous crowd, as we talked about, on hand when you're not on the racetrack. One of the many great spots to visit, the Spa State Park, and those healing mineral waters.
Ride my bike in there all the time. It's a great place to ride your bike.
That's the geyser down there. People go to these springs and fill up, depending on the springs, fill up water with it. There's some very sulfuric ones, much more than the one we have here, the Big Red Spring. There's also one right by SPAC that's pure
flat water.
Flat water that you see people filling up jugs all day long.
I'm one of those people.
No, it's great water. Great town. Greatest town.
2 minutes away from this fourth coming up. Entry at 1 to 5. Minor scare there when Arad Ortiz Jr. was off transactional, but all okay. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm guessing, Greg, that this is why Transactional does debut as a 3-year-old gelding. Yeah, he dropped Jose Ortiz when he stepped on the track for the post parade. Thankfully, he didn't get very far before Outrider Bernice did apprehend him. And as Richie mentioned, the gate crew took over. Jose got a leg back up. He didn't bother linking up with the pony, just took him right away for a very strong gallop. And I have to say, or I'm sorry, Irad Ortiz is aboard the 1 Transactional and took him for a very strong gallop. And I have to say, after that strong gallop, he framed up pretty nicely and came back to him well, and he has settled since then. So that is a definite positive for sure. His stablemate, though, Indemnify, this one ran very well on debut, I thought. He was on his left lead, a little bit green there in his first race. I thought that there was absolutely room for improvement. He was part of a short price entry that day, too. But this was a horse that I think is more fit second time out. He was also purchased over in Europe, though, that at the Arcana Deauville sale is a yearling for about $340,000. This one very, very fit today too. He's the one of the entry that I did prefer. Tried to get a little bit of a price with the other first-time starter, but Indemnify does look like he could take a big step forward today, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Coming onto this turf course, where it looks like this entry, according to the board, is just about unbeatable here.
Yeah, I mean, to me, if you're going to try to beat her, you're going to take a fuzzy. You take the 2 Outperform, even though, as I agree with Richie, not much turf pedigree, but it is Todd Pletcher. Or you take a shot like Acacia did with the 5 Logan's Runner, a first-time starter, a little bit of pedigree. Because it's not likely anybody who's run the turf are going to beat both halves of this entry. I'm not trying to beat him, neither is Richie. We're chalk-eating weasels.
We are, and I will say the 1 Transactional, after his little bit of a misstep when he came on the track, dropping Irad Ortiz, he could not have looked any better coming back to the gate. Gosh, he bowed his head and really framed up beautifully. It just looked too formidable.
You don't have to just pick against favorites, just to pick against favorites, and this is not an entry I'm trying to beat. The 1A may be pretty good, and who knows, maybe the 1 could run as well.
We will find out, but yeah, it certainly looks like Pratt for Klarovich and Chad Brown on Indemnify, start number 2. Chasing into that really slow pace. We see the 5 horse behind the gate without a rider. That's Logan's Runner. So another horse loose here. There's Kendrick Carmouche. Good to see him walking under his own power. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, the number 5 Logan's Runner did get loose. He is still off on a slow canter as I'm watching him to see if the outrider going to be able to catch him. He is still loose as of now. He's moving fine, but just on a little bit of a joyride now, making his way to the top of the stretch. But as you mentioned, the rider, Kendrick Carmouche, is on his feet. We do have a late scratch of Logan's Runner, though, as it looks like he is still loose. Going off on a little journey today, Greg.
All right, so hopefully these outriders can catch up, and then you see a thumbs up there from Kendrick to Logan's Runner.
It looked like he's, from the view I had, like he was inside the plastic rails, like he was inside the portion of the course that's not being used.
There's 27 feet in there.
I just wonder how he got there, but it seemed like he was on the inside of the course.
I didn't see, but trust you. Yeah, that's tough to get there.
So take out Logan's Runner.
I'm little.
And I'm sure a walk, Mig, that you've taken many times.
Yeah, better when you can walk back instead of having to get a ride back,
Is that
right?
a jockey's walk of shame?
Sort of.
You couldn't stay on.
Always better than getting a ride home.
I'm sure, listen, I kid, not a rider's fault.
So Kinder Carmouche, no mount in this one. And luckily the starting gate crew, not a lot to do in terms of, and we've just heard the Outriders caught up to the horse as well. Great news there. Just had to move over the number of the 6 over one spot.
That's an interesting shot, by the way, with the rails out. It shows how much ground, you know, they could use so much more, and it's going to look different. And there he is. So Bruce Levine will not win his third. I think it's fascinating. Bruce Levine has won with 3 racehorses meet, and 2 of them been first-time starters.
Yeah, well, listen, Bruce for years was very capable with firsters, and then he kind of got away from that.
He used to be a capable trainer, too. I kid. He's still a very good trainer.
He's terrific.
He's a friend, so I joke.
So he was actually on the inside of the course where it wasn't being used, between the hedge and the plastic rails. They just opened it up to let him out back onto the main course. Now they'll wait until he clears off and gets completely off the race course.
Tricky little devil.
You know, I'm thinking maybe he fell over and rolled underneath, because I don't see how he could have got in there.
I'd say we should interview Kendrick, but the guy's already trying to take our job, so I don't want to get him on the show anymore.
No, well, there's Acacia right there.
Looked like he was reenacting
okay.
it there.
I got to worry.
For Acacia.
Former jockey.
We always love having Kendrick on the set. He's a sensational guest.
No, we don't, because it means he's hurt. We're glad for him he's back riding.
So he'll get to watch this one. Let's go to Acacia real quick.
I just got a chance to catch up with Kinder Carmouche, and he said he's fine, thankfully. He also said he was disappointed because he really liked how Logan's runner had warmed up. But Richie is correct. He did get into the inside rail. Kendrick said when he reared up, and he did unfortunately flip over and go underneath the rail, but he said he popped right back up, took off running, and was moving well in doing so. They did finally catch him, as you saw, too. So Logan's runner has been apprehended. He looks okay. Thankfully, Kendrick okay. And we will shortly start to load back in for this 4th race, Greg.
Mig, I mean, just shows when you're a rider, you got to be ready for anything to happen at any time.
Well, absolutely. And, you know, a lot of colts, young horses, they'll rear up, but you've got to be able to feel where their balance is compromised. And they'll get up to a point where you go, okay, I've got to get away from this, because they're most likely coming the wrong direction.
So they will load back up here in just a moment, giving everyone a little bit of time here. Transactional, Indemnify, the other half of the entry with the experience, right at that 1 to 5 morning line.
I have not looked at the show pool for this race, but probably should, right? You feel like this could be a...
Well, what was that old saying that guy put down $30,000 to show on a really short price favorite? Just how could you do? I get 10 cents or 5 cents on the dollar. What bank will give you that? But then the horse loses, and they say, well, what bank makes you run around the racetrack first?
$200,000 bet to show on this horse, on this entry.
Tough way to make a living.
They're tougher.
So 1 to 5 can Indemnify. Transactional respond here as everyone believes they should. It's a foregone conclusion almost. 6 about to step in. Castellano on Triumphant Road, stretching out on the turf.
No foregone conclusions in racing. Hitting the board, probably pretty likely.
Let's go upstairs. Here's the call of the 4th. John Imbrial, take it away.
And now we are set for race number 4. The 1A Indemnify was backed out of the gate. Now moves back in. And they're off. And it is Whiskey Lullaby who is out for the early lead, with Indemnify on the outside racing in second, and Transactional came away next and third into the clubhouse turn. Whiskey Lullaby makes her way over to the rail and is in front. Indemnify in the white cap runs in second, and then it is Transactional next in third. Followed by Triumphant Road in fourth. Ballyrhythm is in fifth, and Outperform is the trailer in sixth. And now they're on the backstretch with the filly, Whiskey Lullaby, showing the way here. It's Whiskey Lullaby in front through a quarter in 24 and 4/5 seconds. And then Indemnify in second, followed by the first-time starter, Transactional next in third. Triumphant Road runs in fourth, 3.5 lengths. Back to Ballyrhythm or Outperform continues to trail in sixth. And they are all chasing Whiskey Lullaby, who leads here by a length. Indemnify next in second, and Transactional is third. The half 48 and 1/5 seconds. Whiskey Lullaby still there as they go into the turn. Whiskey Lullaby on top by a length with Indemnify running in second. It's 2.5 lengths to Transactional. Farther back is Triumphant Road, Ballyrhythm, and Outperform. And now they're coming for the head of the stretch. It is Whiskey Lullaby challenged here by Indemnify. Transactional is next in third. Here's Indemnify. Here's Transactional. And now the entry is 1-2. Whiskey Lullaby down towards the rail, continues to battle on. It is Indemnify and Transactional. Transactional on the outside and Indemnify. And the stablemates will be 1-2 here. The winner, Transactional. Indemnify was second, and a photo for third.
It was the debuter of the entry, Transactional, out-dueling the stablemate here for the win in the fourth.
I tried to suck the Mig in on the backstretch because I wanted to take the one over the 1A. I said, who do you want down the backstretch? And he said, I really like how the one's traveling. I said, me too.
Yeah, he was just sitting in the pocket, cruising. A little bit difficult to handle in the lane, just a little bit green, trying to lug in. Once he got over his right lead, he asserted a slight dominance over his more experienced stablemate, Indemnify.
And by the way, the 2 Outperform, first time in the grass. He was flying in the stretch. You see him out there now, up there with the winner. He was running at the end from way back.
It's that Pletcher Micropoli runner. Cadillac Candy, Alex Bregman would love to see big things from his 2-year-old. He's going to be in the Skidmore to close our card.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Hip 202 is next by Horse of the Year, by Champion, by Gunrunner, who had a Champion and Classic winner in his first crop. And here is a striking looking son of Horse of the Year and leading first crop sire and leading second crop sire. Here's one by Gunrunner.
All right, here to get $50,000. I thank each and every one of the bidders. $2,350,000, and I have $2,300,000.
Please hold your applause, folks. Hold your applause, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now a round of applause.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to those just joining us on Saratoga Live, on Bally Sports Southern California and San Diego. Those already with us on FS2. Our program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy. Had a huge win here at Saratoga in that dominant sprinting career, now standing at Claiborne Farm at a legendary stall number 1. Fourth in the books, Transactional, first-time starter there. Clarvich Stables, trained by Chad Brown. Rado Cheese Jr. aboard for the win. Out-dueling the horse with experience in here. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, champion jockey Richard Migliori with you. We have a big carryover in the Pick 6 coming up in our next race.
Yeah, $167,611. We had a big long shot in the second to last race yesterday, but most of the field was covered. And then the last race, another bomb blew it up, and nobody put both of them together on their Pick 6 tickets. Big carryover today. Interesting card. Very good racing coming up.
It gets hit today.
I mean, I don't know. There's some pretty wide open races.
Asking.
I mean, it probably does, but it's not easy. I don't think it's an easy sequence. Okay. I feel like there's some good races to bet on, but usually races I find good races to bet on have big competitive fields and get some prices, so I'm betting horses at bigger prices.
All right, we'll get into the first leg of the Pick 6, Mig, in just a moment. We're going to show you what happened earlier on the card, get you caught up with everything. First up, though, Transactional in the fourth, and Mig at Rad Ortiz Jr. meets Leading Rider, adds another one here.
Yeah, and a horse that was a little bit green through the stretch and finished well. You know, I find it interesting. This horse is by Kingman, who's by Invincible Spirit, and the other Clarvich stable horse was by Invincible Spirit. So they're going to Europe and buying some pretty well-bred, nice horses.
No, it's been a very good move by them, buying horses, starting with Newspaper of Record. They've had so much success, big winners, and the Kingmans have been terrific.
So first-time starter, getting by the experienced stablemate here in race 4. And a terrific meet for Rad Ortiz Jr. Continues. We have the Summer Colony later this afternoon in that distaff division. And we're going to close out the card. We talked about, for those who just joined us, may not know, Alex Bregman of the Houston Astros with a runner that you never know. These 2-year-old races on the lawn, a lot of inexperience in the race, maybe could step up and win that race.
And one thing about Cadillac Candy, his horse, she's a closer. And there is plenty of, there's plenty of speed in this race. So we'll find out if he's good enough, but he should get the kind of pace he will need to make his closing run.
To close out this Friday card with a stakes race in that Skidmore. Let's go back to earlier on in the card, how we started this afternoon. How about number 995 here at Saratoga alone for Hall of Fame rider John Velasquez on Ministerial.
Yeah, horse getting onto the dirt for the first time with a pedigree that suggested he would appreciate it. And kind of just kept coming with this big, relentless kind of galloping stride. Johnny Velasquez, so good at getting horses balanced and running forward, keeping them with continuity, not stopping their forward momentum.
Meanwhile, race 3, it was the Reds. Had talked about, if you were on our coverage earlier, all the monsters he'd been facing. He was the one to beat in this race. Had to work for it, but he got the win.
Yes, it was what you say, the workmanlike victory for him. He's a very nice horse. I think the others just ran well in here, but the Reds gets it done under a strong ride from Junior Alvarado.
So the Reds, and after this performance, we'll see potentially. Safi Joseph hinted to Acacia Clement. Might be seeing him in maybe the toughest spot of his career next after this kind of performance. Picks up the 3rd win of his career. Again with Junior Alvarado there for Flanagan Racing. We are 17 minutes away as we take a look at the first 4 in the card there and what happened from a Pick 6 carryover. $167,000 in the pool after nobody could solve the Pick 6 on the Thursday card. We'll get to the first leg in a moment. The final leg of the sequence is that Skidmore, 2-year-old sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Alex Bregman's going to have Cadillac Candy coming in from Churchill Downs last time out. Big price on the board in this race. There's some others like Oxymore, who ran at Belmont first time out, was just dominant.
He was dominant that day, but sometimes when horses win by big margins, especially in maiden races, you have to ask yourself, who was behind him? Well, I think we've gotten a good idea of who was behind him by subsequent performances, and I'm going to answer absolutely nobody. That does not downgrade his performance a lot. He still ran a relatively fast race. But I think he has a serious rival for another horse trained by Chad Brown, Braze, who I thought was more impressive in his debut, and that he chased a fast pace. But this horse did look good, that's for sure. It was a fast race.
By a stallion, too, an Australian stallion that's been getting some very fast, very good turf sprinters. And I actually think the 5.5 turning back for Oxymore even strengthens the case for him.
That's the field that will line up. You see the scratch of the 9 in there, and Bregman, the Houston Astros, who have the best record in the American League right now. He's going to have that big long shot, Cadillac Candy. Got it done, broke his maiden career start, number 2 at Churchill Downs as the favorite.
I'm going to say the same kind of corny thing that my buddy the MIG might say in most cases. Maybe he could be like the Houston Astros, picking up the New York Yankees, who had a much better record than early in the season, and run them down. That's your kind of corny line, isn't it, the MIG?
I don't know. I think it was a little more in depth than mine. Mine are a little more vague.
It's a good point. made a big run to just get up at a short price last time after running well in his debut, and he's going to get some pace to run at. And listen, you've got to run your horses in races like this because you want to find out where they stand. Is this horse good enough that you can start dreaming of running him in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint? Or do you have to pick an easier route?
Yeah, and look, off one start, for many of these horses, you don't know if any of these horses are going to continue to go forward. There's no monsters in here, and maybe your horse does have ability on this day.
Hard as it may be to believe, horses that you and I don't like occasionally win races. It never happens to me. Maybe it happens to you a little more often.
Every once in a while.
But also, sometimes you have to take a shot. You're better off losing a race than not running in it sometimes. And I think you could say that for a lot of these horses, especially the Breeders' Cup race for 2-year-olds sprinting on the turf. Find out now if you can run against the best horses. And if you can't, there's other lesser races that are still good races to run in.
But they're works in progress anyway. They're babies. They're going to improve. They're going to change. The best athlete starting high school isn't always the best athlete finishing high school. They're going to develop and change at different stages.
In my case, the worst athlete starting high school actually was the worst athlete leaving, but
this guy could actually play a little cornerback, a DB. Well, luckily,
I was a good defensive back.
Luckily for offenses,
it's because you're insane.
In the New York region, he became a jockey instead.
I was going to take a hit one way or the other.
We got a lot more coming up in the program, including some of the great photography of some of the greatest horses in the history of our sport being preserved. We'll have that story for you when we come back.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
right across the street from this historic racetrack, the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. It has been upgraded to make it a truly Hall of Fame experience in our Hall of Fame. They've done a tremendous job. It's one of the great Hall of Fames really in any sport. So a must visit if you're here at Saratoga Springs. Fit in the track. Catch a little visit to the Hall of Fame right before the races begin. Track photographer Jim Raftery was an institution. His love of the sport came through the photos he captured through his lens. Raftery thought watching a horse race was the most beautiful thing that could be witnessed. And he captured some of the greats, all-time greats. Barbara Livingston, a friend and colleague, has worked tirelessly to make sure that his work continues to live on.
Jim Raftery, in my opinion, was the greatest horse racing photographer of all time, who probably had the largest scope, and certainly in this country, but maybe even the world, of photographs, up to 50 years, depending on the racetrack, but he covered 6 tracks regularly and others. And during the glory time of racing, you couldn't be asking for more than Bold Ruler and Nashua and Swaps and Forgo and Secretariat. So it's just an amazing piece of history, and to be able to try to share some of that to make people really think about where our sport came from. All of the negatives were in the home of his daughter, Judy Ann Bassing, and granddaughter, Dory Bassing, who fulfilled orders. And they finally said, yes, we want his work seen again. It's pretty remarkable. It's more than remarkable. It's something I couldn't have foreseen, how overwhelming his photography was, like how much he thought through every single picture. I mean, there are 2 million that are unique and fascinating. To have other people come in and go to the museum, go look at the exhibit, and let me know every day I'm hearing from people what it means. And I feel like I'm sort of doing my best to make good for Mr. Raftery. And with what he gave to our sport, 50 years of his life, undying devotion to it is remarkable. Can I give him that back? And people loving it is, I can't express how satisfying that is.
Barbara Livingston, tremendous photographer in her own right, working very hard to make sure and to preserve some of the great history of this sport from Jim Raftery.
It's just wonderful. Love those photos. The photo of Alan Jerkins on his pony at Hialeah. And it always makes me wonder, you know, what drives them to do it? Why?
Wow, he was absolutely an institution. And Mig had some personal experiences with him, too. He taught you a lesson or two. Keep that tack on, take that picture.
Got off a little early in the winner's circle one night. He took the picture of me pulling the saddle off the horse, not on the horse. Had a stern talking to the next night at the Meadowlands.
He's the greatest.
7 minutes to post.
Best ever.
And a race that kicks off our Pick 6 carryover on this Friday. 167,000 in the pool. Let's go to Acacia.
And taking a significant drop in class, and that's Joey Looselips, who we haven't seen since last August of 2021, and that was in trying New York bred stakes competition. As we've talked about, Michelle Giangiulio did unfortunately experience an accident during training in which she broke her leg, and she is such a tough horsewoman. She came into the paddock, though, on crutches, and she saddled Joey Looselips. Just so much respect for Michelle and all of the work that she puts in, doing so much with her horses, and even through injury, being hands-on and getting Joey Looselips tacked up today. I have to say, he looks incredibly fit coming back in here. I always did question the 9 furlongs for him and going the 2 turns, though he does have some good leg to him. I do like him cutting back in distance, and he probably looks the most fit that he has, too. Does come back wearing a Houghton bit, and he is a horse that has had a little bit of a tendency to bump at the break and be a little bit of a difficult horse at the start. So he's intriguing to me off the layoff in here. The number 1, Nicholas James, he wears a lot of equipment on his face, and they switched back to the type of equipment, the type of blinkers last time that he had worn at the beginning of his career, and that's a short blinker cup on the left eye, and on the right eye, it's an extension blinker, the right eye fully covered. And I'd be interested to hear Richie's take on this. For me, for horses that break from the rail,
rail with an extension blinker on their right eye and that they can't see anything to their outside. That's always a little bit of a challenge, I believe. Now, he does have early speed, which probably will simplify things because he's quick. And for what it's worth, I do think that 7 furlongs is probably his best distance. The 7 Eminency is first off the claim for the Cantor Mossies. Broke his maiden last time out going the 7 furlongs at Belmont. I like this distance for him, too. He's been very sharp in here as well. They started saddling him outside the stall, as is typically the case for the barn, and he was just being a little bit difficult. So they brought him back into the saddling stalls to finish putting the overgirth on, and he's since settled now that they've got him completely tacked on. But he is on the muscle today and looks like he has run on his mind as Luis Saez stays aboard. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. We're going to get to the post parade here in just a moment. I want to remind everyone, NYRA Saturday contest continuing throughout the meet. Show off your handicapping skills in that $300 online live money contest on Saturdays, featuring racing from right here at Saratoga. Cash prizes you can win, as well as seats into the next week's contest. Registration ends today, 5 p.m. Eastern. Go to NYRA.com/contests to learn more. So today's pool, an additional more than $500,000 bet into this Pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, and I'm going to guess there'll be, the way things going right now, we'll probably see about $750,000 to $800,000 or $900,000 bet in the pool today, 5 times or more. It's a tough sequence. I would. This is a race, very tough. I would lean on the 6 and 7 in here. I like the 7 a little bit. The next race, you probably lean on the 2 that ran, the 2 and 9. Myself in the 7th, I would lean on the 1, 2, 4, little 5, depending on, different tickets, depending on how you play it. I mean, the 8th race is tough. I like the 5, but how much can you lean on first to act and a pick 6?
It just doesn't seem like there's a single.
Oh, there's no lean. I have a lot of opinions, nor I like at decent prices, and my hope is that one of them wins. I get one horse home at 6 to 1. I'll make money today, but that's not going to help you in a pick 6. This is a tough sequence. It's not. I'd be very surprised if this thing pays less than $20,000.
Most taking a swing. If you're with some friends, family, try and get everyone involved. Get a little more coverage on that ticket because it is difficult, including, we talked about it earlier when we didn't have all the audiences with us. That Summer Colony is a hard one to figure out.
It's a skull buster. And as you were saying, 20% of a winning ticket is a lot better than 100% of a losing ticket.
Yeah. Nicholas James going to kick off our post parade 5 to 1 right now. Pat Reynolds trains.
You're going to see Gomez try to be aggressive from the inside, and there isn't as much speed as there was in his last race, though that performance was not a good one.
Runner coming in from Thistledown next door with Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, a horse that's hoping that things get heated on the front end, more of a closing type. Feels like he'd have to improve.
Cut back in distance for Joey Loose Lips.
You're not going to get wealthy at the racetrack betting horses as the favorite off of year layoffs in claiming races. I understand he has a chance to win here, but his PPs don't make him the favorite. It feels like there's a tip on this horse, and he's overbet.
4 Inspiration Point went by, coming off a maiden claiming win. Here's the 6, top of the mint.
Yeah, he's coming off of a little bit of a freshening. Feels like he's landed in a bit of an easier spot that he's been competing in.
Eminency just won in a soft spot as the favorite.
Yeah, I like Eminency in here. I think he stalks, and I think he can improve off the claim for Matt Cantermachi.
And got the gold. Flavian Pratt, Linda Rice team up, second off the claim for Linda.
This is who I really like. I like the switch to Flavian Pratt. I like how strong he is. He's a horse that you kind of got to demand it from him, and I think Flavian Pratt is strong enough to kind of maybe get the best out of Got the Gold.
Can we just stay here forever?
In this particular weather, yes. You been here in January?
I love the snow.
Have you been here in January? For a prolonged period of time?
I want to be here. I would be happy to.
In January,
yeah,
you
I'll
like
come.
that getting up when it's negative 10
meet you
out?
here.
Your hair freezes on your head. It's just wonderful. It's
Put
dark
the
at
heat
like
on.
4
You'll be
every
fine.
day.
Put a scarf on.
It's expensive to eat at your house. I love Saratoga. It's the greatest place in the world, but it's really the greatest place in the world in the summer. Fall's great too. Fall is beautiful.
See those leaves turning colors?
Yeah, it's spectacular here in the fall.
Well, here's the favorite, and you gave us plenty of reasons to play against.
I'm not. I picked him 4th. I'm going to be surprised when he won. This was the attempted put over of the decade. He was somehow 8 to 1 in this race, going 1 mile and 1/8, and they tried to get the money. He got run down by the Brad Cox favorite in there. I'm not going to be shocked if he wins here, Richie, but is he really supposed to be 5 to 2?
Well, off this extended of a layoff on a racetrack that has been demanding and been showing up on horses, and he's coming in up with some solid works, but I'm with you, Andy. I don't want him at 5 to 2. I think there's other Other directions you can go at better prices. Let's quickly talk about the one Nicholas James, because Acacia brought up that blinker. Extension bringing outside inhibits the horse's peripheral vision. If his head's turned at all towards the inside, they can't see the break coming. Horses don't react to a bell. They react when the door's open.
So you think it's more likely he gets left from the inside?
There's a much better chance that it could inhibit his break, and he needs to be looking directly straight down the racetrack so his inside eye, or the eye that doesn't have a blinker inhibiting his eyesight, can see the break.
Fascinating.
9-2 on Nicholas James. Let's go back to Acacia.
And wanted to touch on the number 8 to the outside, Got the Gold, who, as Richie mentioned, this is a horse that you really do kind of have to keep after. But I like that Flavien Prat gave him a really big warm-up out on the track. And this is one that I was a little bit surprised last time out when I saw him first off the claim for Linda Rice, because typically Linda's horses carry a lot of substance and a lot of condition. And to me, it just looked like he was lacking a little bit of muscle mass behind. He looks like he's strengthened up off the back of that race. And he's also a little bit sharper today too, which I appreciate. And especially after Flavien took him away from the pony, gave him a good gallop, and he really came back to him nicely. He looks much more alert and into the bridle after the warm-up. And that's what I really look for after those warm-ups too. Yes, of course, how are they moving? What are they showing with the rider's intention? But that they really look like they've warmed up. And that's what I certainly see from Got the Gold. I think Flavien, as Richie mentioned too, couldn't agree more. A perfect fit for this horse.
So 4-1, Got the Gold, the 8, as we look again at Nicholas James. Coming down that 6 furlong race, has that inside post, has shown speed, looks to be forward in this spot.
Yeah, I like Eminency in here. Joey Lucas probably speed too. I like Eminency. I like this claim. The Cantor Mossies have terrific numbers off the claim in the dirt, really good with sprinters, and he once was really good. And I know he won last time, but it wasn't against a soft field. And I'm hoping he can get back to that better form off the claim for them. They've been doing very well lately this year, and I just think it makes a lot of sense. He's the outside of the speeds. 4-1 works for me.
I was talking with the brothers this morning. They're so thankful for the feature that we ran on them yesterday, and they couldn't be nicer people. They're terrific horse people, but they're really good people.
4-1 on Eminency. That is the 7, just claimed off of Rudy Rodriguez. And this board sort of tells you the story. You got a 2-1 favorite as you look at the Cantor Mossies Eminency. 3 horses at 4-1, and then another one at 9-2 in here.
Yeah, I know. It's almost like they're betting the 3, and then they can't figure out anything after that.
In terms of pace, you thought Joey Looselips being fresh, it showed that sprint speed in the debut as well. It's going to pressure this one. It's going to be those 2 early.
I think if Nicholas James is going to be effective, they just got to let him roll the way they let him roll on that speed-favoring racetrack at Aqueduct that he broke his maiden back in April.
Yeah, you know, I'm. To be honest with you, I don't have an opinion on it at all. To be honest, I think Joey Looselips makes sense because he's been facing better horses. Now you tell me the thing about the inside, and I worry about him getting left. That bothers me a little bit. If he can break cleanly, he is supposed to be controlling speed, and I think he'll run well because he's been against better fields. And 9-2 is a fair price on him. Everybody's an overlay because Joey Looselips is the tip of the century. He'll probably win by 4. But he's a terrible bet based on his PPs at 2-1 in this race. It makes no sense to me at all.
First start since August 27th last summer at Saratoga for the 3, the favorite. Joey Looselips, pick 6 carryover. Starts right here. Let's go to John Imbrial to get us started.
Horse number 8 Got the Gold. And we are set for race 5. Number 3, Joey Looselips, broke through the starting gate. A terrific job there by the assistant starter to hold on. We'll have a slight delay.
So Joey Looselips, that's the favorite. Saw rearing up, broke through the gate, and did not get far away at all. But we'll wait and see if this horse remains in the race.
It appeared the 6 reacted first, and it set off the 3. And sometimes horses will hear that noise, and they anticipate the break coming. He kind of got up in the air. The assistant starter hung on to him. At some point, you've got to let them go. Count on the jockey to be able to pull him up, because you get hung up halfway between being in and out of the gate, and that's when people get hurt.
And will remain in. Leg back up for Kendrick Carmouche. They will reload the favorite. Let's go again to John Imbrial for the call.
And they're back in. And they're off. On the outside, it is Got the Gold along with Eminency, but now moving on through is Joey Loose Lips. Down from the rail is Nicholas James. Joey Loose Lips is the leader. Nicholas James now up to challenge for the lead. And it's a break of 2 to Top of the Mint. And on the outside, it is Got the Gold. Then Eminency in 5th, followed by Inspiration Point. Hang Tight trails the field in 7th. The quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. It's a battle up front. Nicholas James at the rail, Joey Loose Lips on the outside. 2 of them right together. They've got a length and a half on Top of the Mint, who is right alongside of Eminency. They are right together, 3rd and 4th as they go into the turn. Got the Gold is 5th, followed by Inspiration Point. Farther back, it is Hang Tight. The half went in a sharp 45 and 4/5 seconds. Nicholas James down at the rail with a narrow lead now. Joey Loose Lips is dropping back. On the outside is Top of the Mint. Then comes Eminency as they head for home now. It is Nicholas James challenged here by Top of the Mint on the outside. And it is Top of the Mint who has now taken the lead. Eminency moving up and into 2nd. And then comes Nicholas James, and down at the rail is Hang Tight, who was last, who's made a belated run here, but is not going to get near Top of the Mint. On top today, won by 5 lengths. Hang Tight was 2nd. Then Eminency and Nicholas James.
2nd win today for the Hall of Famer John Velasquez. 4 wins away from number 1,000 here at Saratoga.
And I'm very happy for Mark Hennig, who has not won a race since we were at Aqueduct. He ran around 5 or 6 horses at Belmont that got incredibly lucky to lose races. Unlucky, I should say, to lose races. Today, they dropped this one to the appropriate level. He got an absolutely perfect ride and perfect trip under John Velasquez, and he got it done. Unfortunately, the 2 came up the rail that isn't dead, and Nick got beat by 7 for 2nd.
Yeah, and this was a horse that I would have had a hard time making, but that's the kind of horse that does clunk up, right, at a big price to get, a minor award.
Oh, the 2, yeah,
the 2.
yeah. I thought you were going to 6, yeah.
No, the 6, we were both talking
I'm
about
sorry.
it.
I know, we said it before the race. Joey Loose Lips at 5 or 2 was ridiculous. There were so many horses that made as much, if not more, sense to them. For him to be favored in here, he was a ridiculously overbet horse, but I'm really happy for Mark.
9-2, Top of the Mint starts his pick 6 carryover. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm so pleased to be joined by winning trainer Mark Hennig. Mark, deep breath here as Top of the Mint does it. Can you talk me through your emotions you're feeling right now?
Well, it's been a long, dry run. I mean, Jesus, I'm old enough to have been through this before in the game. It's just part of the game, but, it's always nice to get it behind you.
He acted up in the gate a little bit, too, but Johnny did a good job in getting him to settle. Can you talk a little bit about that and what you were thinking at that moment?
Yeah, acted up just enough to make the 3 go through the front, so that was okay. But he's been really sharp. I mean, I thought he was going to run well today, and it's good to see him get the trip he did. It was beautiful.
He finished up nicely today, too.
He really did.
Congratulations, Mark.
Thanks. Thank you.
Mark Hennig getting back to the winner's circle, Greg.
Hugs all around, well-deserved. Mark Hennig with a win, first of the Saratoga meeting. 9-2 here, Top of the Mint. Let's take another look down the stretch.
Just got a perfect ride by Johnny, and I think Johnny did a good job of making sure he was forward. He has some speed, but they were moving a little bit up front, and he got into position, but he rode the best horse also.
Well, he was always traveling well. He was in the right position, but doing it the right way. And when Johnny asked him, he kicked on. The inside horse, Nicholas James, didn't break well, had a rush up. Hang Tight, though, give Tyler Gaffleone a lot of credit for just sitting back, making one run, being patient. He got up for 2nd. Eminency, tough beat for you because you liked him, but the other horse said, no, he had his chance.
Yeah, he had no excuse not to getting 2nd, and he certainly wasn't good enough to win. 2nd would have worked for me, but he had no excuse.
6-2, 7-1. Again, number 996 for Johnny V. here at Saratoga. That's going to be it for the three of us. The next crew coming up after a short timeout, and they're going to have some fun ones ahead. That Summer Colony wide open race in that distaff division, and of course the Skidmore 2-year-old sprinting on the lawn.
Excellent racing coming up.
Don't know where to go in there.
Getting rid of the detritus up here, and good racing coming up.
Had fun. We're going to be part of that crowd now that you see on screen. Enjoying the latter half of the races coming up on a gorgeous Friday here in Saratoga Springs. Speaking of the Skidmore, Oxymore dominant in the debut. Now the first test against winners coming up later on in the card.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual-surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Temperature heating up, racing heating up. This is Saratoga Live. The excitement at the spa on a Friday for the fans. This is the weekend. Work week is over. Nothing but horses, handicapping, and a great time at the August place to be. Or the 1863 Club. Trackside, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. It's real easy to get excited about everything going on tomorrow on this eve of the Alabama top-class race for 3-year-old fillies. Hopefully you advanced in the pick 6 with this big carryover. If not, fear not. Late pick 5 just around the corner included a pair of stakes races as we take a look at some of the highlights in program. The races from Claiborne Farm. Late pick 5 starts in the 6th. Late pick 4, race 7. Wide open Summer Colony, race 9, and a stakes race to close the show. Skidmore with 2-year-old turf sprinters. Now joined by Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens, the newest member of the 4,000 Win Club, Tom Amos. We haven't had a chance to do this in a while. Welcome back.
Haven't. It's good to be back. I miss you guys. Miss the show.
Miss having you on the set while he's out there breaking records, 4,000 wins. The 2 stakes races coming up, Tom. We have the Skidmore. A couple of years ago, we watched Golden Pal graduate in this very race. He's now a 2-time Breeders' Cup winner. What do you make of the overall collective talent in this year's field?
Well, it's a 10-horse field. You take half this field has already won on the turf and is undefeated on the turf. A couple of these horses have only run once. They won their debuts on the turf, whether it be horses like Oxymore or Appraise. We're talking about a couple of horses that really have a chance to improve. When you look back at a horse like Golden Pal, this is how it happened. He was a young horse. These are babies, as we refer to them. They're having their first season on the racetrack. And they're just getting to know the grass. Some of them are going to find that they really like it. One of these could be the next Golden Pal.
Future stars born here. Always an exciting race. 8th running of the Skidmore. Take a look at the field. 2-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs on the melon. At the bottom, Cadillac Candy, owned by Houston Astros third baseman Alex Bregman, who will be on the show. Stay tuned. Meantime, number 3, Oxymore, as Tom mentioned, 9-5 morning line favorite, and this is a big reason why, Gary, his debut, July 1st, Belmont. Oxymore never gave them a chance.
No, he didn't. Broke on top. He was a big price that day for the way he ran. He was 11-1. He popped the gate and just widened on him. This looked a little bit like Golden Pal. He goes on. He wins by 7 1/4 lengths. Extremely fast time. The turf was playing very fast. It hadn't rained a lot. It got a little bit hard. He ran 107-4. The buyer speed figure came back to 78, which is good. It doesn't match up with the 107-4. So the track a little souped up that day, but man, he was impressive.
Oxymore, 11-1 in his debut, not getting 11-1 today. About an hour earlier, we have the 9th running of the Summer Colony. This is older fillies and mares. Take a look at the field. Mile and an 8th. Competitive, deep group here. Familiar names. Number 7, Bonnie South, 5-2, morning line favorite. Number 2, Misty Vale, trained by Tom Amos. As we say hello to our handicappers, Paula Duca, Jonathan Kinchin. Tom can't. Oh, see, now they know he can't hear you. He can't hear you at all. Misty Vale, what do you think? Does he have a chance to steal this thing at 15-1 a little bit later on the Summer Colony?
I actually think he does. I think she does, actually. I mean, she's the lone speed in the race, and if you look at her PPs, and Tom will tell you this, when she has the lead at the top of the stretch, JK, she gets the job done. She wins. Now, she cannot get a ton of pressure, but she's able to slow the fractions down and get to the far turn in the front. She could be dangerous.
Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of question marks around a lot of the horses that are in this race, right? It's like Army Wife. Well, she's got the bad workout that I think a lot of people have seen. Evotan, like, is she going to run like she did last year?
Yeah, that's true.
She hasn't yet. Bonnie South, she's never won going 9 furlongs. So Tom Amos, you might have to sprint to the winner's circle, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, this was the Fall City, and you talk about the 2 runners in here, Evotan and Bonnie South. Now, Bonnie South lost Evotan in this race. And you keep on looking at Bonnie South, the outside horse in this race, and I know you like the 3 Evotan in this spot, but Bonnie South, I don't know if I keep on making excuses for her that she's not getting pace to run into. Is she just going to be a bad maybe favorite or second choice?
Well, I mean, she does need some pace, but if Tom Amos is in a race and there's a horse that has speed, you can guarantee that the pace will at least be honest, because that's why Tom has won 4,000 races and change. Is it change now? I don't know. I haven't been paying attention outside of here, but I would have, he's going to send this horse away from there and keep that position moving forward. And if they go too fast, it could set up for Bonnie South. But I think the 2 Misty Vale is definitely a possibility here. I'm going to use horses that I think are going to be forward. Between the 2 and the 3 for me, multi-race bets. I'm alive to as many as I can be in this race. I think it's a tough race.
There you go, Tom. JK and I are taking over your stable.
The endorsement from our handicappers.
I got that going for me.
Yeah. What do you think today, Misty Vale?
Oh, it's no secret. I mean, Misty Vale is the speed of that race. We claimed her for $30,000. Maggie Moss and I did, and it went really well for us. She owes us nothing. She's done really well. This is a big step up. This is a lot more class than she's faced in the past, but she can be the controlling speed. The secret to her is those first few steps out of the gate. She's not always that fast the first few steps. So a trick that we use a lot, and you're well aware of as a rider, is to tail the horse. You actually put one of the starters on the ground behind the gate, and he puts a little pressure on her tail and just holds it. And when the gate opens, he lets it go. The horse wants to get away from that pressure on her tail. Doesn't hurt her at all. Makes him break a little bit quicker, and that's the secret to her success.
Brings that speed to the party, does Misty Vale. Summer Colony coming up, 8th race here at Saratoga, Alabama tomorrow. Travers next week. Get signed up if you haven't. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NaraBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Kicking off the pick 6, John Velasquez, Gary, now 4 shy of 1,000 wins at Saratoga, top of the mint. And for Mark Hennig, it's been a while. You could tell that one meant a lot to him.
It sure did, and he had a win earlier on the card. Johnny did for Wesley Ward, going to team up with him later on this afternoon as well on, what's that horse's name? None Hudson.
Turf debut.
In the Skidmore.
In the Skidmore.
I see what you did there. What's the horse's name? No name. Ah, clever. Man, you're getting ahead of me.
2-year-olds have reached the paddock. Start of the late pick 5. Somewhere in there, Maggie is inspecting. Her paddock report is next. Looking at Provision. current 9-5 favorite. First leg of the late pick 5 in 15 minutes.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously. Spirited, strong, speedy. Just a few of the S words Rockridge owner Lorraine Visagi uses to describe the first foals of stallion Disco Partner.
It's a horse that, with what we've seen on foals so far, there will be a lot of upside in this horse in the next couple of years once this first baby starts running.
Time flies if you're having fun or reliving Disco Partner's back-to-back wins in the Jaipur Invitational Stakes. In the 2017 running, he stopped the clock in the 6 furlong turf race in world record-setting time.
Holy mackerel!
105.67.
They're off.
When he won the Jaipur again in 2018, it had been elevated from Grade 3 to Grade 2 status.
And Disco Partner did it again.
Disco Partner's speed wasn't the only astonishing thing about him.
He was actually a horse that ran 33 times, so if you ever wanted something sound, this will be the horse.
From those 33 starts, Disco Partner won 11 races, including 4 stakes, placed in 12 additional stakes, and amassed nearly $1.5 million in earnings. Disco Partner was bred by outstanding New York breeder Patricia Generazio, who is now supporting the stallion with some of her best mares.
He himself is a very balanced horse. He's not a big horse, but balance I think is what helped him to be so sound in his career, and you see that in a lot of his young foals, that they are balanced and they are very, very interesting, and I think you'll be very happy as they mature.
Fan favorite, climax runner, a Disco Partner, the strength of New York breeding. For more information, visit nybreds.com. Updated odds, race 6, New York bred 2-year-olds. Maidens, mile and 16th on grass. Provision, Number 9, current favorite at 2-1. Maggie Wolfendale, welcome. This is your perfect storm. 2-year-old race and the start of a big Pick 5 sequence.
Lafitte, thank you. You are taking it the worst of it, though, with your current favorite in Provision. And while he ran very well for George Weaver last time, in which I didn't think he looked that fit, and he does look a bit more defined this time around, you're taking 2-1 on a horse that was 20-1 in his debut. But let's take a look at a horse that he beat and faced, but that I would be willing to give another spin to again is number 2, Secretary of War for Jonathan Thomas, a gelded son of War Dancer. He was a little bit of an unfurnished type first time out, and he is very big, so that's why they gelded him, you would have to think, to kind of prohibit him from growing much more. You don't want a humongous horse. It's just harder on their legs and for them to stay sound. So if anything, he's come out of that effort even more focused and even stronger than when he went into it. So I think physically and probably mentally, he's moved forward from that debut, and I'd be willing to take him yet once again. As we'll move on to some first-time starters. Number 4, the Thrill of Victory for trainer Mike Maker. He sold at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale, worked 10-3, which is pretty slow. He did look as though he kind of slapped the ground a bit over the dirt surface that day. So to me, that hinted at wanting to possibly get to the turf. Now, it's not much pedigree. If you go back a generation, though, the dam was half to a multiple stakes winning dirt and turf sprinter. I gotta say, he is built a little bit more like a sprinting type, so it's maybe counterintuitive that he shows up here going a mile and a 16th, but also could be that he's on the slower side. Look, he does seem fairly sharp as he's wearing pretty big cheater cup blinkers. I would not be surprised to see him forwardly placed, which could serve him well in this effort here. I just feel like he's going to need one to put it all together mentally and physically. As we'll move on to number 6, Let's Go Big Blue. Owned by the coach, Bill Parcells, in his August Dawn farm. Sold for $200,000 at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale. Worked 10-2, asked a bit. Very efficient mover. Very athletic individual here in the paddock. I like what I'm seeing. There's potential there. Do I think he looks fit enough for this debut? I'd be erring on giving him a race and seeing how he moves forward from it physically. The dam only ran once. He is also a half to Pinehurst, who was a Grade 1 winner at 2. So there is precocity in the family. Maybe I'm completely off here. And like I said, I did like what I saw from him in that sales workout as he lowered himself really nicely into stride and accelerated away over arguably a surface that I think he might be more suited to the turf, and that was on the dirt. As we'll move on to number 7, Ulumalu, son of Cinco Charlie, who actually does do okay with his turf horses. Decently put together horse for Kenny McPeak. I don't mind his workouts, although they are on the slower side, so you don't really know what he's working against, but he is going better than his company in those workouts you can watch on XBTV. He's fine showing up here in these conditions. Looks as though he's suited to them. And like I said, one that I want to watch with interest because I like the individual there. But again, it feels like he'll need a start. So Lafitte, I think, to surmise with this race, actually, as I'm heading over across the paddock, sorry guys, to JK and Polly, guys, I think this is a race where you are going to be leaning on horses who have experience.
Maggie, when you said you were heading over here, I looked over my shoulder. I thought you were actually heading over here. But what you meant to say is you were throwing it. You see Jonathan Thomas on the right trying to give a leg up to Manny Franco. When I pulled into the parking lot today, the parking lot guy said to me, hey, can I bet your horse in the 6th? Jonathan, right? And I was like, Jonathan Thomas, not Jonathan Kinchin.
No.
He thought that I trained this horse.
Oh, well, listen, you're a heck of a trainer. It's pretty good. I mean, this horse got a big shot, wouldn't you think? You know, the money going obviously towards the 9 horse in here, Provision for George Weaver. And when you look at the 6, the other George Weaver is taking money too. But Secretary of War ran a race, and it seems like if you get a race over this racetrack, it's been beneficial to all the horses that have come and run back.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to separate the 2, Secretary of War and the 9, Provision, based on their last race. They exit that same race. Secretary of War was kind of coming from out of it. Provision was a little bit closer. It's hard to separate those two. I thought the interesting one, and I hate this word, I got to stop using it, the new shooter, would be the 6 Let's Go Big Blue. Maggie talked about this horse being purchased at Timonium. It's for August on Farm, obviously, Coach Parcells. George Weaver shows up here in a race where he kind of knows what he has with Provision, but he pops in this first-time starter who I think is interesting.
It's very interesting. The horse is getting played in the exotics. Obviously, Let's Go Big Blue. I would think that would be the New York Giants being owned by Bill Parcells. It looks tremendous on the racetrack, I thought. And Cairo Prince is a very underrated turf sire. He does very, very well over the turf. He's about 12% getting on the grass. So I could not argue with you. I think the public has it right. These are the 3 horses to beat. The 4 is taking a little money because of the connection, I think, of Maker and Gaffleon.
I'm surprised at the 1, Lafitte, Widmark, not taking more money. Not often you see a white horse on the racetrack.
Surprised you don't get mistaken for Jonathan Thomas more often. That can't be the first time that's happened. Can't be. Widmark, 24-1 outsider. Janet Derschmidt debuting homebred.
Yeah, this is a big shot, but white horse. It does say white. 2-year-old gelding here, Trevor McCarthy in the irons.
Easy to spot. A Secretary of War major contender.
Drew well down towards the inside, has a race over the racetrack, should be able to save some ground and have at least a good trip.
Master Sergeant, 5th in his first race, day 2 of the meet.
Yeah, blinkers will go on. Kendrick Carmouche, so a couple different changes here at 18-1.
The thrill of victory somewhere. Jim McKay is smiling.
Outworked in a turf work back on August 14th. Mike Maker only 8% with first-time starters, 2 turns, 2-year-olds on the turf routing.
I hope that colt turns out to be a real good one. Leota.
Yeah, this is a great son of Destin. Rosario was on before. Now blinkers will go on and not getting the price.
Let's go Big Blue, Bill Parcells.
Yeah, a couple works back, worked on the turf with that horse that Paulie loves, 02, 03, 04, 65, 78.
8, 6, 7. Ulimaloo, Julian Leperoux, Kenny McPeak won with a 2-year-old yesterday. Clear the deck.
I lost way too many Jenny's numbers. 9-1, Julian Leperoux.
El Quemado, Spanish speakers, the burnt one. Ho-hum first try.
I love it when there's a Spanish name and Lafitte gets to flex his muscles. Rudy not going great at the meet. This horse didn't show much last time.
Opportunities few and far between, JK, few and far between. Provision, second at 20-1 in his debut.
Yeah, this horse ran big. I'm usually using Provision with an A and the L at the end when I'm golfing.
Barry the Builder, second at 2 for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, drawn poorly outside. Gets Flavian Pratt. I guess that's a little bit of a plus, but doesn't seem to have a whole lot of turf screaming from the pedigree.
Pratt, who's picked up both of Joel Rosario's mounts. Rosario not riding today, feeling ill. Look forward to seeing him back tomorrow at the Spa. Another look at Thrill of Victory. First-time starter by Belmont runner-up Destin. That's Tyler Gaffleon. Of course, Gaffleon just won a big 2-turn grass race. The Arlington Million last Saturday at Churchill Downs with Santine, Gary. And how can you tell when a young rider is really figuring out turf racing?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think he's had turf racing figured out here for about 5-6 years when I was still getting after, when I was still riding. But he's really perfecting it at this point in time. Think about Tyler. He doesn't have a particular style. He does everything very well. Horses leave the gate for him good. He's got great hands. He can get horses to relax for him. He sees the race very well while it's developing in front of him. He knows pace well, and you need all those things to ride a good turf race.
On a 9-1 shot here, Tyler Gaffleon, another Grade 1 win for Godolphin in the States, like an assembly line. Tom, what did you come up with in this 6th race, first leg of the late pick 5?
Well, when you take these young horses that some have never been on the turf, some have never run, and you're trying to figure out whether they're usable in a race, I guess, obviously you're looking at the board, seeing what the money is showing, and of all those horses, it falls on the 6, Let's Go Big Blue. But there's not a lot of turf pedigree there. Siblings 0 for 7 on the grass, Mom 0 for 1 on the grass. To me, this race comes down to the 2 horses with experience, the 2 Secretary of War and the 9 Provision. Provision beats Secretary of War, but we coin a phrase, trainers do. When a horse runs the first time, we feel like the rider's getting used to the horse. We call it the test drive. And Secretary of War got the test drive from Manny Franco last time. Broke sharp. He decided to take him back off the pace. didn't really ride in the last part of the race, wasn't going to get there for first. I think that race is going to help him a lot for the second start. So I think Secretary of War, the 2-horse, turns the tables on Provision, the 9-horse, and look for Secretary of War to be a lot closer to the pace today than he was in his opening debut.
Both at 2-1, that good number 2 post position. Maggie liked what she saw in the paddock. Secretary of War. Maggie, right next door will be Master Sergeant, currently 20-1 an outsider.
And Lafitte, as we have been discussing and seeing results with regards to this inner turf course, that inside and sometimes speed trips do prove to be successful. And while I'm not the biggest fan of what I saw from Master Sergeant in the paddock, I wish he was carrying a bit more flesh and conditioning. He's a little bit of a lighter framed individual, but with that being said, he's fit. And 2, I like that physicality when they're trying to stretch out in distance, as he has a short, very short cup cheater blinker with Kendrick Carmucha aboard, who, yes, he's not a send everything rider, but he is a seize the bull by the horns type of rider. If nobody else is going to go, he's going to control. And you have to like the fact that he has experience in that last start going the flat 5 at Monmouth. He just seemed green. He was kind of running with his head in the air, and he just stayed on evenly, much like a horse that wants more ground. And he's 20-1, as we'll take a look at a 28-1 shot. And Lafitte, you can maybe translate for us. El Quemado, what does that mean? We saw Cloud Computing win on the turf here the other day, and this one on the bottom side does have a little bit of turf pedigree. Remember the Dam Sundays and Meese. And he looks like a turf horse. And last time he just seemed green early on. He was kind of bobbling, and it took him a while to get his feet underneath of him. And Jose Gomez sticks around. And Jose, too, is learning to ride the turf much better, acting up a little bit as you see the cotton in his ears. He has a short cup cheater blinker, and I think that blinker is intended to get this horse a little bit more forwardly placed. He is obviously getting a bit more sharp than he was in his debut as they approach the gate.
Jose Gomez, Maggie, what a moment yesterday. A first stakes victory at Saratoga. El Quemado, the burnt one. If you're a defensive back, a safety, a corner, that's like not the nickname you want. You don't want them calling you El Quemado. Jose Gomez.
You do if you're playing wide receiver.
That's right.
I got to clear something up here.
All right, what are you clearing up?
I did a typo when I was sending in my picks to our producer, Bobby, and I had the 9 and the 4 both marked down, and I sent 4. So I'm not changing my. I have the 9 in my mind, especially what Maggie was saying about the 4-horse, the thrill of victory in the paddock. She said he looks like he's going to need one. I'm going to believe that, and I think the 9 doesn't get the tables turned by Secretary of War today.
A little head-to-head.
I'm used to that. I mean, the 4's a cinch now. We all know that, right?
Oh, automatic.
He could blow us both out.
Automatic. Provision towards the outside. Filing into the gate, up over $1 million for the late pick 5 on this eve of the Alabama. Welcome back, John Ambriow, standing by with the call, race 6, live Saratoga.
And they're off. Very slow start for number 10, Barry the Builder, and he trails the field. Out for the lead is a Secretary of War, and Master Sergeant is racing in second with Ulumalu next in third, and on the outside Provision is in fourth. And then it is Leota who is running in fifth as they go into the clubhouse turn. And going wide there was Ulumalu. That affected Provision. Up front, it is Secretary of War, the leader here by a little more than a length, with Master Sergeant running in second, and Leota is next in third. And then comes the Thrill of Victory, who's in fourth as they reach the backstretch now. On the outside is a Provision, next in fifth. A break of 2 to El Quemado, who's in sixth. Now on the outside moving up is Barry the Builder. And then we come back to the trailer there, who is Widmark. The half-mile went in 48 1/5 seconds as the field goes into the turn with Secretary of War holding on to the lead here. And Provision has now moved up on the outside. Leota is third. Barry the Builder continues to gain on the extreme outside. And farther back, it is Ulumalu. Down on the hedge is Master Sergeant. On the outside Gaining some ground there is a Barry the Builder. As the field comes through the stretch, Secretary of War holding on to the lead here. On the outside and gaining ground is Let's Go Big Blue. Let's Go Big Blue has surged to the front here. Provision is in second. Let's Go Big Blue wins first time out. Provision was second. Then Barry the Builder, Secretary of War, faded to fourth.
Bill Parcells, Let's Go Big Blue. Accelerating late. Eric Cancel, 9-2 to kick off this late pick 5, and there is two-time Super Bowl winning head coach Bill Parcells on his way to the Saratoga winner circle.
Yeah, and that was impressive for a first-time starter to finish up like that in the last eighth of a mile. And I'll tell you what, Provision, who wound up second there, was very unlucky. He had a brutal trip going into the first turn. Horse inside of him was getting out bad, hit him in his horse in the rear end, Provision's rear end, and kind of turned him sideways. A lot of stuff going on, lost a lot of ground, but I thought he was done with his race. Your horse, Tom, Secretary of War, he got a good trip. Looked like he was home until you started riding him the last 16th of a mile.
Well, you know, he's pretty aggressive out of the gate.
He was
kind of
very
started
aggressive.
throwing his head around a little bit, and the pace was legit, 47 1/5 for the half. Didn't give you a lot of confidence on who was on the front end. Set up to close, but that first time started, Let's Go Big Blue. Very good finish on the outside, best of the top two, and you might want to give Provision another chance. He got in trouble in the first turn, got pushed out wide. He definitely had a bad trip.
Let's Go Big Blue. Wrong lead, J.K. Polly at that stage. Then he switches, and like Mark Bavaro out there rolling across the finish line first.
Yeah, during the backside, I looked at J.K. I said, the 6 is absolutely loaded. And Eric had to choose where he wanted to go, J.K., and then the horse started getting green on him, lugging in, but he was going by horses on the wrong lead.
Yeah, no, he did get a little green, but you can expect that from a first-time starter sometimes. They're all out there just trying to figure it all out. I will tell you that I'm, extremely happy for Coach Parcells, and he's a huge supporter of this game. He's obviously a legend in his own previous career. We have to respect that as well. But I've said it once, I'll say it again, and I'll continue to say it. Every time George Weaver wins a race here, I cannot be happier for him, Cindy, and Ben.
Yeah, I'm with you. And this 2-year-old gelding has got a future, Lafitte. The way that he did it green, there's still a ton of improvement. And how about that? Parcells has been in the winner's circle a couple times. Francesa, that winner's circle's been star-studded all meet.
For major sports figures, and oh, by the way, Houston Astro third baseman, two-time All-Star Alex Bregman, with a shot in the Skidmore later on this evening, Cadillac Candy. They'll be watching from the clubhouse in Atlanta, the Astros and Alex Bregman. But first, this victory for Coach Parcells. Let's Go Big Blue. 6-9, 10-2 in the 6th at Saratoga. When we come back, 8 days until the Run Happy Travers Epicenter. He will be there. Statement win in the Jim Dandy. Cyberknife coming into his own. Haskell winner. And Charge It, who likes to run up the score. 23-length winner in the Dwyer as the countdown continues to the Run Happy Travers.
The best.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years, doing the usual, unusually well. Hold all tickets. Maggie, a flag on the field. What's going on?
I love how you can, go across sports and use the analogy for football to horse racing, and that's true. Doesn't hurt to be George Weaver. As we just heard, the results will stand, but I did catch up with Eric Cancel, who said, yes, he did bump Provision with Let's Go Big Blue, but that the horse was just so green. It wasn't, Eric trying to impede his rival. It was more the fact that it was just a horse being green, and the fact that he cleared away from Provision, I think, led to the result standing, Lafitte.
Weaver running 1-2. Maggie, thanks so much. 6-9-10-2. Let's go Big Blue. Take a look at the head-on with Eric Cancel, the winning pilot. Gary, what were they looking at?
Well, this is the first time I've watched the head-on, but the horse was in his wrong lead. He was leaning in under that right-handed pressure, and I didn't see him get together on. He was going by, and it might have cost. It probably cost Let's Go Big Blue as much as it did the 9-horse Provision. I can see why they claimed the foul and everything, but Coach said put that hanky back in your pocket.
Provision's like, what are you doing? We share a barn, man. George Weaver 1-2 in the 6th race. And owned by Bill Parcells, standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Always an absolute pleasure to catch up with the legend that is the coach, Bill Parcells. And Bill, Let's Go Big Blue. To name this horse that, you had to have liked what you had seen, obviously, when you purchased him and throughout his training here with George Weaver.
Well, yeah, we got him down at the Timonium sale, and along with the horse that won about a week ago, Maple Leaf Mel. So, to have two 2-year-olds and come in and win first time, you got to be elated, and I am.
Go back to Maple Leaf Mel. She devastated her competition. Very promising New York bred filly.
Well, that was then. We'll see what happens when they start punching back.
I like that, Coach. Now talk about this horse with George Weaver. I mean, he ran like a wildebeest through the stretch.
Well, thank you. I have another Cairo Prince that's on the grass named Play Action Pass down in Kentucky, and he's been doing pretty well down there. And so we saw this one. We liked that other one, and when we saw this Cairo, we decided to go ahead and try for him.
They like the turf, to say the least. Coach, can I ask you a favor? Can I get a Let's Go Big Blue from you?
Let's go Big Blue. That's right.
Whoop, whoop. Back to you, Lafitte.
How great was that? Bill Parcells, Maple Leaf Mel. No joke. She was absolutely devastating in her debut, New York bred 2-year-old filly.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think Coach said it well. When you come to Saratoga, horse, trainer, jockey, you're going to taste some blood. It's hard up here, and you're going to get punched in the face a few times. All of us are. So when she gets somebody that swings back, we'll see what happens. But,
like a coach, knowing, it's like that one was easier. We'll see what happens
again
moving forward. And George Weaver running 1-2 in that 6th race to kick off the late Big 5 here at Saratoga. Stakes racing coming up this week from Saturday, the Run Happy Travers, Saratoga's marquee event, and shaping up is just that. Possibles look like that. Big name after big name. Derby winners, Preakness winners, rapidly improving 3-year-olds. Leader of the division, Epicenter Gary, Jim Dandy winner, breezing on Monday with Clairiere, Epicenter inside. What's he showing you?
Same thing he's been showing me all spring, but a little more maturity. He's very focused, very relaxed here right now, and that's Clairiere. Pretty good filly that he's working with, multiple Grade 1 winner. And this is just a tandem work. Steve likes to work all of his horses in company. The odd one he'll work by themselves, but They just go about their business. They had a long gallop out after this 5/8 of a mile work in a minute and some change, but he's doing everything right now, and he showed that maturity when he won the Jim Dandy the way that he did.
After the Jim Dandy, Tom, you said to the head of the class, do you expect him to stay there?
I absolutely do. For Epicenter, it was all about his speed when he was getting ready for the Kentucky Derby, and he used it well, and he was favored in the Kentucky Derby, but he didn't come through that day, and he also didn't come through in the Preakness. After that, they've changed his style. He's a horse that now wants to romp on the end, let them beat each other up on the front and then finish on the end. That's going to serve him well as we go further in distance. The Run Happy Travers at 1.25 miles. This is right up his alley, and this converted 3-year-old is at the head of the class, deservedly so. I look for him to stay there.
We were convinced, Gary, he would be in the mix, aggressively ridden in the Jim Dandy. Joel Rosario had other ideas, and Steve Asmussen pointed out how impressed he was with just how relaxed Epicenter was back there off the pace.
Yeah, well, it wasn't, turns out, it wasn't Joel's idea. It was Steve Asmussen's idea. Completely caught me off guard because Steve was sort of upset he wasn't closer in the Preakness Stakes, but he told Joel, he said, look, he said, our main goal is the Travers. He said, let him relax early on, make sure he's finishing. He said, we don't have to get it done today. I expect him to run big. Joel sat back there, rode him with a lot of confidence, and it's been tough to close into these 1 1/8 races. He did it easily. I was totally surprised when I saw him at the back of the pack in the Jim Dandy that day.
Epicenter still looking for that signature win. A Travers victory would suffice. Polly, JK, and then you have Charge It, 23-length winner of the Dwyer. Like, how dangerous is he in the Travers?
Paulie, it's hard to win by 23 lengths. I don't care what kind of race it is, what kind of horse
100%.
you are. To win by 23 is not easy. Look, he's got to kind of prove it to us one more time.
Yeah.
I don't want to say prove it. Show it to us one more time. He kind of proved how good he was in the last race, but he ran fast, and the speed figure was fast as well.
Well, he's always been talented, and I finally think that maybe he's grown up. So, you know, the old Wedding Crashers line, little boys grows up, or it just seems like he has, as he's grown up a little bit. And this, I get it. A lot of people are going to be like, okay, this was a one-turn race. He crushed a field that was maybe not that good behind him, but he did it in such a great fashion. And whenever Todd Pletcher has a horse like this that wins like this, wow, it's tough to look in the form and pass up, isn't it?
Well, that's the one thing about Todd. I know for a while there was that whole Derby cloud hanging over his head. But during that run, before Super Saver and before Always Dreaming and so on and so forth, his horses always progressed and had careers after the Triple Crown. So a horse like Charge It, who wasn't very productive during the Triple Crown, he's still going to improve. Think Vino Rosso, right? Wasn't
Palace Malice. Yeah.
The list is very long of the horses that continue to improve. So if you look at it that way, and we saw Charge It do what he just did, he's supposed to get better. And if he does get better, they're all in trouble. This is a fast horse, and I think he'll continue to progress. Like I said, he's got to prove it to us again. Who did he beat? I get that. But he beat the clock pretty fast. Maggie? Cyberknife? In the Haskell?
This is a horse that, as you guys were mentioning, you know, you have your early 3-year-olds, and then sometimes you have your later 3-year-olds that go on to continue to improve. And Cyberknife, he could be on that upward trajectory. I know he won the Arkansas Derby emphatically, and then he lost his way a bit in the Kentucky Derby, but then he went on to win the Matt Winn and obviously the Grade 1 Haskell subsequently, as he'll come in for this Travers off of the back of a work that we saw here last Saturday. He worked 101 at flat. He did have exercise rider E.J. Bowler aboard him. He sat 3 lengths off of Supremacy, who is an upper level allowance type of horse, and easily got to him by the quarter pole. You'll see him open up as they near the wire here, and he gallops out really well. I like the way that he is moving over this Saratoga track, as he'll try it here for the first time in the Travers. And 2, he's a horse that they have said throughout his career that the physical is there, and believe me, it is there for this son of Gun Runner. He's just exquisitely put together and nicely balanced, but between the ears is what they've had to work on, and it seems as though Brad Cox and his team have really gotten this horse to settle and put it all on the racetrack, Lafitte.
And perhaps at just the right time for Cyberknife. And that impressive move at the top of the stretch in the Haskell, that agility, Gary, and perhaps Cyberknife as he continues to improve and mixing it up with some of the best 3-year-olds in the country, where championship implications still very much alive, this chase for a sophomore championship.
Yeah, look, Cyberknife in the Haskell, when he made that move to the inside of the final 3/16 of a mile, sliced through a tight hole on the rail, showed me a lot of maturity, and the acceleration was something that I hadn't seen from him prior to the Haskell, so he did take a big step forward.
Good enough to run with the likes of Epicenter? To beat Epicenter? Is he a threat in your eyes?
I think you'd be foolish not to take a shot at this big purse and a chance to cement who is going to go into the fall as the top 3-year-old in the country. I think you have to go.
Brad Cox looking to go back-to-back in the Travers, of course, last year with Essential Quality, Belmont, Travers, 3-year-old championship. We'll see about Cyberknife on Saturday. Just 8 days away. Next Saturday, Run Happy Travers is on Fox. Saratoga's signature race, the Midsummer Derby. Championship implications very real. The Travers next Saturday on Fox. Fast turf sprinters, so who's fastest? Maybe crowding out? Current favorite at 2-1, 13 minutes out. The 7th from Saratoga on this eve of the Alabama, next on Saratoga Live.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making tradition, a tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, and multiple Grade 1 winner City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratner and takes the lead.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga where I normally watch gate works on the main track. So I saw a horse load up in the gate and just, decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33 and 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
When we did run him in the afternoon, he did not disappoint.
Now
Nashville. First time out, much the best.
Spicedown was a super fast horse, phenomenal stallion, and certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Rolling on by those Nashville, much the best here this afternoon.
Like my old boss Wayne Lucas always said, you can't coach speed.
All alone as he turns for home. Nashville under no stress whatsoever, never asked for a thing, track record.
His Perryville was fast enough to win the Breeders' Cup.
It's Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
You can train some stamina into some horses, but there's nothing like that natural gift of speed.
He was exciting. Nashville. Can't teach speed is right. This is Saratoga Live, late pit 4 on tap. Horses in the paddock for the 7th. Live look at the leading rider, Arad Ortiz. You'll see him. Looking at tractors. There he is. Arad Ortiz. Yeah, cue those WinStar jockey standings, Gary. It's probably too early to say. Like, time is running out, but we're getting there.
Yeah, we've got just a couple weeks of racing after this weekend is over with. But Joel, Luis Saez, one win apart from them. With the lead, it's this light at the end of the tunnel is diminishing right now. It's getting, the gap is not closing, but the lights are turning off.
Live stakes mounts tomorrow as well. Dolce Zell, Lake Placid, Miss J. McKay, Smart and Fancy, and Nest in the Alabama. We check in with Maggie.
We'll take a look at the inside runner here. A gray filly by American Freedom, who I can't say is the most influential turf sire as of yet, but Freedom Speaks is trying that surface for the first time. And looking at her, I do think she'll like it, which it's a good indication that she liked the Tapeta at Gulfstream Park first time out, where she won emphatically, bet down heavily that day too. And she's a big girl. I mean, you know, I like her overall physicality. I mean, she is strong looking. I appreciate what I'm seeing from her physically, and she's aggressive here in the paddock. She does have that tactical speed. She'll look to be using it here from her inside post position as she makes her first start for trainer Jeremiah Engelhart. As we'll move on to number 2, American Starlet. She has mostly faced boys in her career. She's only faced the fillies once, and it was in a stake race going the flat 5 at Gulfstream. And it feels as though trainer Wesley Ward has been targeting 5 furlong races because she is a bit on the smaller, handier side. She's also fairly quick when she wants to be. She wasn't quite quick enough, or maybe she just didn't take to the track, as we've seen many horses do over that Churchill Downs turf course. And by June, it was on its way to being suspended. So that was when it wasn't in its best condition. So willing to give her a pass there. I like the fact that she gets back in against her own sex, and she looks fairly fit here coming back for Wesley. So I would love to see her aggressively handled by Johnny Velasquez, in which he was the last time he rode her. Christophe Clement sends out 2 in here. Number 4, American Heroine. She's turning back from the 2-turn 7.5. She does get Lasix, this daughter of Warfront, in which they paid over $1 million for. She is the full sister to a stallion, Air Force Blue, obviously very proficient on the turf. I actually don't mind her turning back. It's the first time I'm seeing her. Obviously, she's only raced in South Florida. She's small. She's small. She's compact. She's built more like a sprinter. I wish there was maybe a little bit more forward energy. You know, you'd like to see that aggressive nature when they are turning back in distance. But as far as the layoff is concerned, she's ready to go here. I think it's an interesting spot for her, as she's a generous 11-1. But Christophe Clement does send out a proven turf sprinter, and that is number 10, Osaraya. As she was 4th last time up here at the meet, going the 5.5, unable to sustain her early speed. She does get blinkers on, a shortcut cheater blinker, and albeit despite running 3 times at an IRA racetrack, this is the first time I'm seeing her in the flesh. And I like what I see. This filly looks more like a colt. She's big, she's strong, she carries her conditioning. Lafitte, as I head across the paddock, sorry, it's the second time I did that to you guys today. She is my cup of tea. As Paulie and JK, how do you see this one playing out?
Well, Maggie, I don't really like tea. I don't think it's very delicious. It just kind of tastes like dirty water.
Well, you don't dress like a tea and crumpets guy, so I could see that.
No, makes sense. Turf sprints, they're tough to me, man. I always try to lean on horses I think are going to be forward, and I couldn't really nail one down here. I spread multi-race bets. I thought the outside with the 10 Osaria was interesting, but also the Wesley Ward trainee, the 2 American Starlet.
Yeah, I thought the 2 was interesting. The 1 leaving Wesley Ward, the 9, and I think this horse right here, Freedom Speaks.
There she is, 4-1, third start, and as many surfaces.
Yeah, in the work over the turf track, that 48 over the dogs is cruising, and reportedly was very good.
American Starlet, Johnny V seeking a third.
2 races back, Wesley Ward thought she was talented enough to run against the boys at Keeneland.
Neon Summer eased at this level last month.
You know what? Her last start before that was good when they had the blinkers on and just everything went amiss. Maybe she'll run a little bit better today.
American Heroine, gotta love those Sunday Silence colors.
She's pretty slow early, going longer. I wonder how far back she'll be today.
Maybe not as popular in New York as in California. Crowding out, graduated here July 20th.
Actually rated off the pace. It just got up in the last jump. 2-1, trying winners for the first time. I would probably pass there.
Tuscan Queen, second at this level last month.
Probably the one you want out of that July 24th race. She was wide chasing in that race, ran well.
Number 7, Chironi, Princess Silmar's owner, Ed Stanko.
Yeah, it is, right? And this is a horse that's had a little bit of trouble at the gate last time, cutting back in distance, did not run well. Gets out of the gate better, could have a chance here at 11-1.
Naysay at 10-1. She's been spoiled, spending time with Wesley Ward and Bill Mott, and she is on the engine.
Yeah, she's probably going to be on the engine. This one used to be in the Wesley Ward barn, but Bill Mott's barn's been rolling, and so is Jose Lascano.
Osiria, blinkers on, representing outside speed.
And last time she was stuck inside. Now she's outside. I think this is a much better trip, second off of a short break. I expect her to run much better in here, and I love the price at 6-1. I think I ultimately picked the 2, but I think the 10 is very attractive at 6-1.
Time for the late pick 4, post time 2 minutes. Get another look at American Starlet. Johnny Velasquez aboard, 2 wins thus far. Tomorrow he'll ride Goddess of Fire in the Alabama Gary. It got us to thinking just how good has Johnny V been in Saratoga's biggest races. Travers, Whitney, Alabama, 4-star Dave, Diana, Coaching Club, American Oaks. 30 combined wins. 30 in Saratoga's biggest races over the years. It's unreal.
It is unreal, and he continues on. I mean, he's just a machine. He had the fall last week, and he bounced back from it Saturday at Churchill Downs. He never missed a race there that he was named on. I came into the parking lot on Sunday afternoon, and parking attendant, he said, you can park in Johnny V's parking spot. He took the day off today. I don't blame him. Took him a day to get the bumps and bruises taken care of, but he's back at it, and he is so fit that, you know, when your fitness level is at that and you fall at 44 miles an hour, we don't bounce like we did when we were in our 20s, but we still bounce. Well, I don't bounce anymore. He still bounces.
Tom, if you bumped into someone who hadn't watched a horse race in their life, and maybe they're going to Saratoga, and maybe they hear us talking about Johnny Velasquez all the time, what makes him special? What do you think he does best as a rider? What separates him over the years?
He's got one of the best clocks in his head of any of the riders out here. He knows all the tricks of the trade in terms of how to ride not only his horse, but to how to ride the vulnerabilities of some of the competition he's running against. And you combine that with understanding pace really, really well. I mean, that takes serious, serious talent to be able to do that. So I would say that he's the consummate rider in the saddle, and he represents the jockeys very, very well. He's a great ambassador to racing out of the saddle.
JK and Paul, Johnny Velasquez, the jockey the jockeys look up to.
Yeah, that's key. When you think of Johnny, you also think of the guy sitting on the other side, Gary and Mike, and those guys have always sort of been the guys that the younger guys go to, JK. And when I think of John Velasquez, I think of him as not a mini Jerry Bailey. I put him in the same class as Jerry Bailey because it seems like wherever you look on the form, where Johnny's V's horse is going to lay, he always has that horse in that right position. I think that's what makes him a champion jockey.
Yeah, I used to hear this in rap music all the time, but Johnny V is your favorite jockey's favorite jockey.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. That's actually good. Yeah.
And you know, he's always in the right spots because he's been in so many spots.
That's true. Yeah.
You know, he finds himself forward. He trained for, he rode for Todd Pletcher for so long, and then Todd had all these great horses that were fast and found themselves in position. I love Johnny on a speed horse. He always seems to kind of find himself in that right position, very similar to my friend on the other set, Gary Stevens.
Gary?
Thank you, J.K.
Rendered him speechless, J.K.
Did. That doesn't happen very often. I think you make a great point, though, riding for Todd Pletcher for all these years with these good horses. And I was fortunate enough that I did it for multiple trainers, starting out with Wayne Lucas, the Laz Barreras, Bobby Frankel and stuff. And when you get to sit on that kind of horse flash throughout your career, you learn what is good, what's not good, what you can expect from the better horses, especially early on in their career when they're getting the first, second races and knowing how good they are or can be and working towards a future possibly Grade 1 winner or Classic winner.
Maggie, what's good? What are you seeing?
Well, just going on the conversation, when you talk about trainers, too, I'm sure Tom can elaborate on this. You always just feel a bit more confident when you're leading over a good horse, as Gary was saying, because they know their job and they show up for you. It's a lot tougher to train a quote-unquote bad horse. As speaking of trainers, number 9, Nay Say, watching this horse's workout, says she does come out of a race in which I questioned the overall quality, and she was the favorite that day. She was very wide throughout, which didn't help her, but going back to her work on XBTV 2 back on August 4th, she was still with Wesley Ward. So if you're betting this on a trainer change, which I think it's a kind of a lateral trainer change, don't, because I don't think that Bill Mott's had her that long. She got very revved up on the racetrack, just too nervous for my liking. But again, Lafitte, I always don't want to be too harsh on a horse that is a generous price of 11-1.
Big number, 11-1 as they file in. 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Big purse, $115,000. Johnny I standing by, kicking off the late pick 4. Post time for the 7th at Saratoga.
They're in the gate. And they're off. American Starlet away well and out for the lead as a Neon Summer now moves up. It is American Starlet and Neon Summer. They are heads apart for the lead. And from the outside, Osiria has gotten good position there in 3rd. Freedom Speaks down on the inside, runs in 4th, and then is crowding out next in 5th, followed by American Heroine in 6th position. As they move around the far turn. Up front, it is American Starlet leading Neon Summer with Osiria next in 3rd. Down at the rail is a Freedom Speaks running in 4th. Crowding out is on the outside in 5th. Then is Naysay, who appeared to bobble there just a bit, followed by American Heroine. Then comes a Tuscan Queen, and at the back is a Caironi, and the field is now in the stretch. And on the outside, here comes Freedom Speaks up to challenge American Starlet. It is American Starlet. Freedom Speaks on the outside. Freedom Speaks has taken the lead. American Starlet, late move here from Tuscan Queen. Freedom Speaks is the winner. A photo for second between Tuscan Queen and American Starlet.
Live on the tote board and performs accordingly. Freedom Speaks, 10-1 on the morning line, 3-1. Victorious in the 7th race, kicking off this pick 4 at Saratoga. Wow.
And another win for Manny Franco's having a great meet up here, Saratoga. Set a sweet trip there and just runs down. The American Starlet ran huge. Johnny doing everything he could to encourage her to carry on, but look, in the final strides, this is all Freedom Speaks.
Pace was hot in this race, you guys. American Starlet was able to hold off early Neon Summer and Osiria, the 10 horse, who are all very, very fast early, and I think it helped this horse, American Starlet, last, but it also set up somebody to close. Freedom Speaks, first time on the turf today in an actual race, showed he really likes it. She really likes it.
J.K. and Paul, 2 words. They knew.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who they is, but no, I do know who they is, actually. It's all the people that are smarter than most of us most of the time. This is a situation where I want to look. Obviously, Freedom Speaks ran huge, bet down from a morning line. let's not get carried away. Morning lines are predictions of what is going to happen. You don't ever know how the public is going to bet. This horse did get bet down from the morning line, and we have one of the best morning line makers out there. But I want to commend Johnny V. He tried as hard as he possibly could to see American Starlet to home here. She was tired, and he just waited and waited and waited as long as he possibly could.
No, I agree with you 100%. Listen, he went 21-3 and still hung around for second. I thought the two ran tremendous. Freedom Speaks has got that pocket trip, and that last work, Lafitte, we've been talking about with the dogs up on the turf course. You can see Jeremiah Engelhardt there for a split second. The works have been in the 50s because the dogs, when we talk about dogs, when they work over dogs on a turf course, they're cones. So what happens is they're on the outside of the turf course, so the times are usually very slow. This horse worked 48 flat around the dog, so I guess he showed himself in the morning.
Tipped her hand, Paul. First start with Maya Engelhardt. A win on synthetic, a win on grass. Freedom Speaks. That's impressive, the acceleration late.
Very much, and I think Paul hit it on a good point. You know, when a horse can work that quickly, having used the outer part of the turf course, and obviously the circumference is much wider than it would be in a regular half mile, 48 is a very, very fast work.
Trainer Maya Engelhardt, Gary, having a solid summer at Saratoga.
Really is. Talk about people that brought the right horses up here and stuck with it, and Maya's brought the right horses. He's having a fine meet.
Carol Reitman, winning owner. And they pointed out American Starlet carving out those fast fractions and hanging around. Like John Velasquez with 2 wins thus far and nearly pulling off another one in race number 7 here. Apparently, Tom Amoss has better things to do than hang out with us like saddle horses in the upcoming stakes race. Tom, how you feeling going into this one with Misty Vale, again, who's been great claim?
Well, look, I know I'm up against it. I know that this is very much a quality field, but if there's an advantage that my horse, Misty Vale, the 2-horse, has in this race, it's that there's not a lot of early speed. So the idea would be for my horse to make the lead, save a lot of energy, save a lot of gas in the tank, and then whenever I starts making their late run, maybe I have enough gas left to fend them off. That's going to be the game plan.
Like you are coming back, right?
I'll come back.
You're not running the race.
Well, you know, sometimes if I talk to the rider afterwards, you would think I was running the race. And that's where problems start.
Best of luck, Tom. He's stepping aside. We're staying right here as coverage continues on Saratoga Live in this eve of the Alabama. There she is, top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the country. Nest in the form of her career. Odds-on favorite in the Alabama. That championship, that title within reach.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Single-day tickets for Saratoga Racecourse are on sale now. Secure your seats in the clubhouse or grandstand, Miller Time 4-Star Dave Sports Bar, or Pick 6 Vodka Picnic Paddock. Experience the excitement through Labor Day. Buy now at Naira.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
with us on Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Hillendale out of Lapa. About Freedom Speaks, now 2 of 3. Started out in Florida, now with Maya Engelhart here in New York. Maggie pointed out how big she was in the paddock, Maggie, and she ran big on the track.
So professional, taking to the turf beautifully, and so pleased to be joined by Maya Engelhart as well as Eli Engelhart. Eli, 2 pictures in a row, man. You were down here with the coach earlier.
I'm very happy to go with Coach, and let's go Big Blue!
Yes! I got 2 on the show! Maya, it's a good thing he looks like your wife.
That's true. I was telling him he's the one that has more of a face for television. Mine is more for radio.
Well, as coach will be saying, everybody's eating cheese today.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
But Freedom Speaks, she was just so impressive, taking to the turf so beautifully. I know maybe not the most overwhelming pedigree, but you had to like what you saw from her working on the turf last time.
Yeah, this is a filly Heather Coots had this winter and asked if I would take her up here for the owner, and she's done a lot of work with her, and Warren was kind enough to send her up to me, and it just worked out very well. When Manny worked on the turf, I kind of really liked the way she got over it, and you know, it might have been a blessing in disguise that she didn't get in the stake that day, and we were able to come back in this spot, and just thought Heather and the team did a really nice job with her.
And Heather, exercise rider for you, used to be with George Weaver's been a staple here at Saratoga. And speaking of Saratoga, you chose to keep all of your horses up here this spring. We see you having a fine meet. Maya, has that led to some success, just having the horses here and settled?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm not having to do as much traveling. I got 5 kids, and I coach football too, so I can pay a lot of more attention to the horses and the kids and family, and makes it a lot easier on me and my wife Robin a lot happier too. So.
It's so good to see you guys out here, and Eli, you definitely won Best Interview today. Thank you.
So you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Mike, congrats.
Thanks, Maggie.
Freedom Speaks. Well, she was impressive, and just another win tally to the Engelhart Barn success, Lafitte.
Eli killed it, Maggie. Maya Engelhart coaches dudes to hit each other, right? Football coach a little bit, trains horses to run fast, and Freedom Speaks today. Turned it on late. Now a winner on 2 different services in Dedican grass.
No, that was impressive today. Getting on the turf for the first time in the afternoon, doing what she did. I was very, very impressed.
Big effort, American Starlet. Now the racing gets serious. First of 2 stakes races, Summer Colony for fillies and mares yet to win a graded stakes race this year. Mile and an 1/8. Number 5, First to Act, the early favorite, 2-1, about 23 minutes out. When we return, she's at a crossroads, isn't she? As much as she's accomplished, Kentucky Oaks winner, Secret Oath. But this is a what have you done for me lately sport, perhaps more so than any other. Big moment for her in tomorrow's Grade 1 Alabama.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
You're watching Saratoga Live. It's always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Downtown Saratoga. Broadway is going to be humming this weekend. Great restaurants, pubs, shopping, entertainment, something for everyone. About a mile from the racetrack. Here at the racetrack, it is time for the Woodchuck Stakes preview. Tomorrow's Grade 1, 142nd running of the Alabama. Here's the field, 7 deep, 3-year-old fillies, mile and a quarter, $600,000 purse. Number 4, Nest, 1-2 morning line favorite. Our crew went back and did a little barnstorming, Gary. Let's meet the field in post-position order. That is Scratch Cat, Kentucky Invader, trained by Phil Bauer, owned by Rigney Racing.
Yeah, and this is a horse. I mean, Phil Bauer has come in with some horses that have just been running out of their skin. Now, this is a filly by Arrogate that's going to have to really, really improve. Julian Leperoux gets aboard for a hot barn.
Gary, Paul, I got you guys confused. Number 2, Goddess of Fire, second in the opening day Wilton Stakes. These fillies a lot better than those fillies.
Yes, you're right, Lafitte. She's going to have to get faster if she wants to win this race, but I understand why she's here. Getting Grade 1 placing for a filly like this is very, very valuable.
Absolutely. Team Malathot, trained by Todd Fletcher, ridden by Johnny Velasquez. Gerrymander, Mother Goose winner at Belmont late June. Fresh and dangerous.
Yeah, she's dangerous. She's won at 6 furlongs. She's won in a mile. She's won in a mile 16th. She's never run around 2 turns. Now she's got to conquer the mile and a quarter and conquer 2 pretty darn good fillies.
She's alert. 12 years since Joel Rosario won his lone Alabama blind luck. There is Nest, division leader, 2-time Grade 1 winner, strictly the one to beat.
They better bring their running shoes. We saw what she did in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Let me tell you something a little bit scary. She's better going longer. Uh-oh.
Real scary. And for Todd Fletcher, seeking a 4th win in the Alabama. Number 5 is Nostalgic. Godolphin homebred, distant 3rd in that CCA Oaks.
Yeah, she was a distant 3rd, but, you know, she's a filly that has been improving, and I think she actually, I don't think she could beat Ness. I think she could be a player here underneath in the exactest.
Jose Ortiz, Bill Mott teamed up in 2017 to win the Alabama with Elate. Number 6 is She's Keen. This is Brad Kelly's Calumet Farm. Like, again, never afraid to run in a big spot.
Yeah, I told you how Goddess of Fire trying to pick up some black type Grade 1 placing. I'd imagine the same for She's Keen. The problem is She's Keen's only win was wire to wire. Nest likes to go wire to wire. Good luck.
By Keen Ice, 2015's Travers Spoiler. Number 7, there she is, Secret Oath, Breland Farm homebred, Kentucky Oaks winner.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are dismissing this filly, thinking, okay, Ness beat her by a lot of lengths last time out, but you know what? She might have needed that race. She hadn't run since the Preakness, and I know Gary will tell you she's probably going to improve. Can she improve 12 and some odd lengths on Ness? Maybe not, but I wouldn't count the coach out.
Lucas, 2-time Alabama winner, Life's Magic, Open Mind, Grade 1 Alabama, America's Best Racing's race of the week. Gary, I get it. You can't possibly watch the CCA Oaks and say, okay, like, that's how Secret Oath is going to turn the tables on Nest in their next start, running farther in the Alabama. But how many times have we said it? How many times have we seen it with Wayne Lucas? Like, you can never count the coach out.
No, and he told me that he didn't think he undertrained her going into the CCA because he was planning on running in the Alabama. He had the filly he thought was a better filly. He underestimated Nest, and I think he overestimated where Secret Oath was at the current time. But she's going to improve, and I think that Paulie makes a good point. Can she improve 12 lengths? It's going to be a different run race than what we saw in the CCA as far as pace, and I wouldn't look for Luis Saez to try and rush Secret Oath early on because that's what Wayne wants. But she's going to have a hard time turning the tables, but I'm not going to say it can't happen.
We've seen it time and time again with D. Wayne Lucas. Looking forward to this one, the Alabama tomorrow on Fox Sports 2, along with the rest of these stakes racing. A trio on tomorrow's card, Smart and Fancy, very good edition of the Lake Placid Alabama Race 10 post time, 5:35. When we return, speaking of stakes racing, fillies and mares, they're in the paddock for the Summer Colony. There's Bonnie South for last year's Travers winner, Brad Cox. Remember, she defeated the second to Latruska in the personal instant by a half length. Champion Latruska, loaded edition of the Summer Colony.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Unified, a 3-time graded stakes winner by leading sire Candy Ride, defeating multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Your Biscuits in the Gulfstream Park Sprint, and second in the Grade 1 Carter by a nose. With multiple stakes winners in his first crop, including Roger McQueen and Unified Report. Unified, a proven winner on the track, a proven stallion in the making.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The whip is out on Summer County. Johnny Velasquez is asking her for everything she has, and she is giving her all today. She is 3 lengths away of Dance to the Dawn. Here's Transcendental on the outside, now to be second. They're coming down to the finish. Summer County, no doubt about it, the best filly on this coast, and she was a conclusive and convincing winner today.
She was a good mare, Summer Colony, daylight winner of the 2002 Personal Incident. What were you just telling me about John Velasquez, offset?
That was 20 years ago, and Johnny looks the same today as he did right there. Pretty cool.
That is a compliment. Ned Evans, Summer Colony, trained by Mark Hennig. John Velasquez, first of 3 Personal Instant victories. Yeah, I think I saw that little mustache there.
You did.
Current odds, he said that thing is never coming back. Current odds for the Summer Colony fillies and mares yet to win a graded stakes race this year, 1 1/8. Favorite first to act, Maggie. But we're looking at Envoûtante, who, okay, she retired and only racing now because she couldn't get pregnant.
It happens, Lafitte, to all of us, I suppose. But yes, Envoûtante, they chose to breed her quite somewhat abruptly after her last race. And a lot of times you do have to let these fillies and or mares quote unquote down a bit just to let everything settle, not be in racehorse mode, be in mommy mode. So that may have been why she didn't, as we say, take to as quality road as she was meant to be bred to him. So they're going to say, they said, well, A, let's try to get her over the $1 million mark, which she's only 40, a little less than 40 grand away from. And 2, let's try to get her some more black type and try to get that grade 1 that she hasn't been quite able to capture so far in her career. She comes back here. She looks great. She's always been such a lovely filly, beautifully put together here. She looks fit enough. Does she look as fit as some of these fillies and mares that have recency? No, but I still respect her for who she is, and we'll see if she can get back on track here. Let's take a look at number 5 as they're about to hit the track. First to act, she's taking all the money here. She is such a daughter of Curlin for Hall of Famer Shug McGahee. She just grinds and grinds and grinds away and just gallops and gallops and gallops. So therefore, the longer she gets to go, the better. The 2 turn 9 furlongs is going to suit her down to the ground. And 2, with more racing, she continues to fill out, continues to get stronger. It's a short price to take on her as of now, Lafitte. I do get it, though. There's some value to be had elsewhere.
First to Act, Maggie, 5-2. Let's see if she can grind her way to a victory in this Summer Colony Stakes. John Velasquez looking for a third win on the afternoon. And just the story itself with En Boutant, Gary, and something that anyone watching who's not necessarily a horse racing fan can kind of connect to. Like, okay, she was supposed to be retired, and she was going to be a broodmare, and it didn't work out. She didn't could not get pregnant, and here she is back on the racetrack. We'll see what she does in the Summer Colony. We start with Army Wife, third in last year's Alabama behind Malatot and Clairiere.
Search results. So this horse has been running against some really good horses. Maybe she's getting back in form. 3-1, I think, is a square price.
Misty Vale, very good claim. Tom Amis, Maggie Moss.
Absolutely. Being on the front end in these mile and an eighth races is an advantage to me. I like her chances in here at a nice price.
En Boutant, if all goes well, long term, the goal is a grade 1 spinster.
Yeah, she's a mare that has a ton of back class. Julian Leperoux aboard. Dead on the board, though.
Leader of the band, currently 6-1.
She ran really fast last time, but sometimes you'll see, it's called kind of like the suck-along situation where she ran against search results who got a fast number, her number a little bit higher than I think it needs to be.
First to Act, first time around 2 turns, the favorite, 5-2. More on her in a moment. Exotic West doesn't have to tangle with the likes of Clairiere and Malatot today.
Yeah, I think she's up against it in here to win, but I think she's interesting underneath.
Bonnie South, closer, last year's Personal Instant runner-up.
Yeah, you know, your co-choice, a confusing horse. This horse needs a ton of pace to run into. I think the connections are making this horse the favorite in all the exotics. When you look, the 3 has beaten this horse twice. Evitan, leader of the band, and Army Wife both beat Bonnie South, and they're still making her the choice. So she needs pace to run into, and I guess it's Brad Cox. But at 5-2, I thought there was other fillies in here that can run.
Good crowd on hand, as you saw. Field for the 9th running of the Summer Colony. Post time 8 minutes, closing in on post time. The countdown to the Summer Colony presented by Longines, official timekeeper of Saratoga. Over to Maggie standing by with trainer John Service.
As John does send out leader of the band here, Lafitte, and we see her coming out of the Molly Pritchard Stakes. John, she had a good trip that day, probably just second best to search results. So take a step back, go into it overnight stakes. What are you looking for her? And 2, it feels as though she's kind of turned a corner as a 4-year-old.
She really has. She's matured a lot mentally. She was quite a handful as a 3-year-old. She was way better today in the paddock, and she seems to be getting better. She ran a big number start before last, believe it or not. So I'm hoping she can get back to that number.
Now, 2, what kind of trip are you looking for? I mean, there seems to be some speed in here. She seems to be tactical enough.
Well, like I said, she was a handful last year, so she's gotten into a horrible habit of sitting back before she breaks, so that we've had to put a wedge in with her. And then we got to the point where as soon as she got in there, she'd sit back. We couldn't get the wedge in. So we've been schooling her at the gate, backing her into the gate, and she's been putting herself up in the front door. So she has never really broke well. So I'm hoping she breaks good today and puts herself right in the race, and she's close.
Will they be loading her from the front today?
They will, yes.
Great insights. Thank you so much for your time. Best of luck with her, too.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, John Service, leader of the band. Look for her, Lafitte, to be going around to the front of the gate and loaded that way. And fingers crossed for a good break.
So lots going on there, Maggie. Lots to unpack. First, Gary, what's a wedge?
It's pretty simple. It's just what it sounds like. It's a padded wedge that you put towards the back of the starting gate once they go in, that keeps them from backing up. It tightens up the quarters a little bit, because a lot of these horses, the smaller ones, and especially fillies, sometimes when they're in season, they'll get the waller around in the starting gate, moving around, bouncing from side to side, and you can put wedges on the side, you can put wedges in the back just to tighten up the quarters, and it doesn't bother them. I mean, it actually makes them feel more comfortable with less room in there to move around, less area for them to do something wrong, if that makes sense.
So whether the wedge is in there or they're loading from the front like they will with leader of the band to you, is it right? Does any of that make a difference?
No.
Does that change anything? No?
No, it doesn't.
Fair enough.
You heard Tom talking about Misty Vale and tailing her at the start of the race, and that's very much the same. If you tail a horse up, it gets them off of that tailgate just enough where they'll leave away from it, of that pressure. So a couple of old-time tricks.
And Johnny Velasquez taking over for Joel Rosario, not riding today. little under the weather is Rosario. Johnny V on leader of the band. Guys, about 5 minutes out. This is a competitive, very deep edition of the Summer Colony.
Yeah, Paulie, let's start with the one Army wife, because I know you and I both kind of felt the same way about this horse. You know, she's obviously accomplished. She's run well at this distance. She's run well for Mike Maker. But the workout report wasn't crazy about her last work, where she worked with a 2-year-old and apparently wasn't as impressive as you would like to see from a stakes-type horse. I just feel like maybe it's the shorter distances of a work that don't really suit her. Longer is better for her.
Yeah, you can argue that. I mean, as a 3-year-old, she did really nothing wrong. She lost to Malathot and Clariere in the Alabama and Cotillion by 2 and 3 lengths after winning the Black-Eyed Susan in the Iowa Oaks. Now, she did not like the sloppy racetrack in the Falls City, and obviously some went amiss, and I think Michael Maker said, let's give her some time, let her grow up as a 4-year-old. She came back and ran a decent 4th, and I thought she ran really well in her second start back, the Molly Pincher. I thought she ran okay. She had a little bit of a bobble of the break. Now, the bobble of the break wasn't as bad. She sort of like kind of stutter-stepped instead of really bobbled, but I don't know how much that took out of her. But I think she's not the favorite. I thought she'd be the favorite because reportedly in the morning she did not work well over this racetrack, although her one race and her best overall figure is at Saratoga.
Once upon a time, the 3 Evoton would be, you know, I don't know, 4 to 5 in here. Right. You know, when she was running her big figures and she was really being pretty dominant, at least in Kentucky. And the question is she still interested in this game, right? Like, she was about to be a mom, now she's not. She did get a nice long break since the Beholder Mile, so I'm hoping that the real Avutan actually shows up, because I think she's talented. I think she's really talented, and I think she has a style that could really kind of help her in this spot.
You make a great point, because Misty Vale, obviously Tom's horse, is going to be on the front end, but I would think Julian could be forwardly placed with this mare and can lay probably in a very good position. She wins 3/4 or a third of her races. She likes to win. She's a big overlay, and I think a lot of people are thinking, okay, because she was going to be a mother, she's back in the races, let's take a shot against. Now the 5, before we go back to the boys, the trackside set, you and I both really don't like the 5, and we can't understand why this horse is 5-2. Maybe this is going to be egg in both of our faces.
Man, I'm really trying not to talk poorly about the 5, because I don't want to do that thing where like an announcer puts a horse into the winner's circle.
Right.
From a speed figure standpoint, I just don't get it. This horse is not as fast as these other horses, but
can Maggie help us?
I just hope. No, I don't want Maggie to help us. I want Maggie to please make me feel better about my negative thoughts of the 5. Please, Maggie.
How can you take her at 5-2? She is by far the least accomplished horse in this field. I don't like the field that she beat last time. I have nothing against her, though, from my perspective. I like the way she's been working. I like what I see from her today, and the further she gets to go, the better. But 5-2, come on. I'll take my 3-1 on Army Wife as, granted, she's always been, like, a homie of mine. Like, I love Army Wife from the first time I saw her on the turf and going 5.5 furlongs, because that really worked out. But she just looks great. She's filled out yet again as a 4-year-old. She's so calm, so focused. I think she looks superb here heading to the gate for this Summer Colony. As number 2, Misty Vale, talking about horses that have worked well. Watching her last work in 47-1 over the track here at Saratoga, she was by herself. She did not look like she was going that fast whatsoever. I mean, I think the exercise rider looked down at her watch and said, oh no, whoops. Maybe Tom and they wanted that kind of fast work to make sure that she is on a gate to wire hopeful victory today, as jockey Trevor McCarthy kept her moving throughout this post parade. I mean, they are going. There's no secrets about their game plan here. And furthermore, I was never her fan last year. She was just small, slighter framed. She, too, now as a 4-year-old, has really, really filled out. She's done well, and I think if you can forgive her for her muddy track effort last time, I think she has, you know, just a Steelers chance, as we do see the rider off, Johnny V, off of number 4, leader of the band, as we see the assistant starters taking her to the front. Lafitte, as we talked about, she will be backed in.
Maggie, for a viewer, maybe you just turned on the show, Gary, that this was the plan going in, as John Service of Smarty Jones fame explained to Maggie in the paddock.
Yeah, there's going to be a wedge in the back of the tailgate That's why they're backing her in. Usually when she goes in the back of the gate, as soon as she gets in, she backs up against the back of the tailgate and misses the first jump. So the wedge is designed to keep her off of the tailgate in the back and hopefully move forward coming out of the gate first move. And she's first to load because of that.
So far, so good. And en Vuitante, there's Misty Vale for Tom Amoss. En Vuitante, who I know you give a look to in this one.
Yeah, and the reason I do, I think she's going to get a great trip here just outside of Misty Vale. Misty Vale's going to be setting the pace. Tom's already said he wants her on the lead, but en Vuitante, she doesn't need the lead. She's won from just off of it. She looks great. She's been training great in the mornings, and I love the 1 1/8 here and the short run into the first turn, Lafitte.
Army Wife emerging as the favorite. Consistent. Should get a great trip from the rail with Tyler Gaffleone. Filing into the gate for the first of 2 stakes races on this eve of the Alabama, the Summer Colony. 1 1/8 for older fillies and mares. First to act steps forward. Johnny Embrial standing by with the call, all set for the 2022 Summer Colony.
We are set for the start. And they're off. En Vuitante and First to Act go out for the lead. Exotic West is up close on the outside as they race into that clubhouse turn. It is En Vuitante down at the rail with a narrow lead over First to Act. Leader of the band is next in third. And then comes Army Wife down on the inside. Exotic West is next, followed by Misty Vale. And at the back is Bonnie South in 7th. As the field heads for the backstretch, the opening quarter mile, 23 3/5 seconds. En Vuitante leads here by a neck. First to Act on the outside, right there in second. En Vuitante, First to Act. They are heads apart for the lead, with leader of the band sitting just behind in third. Then it's Army Wife down at the rail, running in fourth, followed on the outside by Exotic West. The trailers are Misty Vale and Bonnie South. As they continue up the backstretch, the opening half mile, 47 4/5 seconds. En Vuitante, First to Act, continue to battle it out on the front end here with less than a half mile to the finish now. It is En Vuitante by a neck. First to Act on the outside. First to Act now moves right alongside of En Vuitante, and the two of them are together. Then comes leader of the band next in third. Far outside, Bonnie South has gotten closer in fourth. Down at the rail is Army Wife in fifth. And they're coming for the top of the stretch. First to Act, En Vuitante. They have been battling it out right from the start. 3/4 went in 1:11 4, and they are in the stretch now. And it is En Vuitante, First to Act. Leader of the band joins them on the outside. 3 of them across with less than 1/8 of a mile to the finish. And here is leader of the band to take over here. Leader of the band in front. First to Act is second. It's leader of the band, and Johnny Velasquez gets his 3rd win today. First to Act was second. En Vuitante finished 3rd.
997 victories at Saratoga. Johnny Velasquez, leader of the band. The wedge loading her from the front. It all worked out in the Summer Colony.
Yeah, John Service has got to love it when a plan comes together, along with Johnny Velasquez. Joel Rosario was named. Ron Anderson represents both Joel Rosario. The logical thing to do is get the Hall of Famer out there that's sitting on 1,000 wins.
Tried to steal the last race, had to settle for second. Johnny V here going to work on leader of the band. Engages First to Act, and leader of the band finds another year late.
Yeah, look, First to Act, she ran brave as well as En Vuitante. It was a good race. They were setting honest fractions up front. Look, Misty Vale down on the inside for Tom Amoss. She broke kind of flat-footed. It's not that she didn't break, but she was just she was really dull leaving there. Changed the whole shape of the race, but Johnny had to love what he was seeing up front with En Vuitante and leader of the band going at it, or First Act, excuse me.
4537, Polly JK. No search results, no problem for leader of the band.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this says a lot, I think, about search results, right? I felt like this figure that leader of the band earned last time was just because she ran second to search results, but she showed up here today and proved that she's actually a good filly in her own right. It was a pretty impressive performance. I thought that this race made a lot of sense for the horses that ran second and third, and she just picked them up.
No, she did. Good job by John Service, and he called it. When you're looking back and you kind of look, you could argue that Leader of the Band was better than Army Wife in the Molly Pitcher last time out, and she proved it today. And, you know, Gary's right. Trevor McCarthy was asking the 2 out of the gate, and Envotant broke so quickly. Julian was able to take away the 2's path, and Misty's Vale's race was basically over out of the gate. But Envotant just didn't have that extra push towards the end because the 5 stayed right on, and Leader of the Band was able to get this horse home. This pick 6 is now starting to get pretty expensive now here, JK.
Oh, yeah. No, if you're alive in the pick 6, you know, you don't have to cancel your dinner reservations.
Feeling pretty good at 6-1. Something about John Service and those Pennsylvania breds. The trip he took the racing world on with Smarty Jones in 2004. Derby win, Preakness win. All right, so we got Birdstoned in the Belmont. It happens. John Service had Leader of the Band ready to roll. 3 wins on the afternoon for Johnny Velasquez, closing in on 1,000 at Saratoga. Leader of the Band takes down the Summer Colony.
And it's all Tyler's Tribe to the final furlong. He's putting on another show tonight. He is 8 lengths in front. Now it's 10, now it's 12. Tyler's Tribe pouring it on as they come down to the line. He's going to win by double digits, and he stops the clock in 1:04.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Winner Circle lead-in. Brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event to be held November 6th. After the Breeders' Cup, nominate your star today. Star jockey John Velasquez standing by with Maggie.
I'm so pleased to be flanked by these lovely gentlemen. First, we'll start with Mr. Three-Win Day, John Velasquez. And Johnny, we saw you take a peek back at about the 8th pole. You must have felt that you had a load of Philly underneath you with leader of the band.
She did give me a lot of confidence when I got out to the 316 pole, and I looked like, man, she's going really well, so let me pick. So I didn't want to get after her too early, though. And when I did get after her, she opened up a length, and she started waiting. So I was glad that I waited, to get after her, because she looked like she was going easy to them. But once she got to the lead, she just got, waiting, though. But it was a good effort. I mean, she did everything so easy and so comfortable that when I got it out, I was very confident she was going to go by those horses.
Johnny, ride the next race. I'll let you go in a sec, but I do want to ask you, you're 3 away from 1,000 wins here at Saratoga. That is just an amazing accomplishment.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm very blessed with all the people that have helped me all these years and still giving me opportunities at this age. I'm very blessed. I'm very glad to have the opportunities. Thank you.
Oh, Johnny, congrats. And John, to catch up with you again, you just gave us amazing insights with leader of the band prior to the race. Well done, you. You really figured this, at times, difficult filly out.
Very, very difficult. We kind of got blindsided at Monmouth the first time I ran her there. I had to start her from Park's call and tell them she needed a wedge. They didn't have a wedge, and nobody told me. So she basically walked out of the gate. But we've been working with her really hard on that and decided backing in would be the next shot, and she's actually taken to it well.
Now, you did peg Joelle Rosario to ride her today, out today, but nothing like picking up a Hall of Famer.
Well, when Johnny was available, and like you said, he's 3 wins away from 1,000 here, I was like, we got to go with Johnny.
And you're getting them closer. John, congratulations here with your PA bred leader of the band.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you very much.
Bringing it home to Pennsylvania, leader of the band. Impressive today in the Summer Colony. Lafitte?
You can hear the cheering all the way from Bensalem, PA. Leader of the band, Pennsylvania bred, John Service, the Smarty Jones fame. John Velasquez, you watched him in that replay on Summer Colony. In the personal incident, Gary mentioned, only thing that's changed is the mustache, still riding at an all-world level. Leader of the band, 1560. So the Summer Colony that you just watched, that was for older fillies and mares. A little bit later on, you'll have the Skidmore for 2-year-olds. Maybe we'll see a breakout performance. And that's really such a big part of Saratoga. It is the 2-year-olds. They're about the future. Who's the next star? After 5.5 weeks, we had a chance to ask Maggie Wolfendale to rank the best 2-year-old performances we've seen thus far.
Year after year, Saratoga is the proving grounds for young, unbridled talent. So, who has impressed us in 2022? Here are your top 5 2-year-old maiden-breaking performances so far. Number 5, I'm Very Busy. Despite not having an abundance of turf pedigree, I'm Very Busy rated comfortably under Flavia and Pratt, then split horses in the lane to win under wraps by 3 3/4 lengths, going 1 mile and 1/16 on the turf. Number 4, Chocolate Gelato. She was bet down to 1-2 in her debut and ended up 3rd. But in her second start, she did what she was meant to and decimated a field of mostly unraced rivals, winning by over 8 lengths and earning the fastest buyer for a 2-year-old maiden at the meet so far with a 92. Number 3, Blazing Sevens. By a champion 2-year-old, this colt had connections thinking he could be a lot like his sire, Good Magic. Chasing wide the whole way, Blazing Sevens drew away from next time out winner Bourbon Bash with the utmost ease, hinting that the further he gets to run, the better. Number 2, Disarm. Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen has been searching for that elusive Kentucky Derby winner. But when the son of Gunrunner broke his maiden at second asking going 7 furlongs, Asmussen was rightfully Derby dreaming. Showing far more professionalism, Disarm kept improving his margin of victory through the wire to win comfortably beneath Tyler Gaffleone. Number 1, Crank. Though she was carrying the weight of being the younger sister of Belmont Stakes winner Mo Donegal on her shoulders, the daughter of perennially leading sire Into Mischief ran the competition off their feet to win by an eye-catching 9 3/4 lengths. Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher yet again looks to have a ultra-talented filly on his hands. But the meet is not over yet. Who will be the next potential 2-year-old superstar to wow us at the Spa?
Those moments you can feel Saratoga come alive, Maggie, when a 2-year-old does something special. And circling back to Disarm for Steve Asmussen, not just how impressed were you, whether it's now till the end of the year, maybe Breeders' Cup, long term, how special of a prospect, how special of a colt do you think he can be?
Well, the fact that, too, Lafitte, he is by Gunrunner, who we just saw all of his progeny get off to such auspicious starts, and having horses compete on the Triple Crown Trail throughout this year in 2022. I think what most impressed me was, A, his physical, but B, the reaction I got from his Hall of Fame trainer, Steve Asmussen, when I caught up with him after the race. I mean, he was jubilant and really thought that this horse, the further he got to go, the older he became, saying to me that as he develops into a 3-year-old, he's only going to get better. And 2, that he's only just figuring out this game. You kind of saw him hit the front. He was super green in his debut at Churchill, and he hit the front. His ears went up, and he continued to widen the margin of victory, but still a colt that's just learning. And I think the future is very bright for Disarm. It's always interesting, though. You think back of the horses that we're seeing in the Travers, and there weren't many that ran up here at Saratoga. So sometimes it's often very difficult to keep that top form progressing.
Yeah, but when are Steve Asmussen and Ron Winchell going to get their hands on some good horses? Like, when's this drought going to end already? Another one on that assembly line to keep your eye on moving forward. The 2-year-old stakes schedule continues with the Skidmore female equivalent, Bolton's Landing Sunday. With anticipation, P.G. Johnson potential preps for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, Juvenile Fillies Turf, marquee events closing weekend, Grade 1 Spinaway, and the Grade 1 Hopeful. Paul and J.K., who has impressed you most in terms of the 2-year-olds we've seen this summer?
Well, I would think it has to be Damon's Mound. I mean, a lot of people coming in, and even myself, thought Goldport was the real deal, and he is. I still think he's a very, very nice colt. But you know, Michelle Lavelle rolled out a Gervin colt on the last day of the meet, JK, and it happened to be this horse, Damon's Mound, and he's the real deal.
Yeah, no, he was impressive, right? Like you said, he beat Gulfport. He did it the right way. And he's a horse that feels like he's going to continue to get better as they progress, as they get a little bit older. He's got a right to continue to appreciate more ground as well. I was very, very impressed with his race, and was very happy for Michelle Lovell as well, getting her big stakes win up here at Saratoga. But I just got to say, since we're doing the segment, Prank is the best 2-year-old I've seen since we've been here.
Well, I'd have to agree. I mean, when Maggie's 2-year-olds, I thought Prank has been the most impressive 2-year-old, but you can't take anything away from Damon's Mound. And I'm not going to take anything away from Gulfport, because I thought Gulfport actually came back on and was courageous, you know what I mean?
They're still very lightly raced 2-year-olds.
Yeah.
They're still learning, they're still figuring things out, and their trainers and their riders are figuring out what they like and don't like. I think that all these horses that we've kind of talked about here have potentially big futures, and there's probably a bunch of horses behind them that probably have big futures as well.
We loved the Alabama run Happy Travers the following week, the Whitney big, but something special about those 2-year-olds here at Saratoga. And Gary, you were telling us about Damon's Mound, like well before he did what he did in the Saratoga Special.
Well, he was eye-catching at Churchill when he broke his maiden, very reminiscent of what Unarmed did here, the Gunrunner colt. There's another young stallion that's doing quite well right now, and his name is Gervin. He's the daddy of Damon's Mound. So his performance here just verified what he showed when he broke his maiden to me.
And Tom, I want to ask you about Misty Vale in a moment, but I know when you came in and your colt had run second to Gulfport going into the Saratoga Special, he did have trouble traffic in the race. How good do you think Damon's Mound can be long term?
Oh, I think he can be very good, because he has the look of a horse that can go further in distance. He was able to sit off a pace. It was a quick one. He showed that he can rate. And when you're able to be adaptable to race situations, particularly how well you finish, as he did, it says you can go further in distance. And, at least heading into the fall, he's got to be one of the horses that's the horse to beat anywhere he runs.
Yeah, I'm so glad they kept him. The
Yeah.
offers pouring in, and Michelle Lovell, the chance of a lifetime, of a career with Damon's Mound moving forward, a star on the rise. Tom, you just
Let's
rejoining
touch on
us
that
now.
one more
Oh,
second,
go ahead.
if you don't mind,
Sure.
because I think that's important in our industry. A lot of times, trainers, young trainers, or trainers that don't have a lot of horses, get a very good horse, and the offers come in, and they're just too good to pass up. It's the case with Curlin. Curlin, and after he ran, Helen Pitts trained Curlin and didn't get to end up with him, and probably missed out on a great journey. I'm glad for Michelle that she's going to get to take this journey.
Regardless of what happens, the chance for her to see this through with Damon's Mound. Circling back to the Summer Colony, Misty Vale, we're expecting her to be in front early on.
Yeah.
What happened right from the start?
Well, look, I mean, it's a horse race. She didn't get away from the gate well. No fault of Trevor's at all. It was just her. She didn't get away well. There was some intention on a lot of horses to try to get to the front. And if you're down on the inside and you don't break well, you don't have a lot of time to recover because everybody's coming over to save ground in that first turn. And so by the time it was to the first turn, there was nowhere to go after that. And look, that's not her style. She likes to take them gate to wire.
And you're already out. Like,
right.
It's been a great claim, Misty Vale. Plus, he's already won 4,000 races, Tom Amoss. Louis Saez won, felt like 4,000 last year at Saratoga, taking down the Angel Cordero riding title. Saez won the Travers as well. He got banged up earlier at the gate before the second. You think that slowed him down? Nope. About to ride Vintage Girl in the 9th. 2 left on the Friday program on this eve of the Alabama. We see you, Louis.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September yearling sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the field.
Life is good. Next superstar. Go to the back. Good luck.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
Two left on the Friday program. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Run Happy, #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. Saratoga Lake, only excusable alternative if you're not here at Saratoga today. Good crowd. Alabama tomorrow. Horses in the paddock for the 9th 3-year-old fillies. 1 mile on grass, $50,000 claimers. Looking at the favorite, Maggie, here, Diva Ready at 5-2. Is this Rudy going to get his second win of the meet here?
I was just talking about it with one of Rudy's friends here in the paddock. You know, it's all about the wave and riding it, the ups and downs in horse racing. And once you start getting one, usually they start coming in. So it would be great to see Rudy in the winner's circle. Now, Diva Reddish, she is your favorite in here, as he'll send 2 first off the claimer. This is not necessarily, though, historically speaking, Rudy's strongest suit is first off the claim in turf races. I must admit, in the looks department, I actually prefer the looks of number 4 Vintage Girl, but with regards to Diva Ready, she got a little bit over the top as far as her disposition last time. She kind of just expended a bit too much energy pre-race. She looks like a nervous filly. She doesn't carry her weight that well either. Now, Rudy does have her in the saddling stalls with the pony. He has cotton in her ears. He's doing everything he possibly can to try to keep this filly relaxed. Again, she's not necessarily my type. I feel like, we have types of people we like. I have types of horses I like. She's not really my type, so I'm never really going to be fully endorsing her, especially at a short price. But I think Rudy's handling her in the right kind of way. As I do want to move on to another one, first off the claim for Jimmy Ryerson, number 7, Mirth and Merriment. She was getting out pretty badly the entire race that day. Now, I wasn't in the paddock. I don't know what equipment she was wearing for her previous connections. Jimmy Ryerson has chosen just to stick a ring bit on her. It's kind of a step down as far as leverage when it comes to Halton bit, ring bit, snaffle. It's kind of the middle of the road, but still gives the rider a bit more leverage when a horse has that propensity to want to lug in or lug out. I will say I do like Kendra Carmouche aboard her as well, given the fact that she has speed and we are on the inner turf course. It's always dangerous. Get to the front, get over to the rail, and hope that Kendrick can hold her in. And I've seen Kendrick do well with these types of horses that do have that urge to want to get out. She looks great here overall, so we'll see what she does first off the claim. And a rare Kathleen O'Connell sighting here in the paddock as she sends up Judge Judith in search of her 4th win in a row. And looking at the field, albeit a non-3 for 25 last time at Colonial, on numbers, or at least on buyers, those horses are running similar figures to the competition she meets here. So you can tell, though, that she has been on a fairly consistent campaign over this year, as this will be her 9th start of 2022. Really racy looking, very lean, but ships in here well and showing a bit of class here in the paddock, handling herself with the utmost class. Like, yes, I'm here. I'm ready to take on all my Saratoga foes, as well. 2 people that are not my foes, that's for sure, are Paulie and JK across the paddock.
Maggie, if I had to get into a bad situation with anyone on the show, it would definitely not be Maggie. I want nothing to do with that.
No, listen to me. I'm going to tell you right now. Of all the people that are involved in this show, if I was going to get in a melee, I want Maggie behind me.
Yes, on my team.
Yes.
Exactly. What horse do you need on your side here?
This is a tricky race. I had this race. I just got bounced, obviously, but I had 5, 6, 7, 8. I didn't really know where to go. I'm not really in love with the 3. I thought the 3 ran into a very good trip last time out. The 6 is taking a ton of money off the claim. Rosemary Potatoes, the 5, who I bet last time, didn't run a step, so I don't really know what to do with her as well. So it's kind of confusing. Who's going to fire here?
Yeah, I thought this was a tough spot. I had a feeling they would go to Diva Ready in here, first off the claim. This is a horse that ran for non-winners of 2 last time. I landed on the 5, Rosemary Potatoes. Although this horse didn't win the last 2 starts and probably didn't run as well as I think maybe a couple people might have liked for Rosemary Potatoes to run, I thought she ran well enough to beat this group if she can kind of get it sorted out, get it figured out. The other one that I thought was interesting was the 8th, Judge Judith. This horse has been running out of town, but I thought that the speed figures, which is what speed figures are for, the higher the better, the faster the better, like a quarterback rating in football, the higher, it's meant to kind of help you figure out when horses ship in from other places how well they ran in those other spots.
Well, let's put it this way. This horse has won an A-ball, AA, AAA, and is now ready for the big leagues and is in great form. That's what I would the analogy I would make with the 8, because this horse has won at low level 3 in a row, now has to face better horses. But when you look at the form, by far the filly in the best form.
No, absolutely. And, and she's not really being bet like a filly that has back-to-back-to-back wins.
Now she has to do it in New York debut. Judge Judith, great crowd on hand. Alabama tomorrow, post parade for the 9th right now. Fish Mooney, trained by Mark Cassie. Wife Tina owns this filly.
Yeah, this one bred by Red Oak Stable. Looking at Lucky, that was 2nd last time out to Hatari.
Radiant Gem, Johnny V seeking a 4th.
Mama, there goes that man, Johnny V, searching for that 1,000th.
Hatari, a sharp winner
Week 3 of the meet. There she is.
Yeah, she was a sharp winner. She got a really good trip and a great ride by Irad. She was much the best. Can she repeat that?
3-1 currently. Then number 4, Vintage Girl. First after the claim, Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, if Rudy was kind of doing what Rudy normally does, this would be a move-up situation for me off the claim, but he just hasn't been the Rudy we know.
JK's top selection, Rosemary Potatoes.
Listen, I loved Rosemary Potatoes last time. I have a feeling this filly by Exaggerator is going to run better today.
Diva Ready, second at 2, and first after the claim, Rudy.
Yeah, Diva Ready, I thought, should have won the last race. It's just a downgrade off of that performance.
Mirth and Merriment, first after the claim, Jimmy Ryerson.
This horse should not be 11-1. I mean, this horse lugged out on the far turn and does have some races that would win this race, and I think still can control this race.
Can that filly do it in New York, locked in, having won 3 straight, Judge Judith?
Paul talked about the minor leagues. I bet he's got some very interesting stories about those bus rides around town.
Judge Judith on the outside. Picture perfect day for thoroughbred racing. Week 6 at Saratoga with the Grade 1 Alabama tomorrow. Excited, enthusiastic crowd here. And tomorrow, one of the biggest days of the meet. One of the most prestigious races for 3-year-old fillies in the country, Grade 1 Alabama. But first things first, is 9th race. Another look at number 1. Fish Mooney, owned by Tina Cassie. Mark Cassie, the Hall of Famer, trains. Last year inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. Gary, what a career. The Preakness win, the Belmont win, multiple Breeders' Cup victories. Tepin now in the Hall of Fame, but now the pressure's on. Now the pressure's on. Fish Mooney, owned by wife Tina.
Yeah, she was second last time out, but she's facing the same filly that beat her last time, Hatari, the 3-horse. The first 3 finishers of that race are all in together. Mirth and Merriment, the 7-horse. And look, Hatari, she got a great trip last time, and there's no reason she can't get a great trip again today. She's drawn down towards the inside once again. Hatari, Fish Money's got a tad more speed. I see Hatari getting the same trip that she got the other day. And look, there's not a lot of difference between claiming 40 and claiming 50 here.
You're going with Hatari, right?
I am.
The tepid choice, 3-1, Irad Ortiz. Tom?
I'm watching this group warm up behind us, Lafitte, and Mirth and Merriment is a horse that I think is going to leave the gate with intent. A horse that wants the lead, is the speed of the race. Not a lot of others in this race want to be close earlier. I don't know if Mirth and Merriment is good enough to win on the lead, but I think it changes the complexion of the race, changes where horse is going to be. If that's going to be the case, I think it's tough to come from well back in a race where there's not a lot of pace. And so a horse like Hatari makes a lot of sense to me. A horse that'll be kind of mid-placed in the pack based on the pace. I'm with Gary. I like the 3 Hatari as well.
3-1, Gary. There is Mirth and Merriment for viewers watching. Don't follow horse racing on a day-to-day basis. Maggie touched on how much she was just lugging out in her most recent. How challenging is that for a rider when a horse has one of those habits of either lugging in or lugging out?
Well, you see these calluses on my left hand? That's what those are from. From years and years of horses wanting to drift out on the turns and sometimes in the straightaway. And a horse their mouth might get cut a little bit, and then they get calluses inside of their mouth as well. Tom can tell you more about that. I will come back after a race and I say, look, we either got to make an equipment change or figure out what's going on. This horse needs its teeth done or something. And these top trainers, they're checking all that stuff all the time anyway. But they may get a cut inside of their mouth, and then they deal with it.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, you're looking at those horses going onto the turf course right now, and each of them is wearing a specific bit on the end of that bridle in their mouth. Some are less restrictive, and that's a less restrictive bit right there, although it has a cross noseband over the top of it to kind of help guide the horse a little bit. But for Mirth and Merriment, you can believe this is going to be a restrictive type bit in the mouth, and no question Kendrick Carmouche has been briefed and knows the horse has a habit. That's what you do as a trainer. I'm not giving a lot of instructions to my riders when they go on a horse, but if a horse has a habit that they need to know, like say I need you on the lead, or hey, this horse gets out, you got to present that to your jock. You got to let him know what to do.
Something to watch with Mirth and Merriment. Maggie, and what about Hatari as they have reached the starting gate?
Well, Hatari benefited from Mirth and Merriment getting out last time. She just bided her time with Irad Ortiz on the rail, and the rail opened like parting of the Red Seas. And she said, Irad was like, really? This is happening right now? I'm winning? Look, she looks fine, but she was so much the beneficiary of Mirth and Merriman's bad acting last time. And Mirth and Merriman still ran on for third. That's why I picked her in here. I'm hoping that Jimmy Ryerson corrected whatever made her get out. She has that rubber ring bit on, so not too severe. So she probably did have what Gary's talking about. So rubber is meant to be a little bit softer on their mouth other than the metal, but still the leverage of the ring underneath. And she has that drop shadow roll noseband on. So hopefully that helps her. And look, Rudy Rodriguez sends out the favorite here. I kept watching the 4 Vintage Girl in the paddock and out in the racetrack. I don't like her on form, but she just kept bringing my eye back to her, She's the longest price in this field, Lafitte.
13-1 versus 5-2. Vintage Girl. Final thoughts, Gary?
No.
No? Tom?
Yeah, I'm
Just
paying
checking.
close attention to the 7 horse and how well she makes this first turn and whether she gets anybody's way if she doesn't make the turn well.
Johnny I standing by. Race 9, Saratoga.
And they're off. A slow start for number 8, Judge Judith. And she's at the back. Mirth and Merriment is going out for the early lead. Now Judge Judith moves up on the outside. And then comes Rosemary Potatoes, who's racing in the 3rd. Fish Mooney down at the hedge and in 4th. Diva Ready is next in 5th position, followed by Radiant Gem in 6th. And then it is Hatari to her outside, and trailing the field is Vintage Girl in 8th. Mirth and Merriment takes the field around the turn and heads for the backstretch. Mirth and Merriment by 2 lengths. Judge Judith runs in 2nd, with Rosemary Potatoes in 3rd in the opening quarter run in 24 and 2/5 seconds. As they head up the backstretch, Mirth and Merriment by 2 lengths. Judge Judith remains in 2nd, and then Rosemary Potatoes in 3rd. Diva Ready is on the outside and in 4th, about 5 or 5.5 lengths from the lead. Then farther back it is Fish Mooney. Alongside is Radiant Gem. Then comes Hatari, and at the back is Vintage Girl in 8th. Half mile, 49-1. Long shot, Mirth and Merriment is the leader, but Judge Judith is now getting closer on the outside. And then it is Rosemary Potatoes, who is racing in 3rd. On the outside is Diva Ready next in 4th. Hatari has advanced up into 5th and is down towards the hedge. 3/4 in 1:13. They're in the stretch. Mirth and Merriment is holding on to the lead and is now in front by 3 lengths. Then Judge Judith and Hatari with Rosemary Potatoes. Mirth and Merriment looking to go wire to wire and pull off the upset, and she has done it. Hatari comes on to get 2nd. Judge Judith was 3rd.
Adjustments made, a little easier to handle, and look at the results. Mirth and Merriment, Kendrick Carmouche, 11-1 in this pick 6 sequence. Wow.
One thing I want to point out here early on is she was heavily restrained last time. Maybe that was because she was lugging out, but Kendrick let her run into the first turn, got her very comfortable. She wasn't leaning out at all. She tried it a couple of times around the final turn, but Kendrick did a great job of just staying out of her way and rationing her speed. 24-2, 49-2, 113. It was all over when they turned into the lane, Tom.
Yeah, we talked about a lack of pace in this race, and for Mirth and Merriment, if you go through these horses' resumes, each one of them, none of them wants to challenge for the lead early. Mirth and Merriment has had a breeze, a workout since her last race. It was a short work, but it was very quick, and Jim Ryerson, the trainer, obviously found what he was looking for in that work to make him confident running on this inner turf course where the turns are very, very tight, and Kendrick Carmouche, he delivered.
Maggie, you found what you were looking for in 11-1 winner in Mirth and Merriment.
I knew as soon as Kendrick Carmouche was on this horse, I've seen it. Look, I've been watching Kendrick ride horses for 15 years now, and he is so good with horses that have that propensity to just be difficult in their mouths because he has very light hands. You could see it the whole way around there, as Gary was talking about. He buried his hands in her neck. He still had a shorter hold on that inside rein, but he used more of his weight and actually kicked her with his outside leg to make sure when she came around that far turn to stay in there. He's always said to me, that's a trick I have up my sleeve that a lot of these other jocks don't take advantage of. Use your legs. Even though he's riding short, he used his legs, used his body weight, and I think that made a huge difference with keeping her tight to the rail. Guys?
Yeah, Jonathan, when I kick you, you just kick me back.
I feel like Kendrick just kicked me, too.
Yeah, it's crazy because we talked about this, and, you know, Tom hit the nail on the head. I kept saying, listen, if they leave the 7-horse alone on the front end, I understand the horse was lugging out last time, but they put the perfect rider on. I mean, to be honest with you, he was very, very conscious of this horse lugging out, was trying to lug out a tiny bit in the backstretch, but on the corner, he cornered so well. I even told you, I'm like, this horse is gone.
Yeah, I mean, Angel Cordero told me one time if there's 10 races on a card, you know, 7 riders would have won any of them. Kendrick made the difference here, and it's very apparent.
No, he did. He did, and some happy connections, and 11-1. And Lafitte, are we getting towards maybe a pick-6 carryover again?
I don't know. It's been tough. It's been challenging. As soon as we have that information, we have the Skidmore coming up, 1 left. We will pass that along. Look at the excitement from Kendrick Carmouche. His family, that's who you just saw here. His family and children, the high fives all around. Mirth and merriment at 11-1 in the 9th at Saratoga. When we come back, Alex Bregman, Houston Astro, third baseman, 2-time All-Star, hit 2 bombs in Chicago last night. Today, looking to win a stakes race at Saratoga. Owner of Cadillac Candy in the Skidmore. Next.
Standing at Gainesway.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Hopefully you bet this 9th race and use Kendrick Carmouche as he masterfully guided Mirth and Merriment. Kendrick, you're really good with horses that have that propensity to want to lean in, lean out, and also ones that have some speed. Talk us through what you did going around there with her.
Well, Jimmy talked to me a couple mornings ago, and he told me, Kendrick, please watch the horse replay. She gets out a bit, you know, and I just told him. He asked me what should I put on the filly, and I said just give me a ring bit. You know, that's good enough for me. You know, it's gonna come to my hands if she's gonna want to keep getting out. And mostly what I try to do is try to stay out of their mouth and lean as much as I can, and you know, lean without grabbing. And you know, she still wanted to lean out, but I had a lot of horse underneath me where whenever I know I let her lean enough outside, when I drop her head, she was gonna accelerate away from him, and that's what she done. She just kept going along, and you know, once we get up the lane and I saw it was clear, I just let her drift. She don't really want you to fight with her too much, but after that, she was just home from there. I mean, Jimmy just got this horse back to the races, and he was like, Kendrick, thank you so much. You know, I'm glad you watched the replay and got the filly home.
You've always sung the praises of trainer Jimmy Ryerson. For those who don't know, original trainer of Unbridled Song. How good of a horseman is Jimmy?
Jimmy, a very good horseman. You know, I should be thanking him and Bruce Levine and all these guys when I first come from Philadelphia Park. They gave me the shot before anybody else just to get my feet in the door, and I ended up winning some races, some long shots for both people, and they stuck with me from Parks and Charlestown days, and I
remember those days.
Yeah, I'm just glad to be in the winner's circle for these guys, you know. 5 college movers keep me moving on my pants, you know. Thanks for the sponsorship, and
I'm moving house. Can you hook me up?
yeah, I got you. They'll come to you right away, and Louisiana in the house, baby. We keep fighting. We had a rough start of the day. One flip over it behind the gate, one broke through the gate, you know. For any jockey or fans out there, young kids, the best thing I can tell you is just keep fighting throughout the day, because, you know, each time each jockey go out there, we have a shot to win or lose, but we always winners, so just keep fighting.
Stay safe as well. Look, Kendrick, congratulations. The day is definitely getting better.
Yep, thank you very much, mates.
All right, Kendrick Carmouche, as I said, guiding mirth and merriment to a very merry Winner's Circle celebration. Levine?
Just keep punching Apollo with his family here. That $1 million smile. Again, guys, when Kendrick wins, everybody wins.
That's him. With that personality you saw in the Winner's Circle, is him on and off the racetrack. You can't help but love him.
Makes me very nervous. He likes the TV thing, too. Like
Right?
our seats that we are occupying.
Yeah.
Makes me very nervous.
Not a lack
Don't you
of,
be
for
nervous.
lack of words.
I'm the one to be nervous here, not you two fellas.
Hey, look, if you've gotten through the first 5, now it's nervous time. That one was tough. The biggest price thus far, the sequence, $24.20. A little power steering works for Kendrick, and mirth and merriment in race number 9. Up next, the Skidmore, 2nd of 2 stakes races, 2-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs. There is the field and updated odds, while Oxymore, number 3, is the heavy early favorite at 3-2. Take a look at number 10, Cadillac Candy, 6-1, owned by the Bregman family, as in Alex Bregman, Houston Astro third baseman, 2-time Major League All-Star. Alex, thanks so much for taking the time. I guess if there was a day best to have you on the show, it would be right after a game in which you went 4 for 6 with 2 home runs and 6 RBI. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for having me on. It's been a fun last few weeks, and excited for this final playoff push.
Yeah, could be a big day, couple of days for you, Alex. Not just the big offensive show yesterday, but the owner of a contender in a stakes race at Saratoga, Cadillac Candy in the Skidmore. Like, how exciting is this for you?
Oh, it's so exciting. It's a dream come true for us. I used to go to the races with my grandfather since I'm 6, 7 years old. My dad, my grandfather, whole family would go to the races, and to be able to have a horse in a stakes race at Saratoga, I mean, this is unbelievable, and we're just real proud of him, and thankful to Rusty Arnold and Lindsay and everybody, and Jack over there with Rusty training him. So it's been a lot of fun. It's been exciting, and looking forward to hopefully running a good one today.
It's Paulo Duca here, and pleasure to interview you, man. I've loved watching you play, being an ex-player, and I love a guy that's clutch too as well. How'd this all come about? I understand you're a young kid that grew up in New Mexico, and how did Rusty Arnold come about?
Well, so once we decided we were going to get into thoroughbreds, a really good friend of my family, Billy Smith, ended up telling us that we needed to send our yearlings down to Kieran Dunn in Florida, And as soon as they were training, we actually sent Cadillac first. We got Cadillac at the September yearling sale, and we sent him down to Florida with Kieran Dunn, and Kieran said, "Hey, I think he's going to be your first one to run. We have about 5 other ones," and he's like, "I think he's going to be your first one to run. So let's send him to Rusty's right here in Palm Beach, right where you guys have spring training." Rusty does a great job, and he's been amazing. Just working with him, it's been amazing.
Take us back to the maiden win with Cadillac Candy, that thrilling stretch drive at Churchill Downs. What was that like for you, watching that all unfold and him get up by this much?
Yeah, so the first race that he ran, he finished second, and we were all watching in the clubhouse in Texas, and I was kind of nervous. I didn't know what to expect, 'cause it was the first race he'd ever run, and the whole team's watching. And I'm like, all right, boys, pressure's on. I hope he runs well. And he broke pretty well and came running at the end and finished a good second. And then this next race, he was the favorite, and I was pretty nervous. I wanted him to stay a little bit closer to the lead. Wesley Ward had 2 fast horses in that race, and he got him at the wire, and it was pandemonium in the clubhouse. Everybody was running around like crazy, taking their shirts off. It's nuts.
Well, did you give the horse out, Alex, to your teammates as a tip? Did anybody make any money?
No, nobody did. We were all just rooting hard, man. We were all like, come on, let's go. Just yelling at the iPad. So we're glad he got a win. And I mean, to be honest, I like him today.
Yeah, you know, another thing, Alex, I want to say that's warm and dear to your heart is autism. And I got to speak to Stevie Cohen, who's a Rawlings rep, and I know that you and Rawlings have teamed up. You wear a special glove and batting gloves for autism. What does autism mean to you?
Oh, it means the world to me. My godson got diagnosed with autism when he was 3 years old, and he was actually having big trouble communicating. And we've done a lot of work in the Houston community and New Mexico community, trying to help kids with autism communicate better, putting iPads in classrooms, putting pro loco programming on it, and just trying to make the biggest impact possible in that community. We hope to open up a free assessment center here in the next few weeks to months, and hopefully a school here in the next few years in Houston. So we're super excited about working in the autism community in Texas, and you know, it's been amazing to see Brady, my godson, grow.
It's an incredible cause. Alex, best to you and your family. Continued success. Best of luck in the Skidmore. And just a heads up, tomorrow there's a horse running named Bat Flip. Bat Flip in the 7th tomorrow at Saratoga, just so you know.
Hey, thank you very much. And I got one for you. Monday, Parks, Game 7. A bunch of my teammates and I, we got one running for Todd Pletcher. Irad Ortiz on board. Let's go, baby.
There you go. There you go. Have a great one, Alex, and best of luck. Guy can turn on a fastball like nobody's business. Now needs a fast performance from Cadillac Candy in the Skidmore. Alex Bregman watching with his teammates.
It must have gone on the editing floor, because he was freshman of the year, 2-time All-American at LSU. I didn't hear anything about LSU. Paul, you talked about a melee. Look, I don't want to take you on. I know I'd lose, but you might have a melee coming on in your hands there. Where is his LSU career?
Well,
he was the heart of that team.
Time out, Tom. Have they retired his number yet?
Well, no. Okay. I mean, that's
okay,
coming.
wait till they retire his number, then you can come talk to
me. Jeez.
It was discussed. Wound up on the cutting room floor. Tom, don't know what to tell you. He's with his teammates in the Atlanta clubhouse, watching, waiting to see what his colt Cadillac Candy does in the final, the Skidmore, in 14 minutes.
Catholic boy, this dual-surface star defeated a strong field in the Travers Stakes at Saratoga and became one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat, a 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. One of the most accomplished sons of More Than Ready, he earned over $2 million on the track. Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's improbable to win the Whitney.
Together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
He's entering the paddock for the 10th and final. Our thanks to Alex Bregman for taking the time. Joining us on Saratoga Live. Up next, the Skidmore 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. You guys are going to do this to me again? What do I know about Skidmore? Could you give me some notes next time? I know it's like 2 miles away. I think it was like established in 1903, I think. Skidmore College, it's like a small liberal arts school located right near Saratoga Springs, right? Offering degrees in more than like 60 different fields of study, something like that, guys. And this field is the home to the Skidmore Thoroughbreds, I believe. It's a perfect mascot for this town. And the Arthur Zankel Music Center, I think it's called. It seats more than like 600 people for numerous concerts throughout the year.
That's
you guys
amazing.
Get me some notes next time.
That's amazing. You pulled that all out of thin air. That was amazing. I saw you working it. You did great.
What about the Watchenheim?
Jeez. Yeah, the name of the field's the only thing I couldn't remember. You guys get me some notes next time? 2-year-olds in the Skidmore. This is where Golden Pal graduated 2 years ago. Now a 2-time Breeders' Cup winner. How about the 2-year-olds in this year's Skidmore? Maggie Wolfendale standing by with a Skidmore Paddock report. Maggie.
Lafitte, do we potentially have another Golden Pal here in the paddock? Don't forget, Golden Pal didn't win his debut. Number 3, Oxymore did. He did emphatically. He was, we talked about the best 2-year-old performances of Saratoga. Well, Oxymore was the most impressive of Belmont by a mile. And we do see the private purchase of Mike Dubb et al. Here and switch to Chad Brown. But that is what the Rice family does tend to do. They do tend to sell their horses. And Oxymore, he just looked really, really fit for that debut. And it was interesting reading the write-ups with Chad Brown saying that he thinks this horse can go longer. And looking at him physically, I think he's right. But watching his last workout, I should say 3-back, right after he moved to Chad, he was still a bit headstrong in that work. Now, maybe they have worked with him to get him to relax a little bit, but not headstrong fighting the rider, just I want to be in front type of disposition to him. And if anything, he's put on more muscle mass out of that race than he had going into it. So I do like what I'm seeing from your current heavy favorite, as Chad does send out another horse in here, the Irish bred Appraise, who I wasn't that enthralled with. I didn't think he looked that fit, but he definitely looks like a sprinting type. He's small and short coupled and compact, and he is a lot more fit at second asking here, just so much more fit and defined. I think he should move up from that effort, as he was ultra game to win by a head. Moving on to a horse trying the turf for the first time, number 4, None Hudson. He's bred to handle the turf. I loved his workout with John Velasquez aboard. He set off 5 lengths in front of Asymmetric, who's a Group 2 winner over in Europe at Goodwood. 3-year-old. He kicked on. He moved really well over the turf course. And he's just your typical Wesley Ward, stocky, really well muscled and powerful looking horse that I think should take to the turf is number 5, Private Creed. Same thing. I wasn't totally in love with that effort, but he still won first time out, and my assumption was true. He's a big, good looking type, and we don't often see Steve Asmussen with turf sprinters this early on in their career, Lafitte.
Private Creed, Maggie, by Spendthrift Stallion. Jimmy Creed, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Skidmore Stakes, post-parade. We start with Jeremy's Jet, by far the most experienced in the field.
Yeah, this horse got on the turf last time in the Tyro and only beat 3 other rivals. Needs to improve.
Number 2, Fade the Noise, a daylight winner on grass at Ellis.
Yeah, it ran well that day. Just got an easy pace, though, and that's a little bit tough when you're dealing with some of these really fast horses in here.
Lavian Pratt in the saddle, currently 11-1, 1567. Numbers 1567, not covered in the pick 6. Oxymore is covered, 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin or Adam Rice brought this horse over, and Jose Ortiz just rocketed this horse to the front and is the horse to beat.
None Hudson, John Velasquez told Acacia earlier today how well he trained on grass.
Yeah, worked with Asymmetric, also worked with Love Reigns, talented horses for Wesley Ward.
Private Creed, a professional stock and pounce maiden win.
Yeah, that was a good win. And Steve is a horse that really doesn't crank him up first time out, so the 5 could improve.
Noble Huntsman, the New York bred.
Same thing I felt about the 2, Fade the Noise. This horse was kind of chasing slow fractions.
And proved right, turf debut after spinning his wheels in the Sanford.
Yeah, Jimmy Chapman, he's 0 for 8 on this move, but he's a good trainer. And this horse did wire a restricted race field 2 back.
And a praise, Tattersall's purchase for Seth Klarman, 2nd of 2 for Chad Brown.
Yeah, ran well first time for Chad, but I just feel like this horse was 11-1 that day. I think there's others that you might want to look at.
Cadillac Candy, Alex Bregman and the Astros watching from the clubhouse in Atlanta.
I'm from Texas, so I can't say anything bad about Cadillac Candy.
6-1, opened up at 15-1. Cadillac Candy. That's the field for this 2022 Skidmore Stakes, 10th and final. $150,000 purse, None Hudson, Gary. And again, John Velasquez who breezed him on grass and said how well he seemed to handle it.
Yeah, I watched his first race at Keeneland. I watched it this morning. I hadn't watched it before, but this cold, he's got turf action. He came back, he ran him in the Tremont at Belmont. He's got kind of this high knee action, but he looked beautiful running over the dirt track. And listen, his better 2-year-olds, he's not afraid to give them a run at Keeneland, going 4.5 furlongs their first out. It sharpens them up, and it's a nice surface there. And I thought this colt was really impressive when he broke his maiden, Tom.
Fast that day back in the spring, Gary, and has the female side of the family, which is what we turn to when we're trying to look for clues as to whether a horse will like a surface. Has the female side of the family that likes the turf. So None Hudson, the four horse, on the turf for the first time today, but the family backs it up.
And Tom, we touched on this at the top of the show. Golden Pal, who won this race a couple of years ago, 2-time Breeders' Cup winner, and seemingly Wesley Ward with a stranglehold on this division, young developing turf sprinters.
Yeah, so I mean, when you look at Golden Pal, I mean, he didn't run on the turf his first time out.
No.
Went overseas to Ascot, second in a big race there. Came back to the States. He's never lost sprinting on the turf here in the United States. He did go back overseas and lose again, but that we're talking about Golden Pal. Now we're looking at horses that would like to emulate what Golden Pal has done in this race. And you see some horses in here that are 1 for 1 on the grass or have recently won on the grass. Someone's going to move forward here and establish themselves. You know, to me, it's got to be somebody from off the pace. There's so much speed inside here. The 1, 2, 3, 4, they're all going to be vying for the lead early. So I'm looking towards the outside horses. Appraise is a very logical horse in this spot. Yeah, he only won by a head, but they were well clear of the 3rd place horse. And also Alex's horse, Cadillac Candy. You know, I'd love to see him win. Go Tigers.
A monster at LSU, Alex Bregman. There's number 3 and the current favorite, Oxymore, in that win. Remember, in Golden Pal Skidmore, the race was over at 3 jumps out of the gate. Same with Oxymore, Gary. They opened the gates. He was 2 in front and leads them all in a merry chase at Belmont.
And evidently, nobody knew because he was 11-1 that day. Nobody knew.
And he's fast. He's really fast out of the gate, but he's going to have some company this time around.
And still reaching at the end. This is a colt that Look, he doesn't look like a sprinter when he's running right here. I mean, he does, but he looks like he can get further than that 6 furlongs of that day, or the 5 furlongs, excuse me. No, it was 6 furlongs. He ran 107.4 that day on that firm turf at Belmont Park.
Polly J.K. privately purchased after that performance. You can understand why Oxymore and Jose Ortiz now in the rocking the Michael W. Yellow.
Well, let's not forget now the Rice family is obviously related to Jose. He's married to Taylor. So when the Rice family brings in a horse from Presque Isle, they're usually pretty live when they come up here to Saratoga.
Yeah, and I think the important thing to keep in mind is you know, from a speed figure standpoint, this horse is the fastest horse in the race. And that's important when you're dealing with these younger horses because especially 5.5 furlongs on the turf, getting to the front end is a huge weapon. We've seen it in all kinds of age turf sprint races. And if this horse can make the front and makes the front comfortable and is the fastest horse in the race, it's not rocket science.
No, it's not rocket science, but then you look at the horse on the screen and you go, okay, this is Wesley Ward. First time this horse ran, broke well, wire to wire. Next time in the Tremont, got left and rushed and just did not perform. Usually Wesley's horses pop and go, and I would think the way they've been running, that's what's going to happen today.
Yeah, the biggest issue I have with the 4, and I'm not trying to talk anyone off of this horse, but this horse started, both starts were on the dirt. You know, and Wesley, if he's got one that can run on the turf, they're going to be on an airplane going to Royal Ascot, or they're going to be trying to find their way to the turf as fast as possible. I will say, if you are a believer in the 4, the works with Asymmetric and the works with Love Reigns, who are talented horses, the works with them on the turf should give you a little bit of comfort. It's just at 3-2 versus 3-1, just give me the 3 Oxymore.
Lafitte, I'm going to give the 6, the horse on the screen, a little bit of look. I get he was a New York bred. He's acting up a tiny bit, but he was ultra impressive winning his race last time out, and I think there's more in the tank.
And he's feeling it out there, is Noble Huntsman. Maggie, what are you observing from these lightly raced 2-year-olds as we approach post time?
Lafitte? Much of the same. All things remain the same with number 6, Noble Huntsman. He was acting up badly. He made me look like a fool because although I liked him, because he is such a physically mature horse and he has plenty of pedigree to be a turf horse, I just, thought he wanted longer when I first looked at him, and then he just kept acting up. But now he keeps acting up, so I think it's just him. If you want the biggest, most powerful looking horse in the field, it's him. And sometimes that does weigh more in these 2-year-old races than it does with regards to older horses running. So I'm definitely not against the New York bred Noble Huntsman, as we'll take a look at number 10, Cadillac Candy, as he grinded out the victory going the 5/8 at Churchill back in May. He really looks like a horse that the longer he gets to go, very typical of kind of like the Twirling Candy line, that he gets better. So he's back out to 5.5 here, and he comes in fit despite having that bit of a break in between the last race and this one for trainer Rusty Arnold. I have no problems for him, and as Tom said, if this race heats up on the front end, he's going to be one of the ones that's running late. But Lafitte, I opted to go with the first-time turfer, None Hudson, but another one at a big price that looks phenomenal that's going to be coming from off of it, number 5, Private Creed.
At 15-1, Private Creed, None Hudson, turf debut, and Tom, Cadillac Candy, Alex Bregman's Cadillac Candy. The pace is key. How confident are you that the pace will be hot enough, fast enough to enhance his late kick?
I mean, on paper, and I know these horses don't have a lot of resumes. They haven't run that often yet, but on paper, there looks to be quite a bit of speed. All to the inside. It should be easy to watch the race and see if it develops. The 1, 2, 3, and 4 out of the gate all want to be close or on the front end. Let's see if those 4 challenge each other. For, you know, Cadillac Candy in that outside post position, it's actually a good spot to be, to watch it develop from out there, sit off that pace, and not have any interference when it's time to make that run at the end.
Tyler Gaffley on aboard. There he is, Cadillac Candy, currently 7-1. Gary Oxymore, 7-5. This is why we love horses like Golden Pal and horses that rocket out of the starting gate right from the opening bell. That's what we saw from Oxymore in his debut, and see if that's what our eyes are fixated on, the 3 post, and see if he's that sharp leaving the stalls again.
Yeah, that's the question, the $1 million question here, I would imagine.
Or $150,000 question, this Skidmore.
Yeah, so like that's what we talk about. Gary is saying the same thing I'm saying. If a horse can clear, that's one of these 4 horses on the inside, then it's not the speed setup you're looking for. You want a challenge. Oxymore is very, very fast, the 3-horse out of the gate, but you want to see him challenged, not only from the inside, from the 1 or the 2, but also from the outside, so maybe No Nay Hudson, the 4 as well.
Will Oxymore, the favorite, establish the lead early? How will No Nay Hudson respond in his first grass start? And will that colt, Alex Bregman's Cadillac Candy, will he unleash a furious late rally in this Skidmore Stakes? It is post time, 10th and final on the eve of the Alabama. Johnny Embrial with the call. The Skidmore, live from Saratoga.
Waiting for No Nay Hudson, Appraise, and Cadillac Candy. They're in the gate, and they're off. There is Oxymore going out for the early lead, joined on the inside by Jeremy's Jet, and right up close is No Nay Hudson. And then it's a break of 3 lengths. Back to Fade the Noise down on the inside, running in 4th, and alongside is Private Creed next in 5th. Farther back is Appraise, who's racing in 6th. Noble Huntsman had to steady there just a bit going around the turn, passed by a Cadillac Candy. And trailing the field is Prove Right in 9th. The quarter went in 21-3. The favorite Oxymore leads by a half length. And on the outside it is No Nay Hudson picks up the chase here as they come for the top of the stretch. It is Oxymore and No Nay Hudson on the outside, with Private Creed racing in 3rd, and Appraise has moved into 4th as they pass the 8th pole. It's No Nay Hudson and Oxymore, and the 2 of them are right together with Private Creed in 3rd. It is Oxymore who's got something left here in deep stretch, and Oxymore will win the Skidmore Stakes. No Nay Hudson was 2nd, and the time was 1 minute 2 3/5 seconds.
Digging deep, finding more in the end. Collared by No Nay Hudson, Oxymore digs in, takes down the Skidmore at 6-5.
I'm impressed with that effort right there. It was hooked every step of the way, and No Nay Hudson came up and eyeballed him. Actually might have stuck a nose in front at one point, but that 6-furlong race that he broke his maiden at Belmont Park paid off. I said it looked like he could run further, and he found an extra gear when No Nay Hudson may have been tiring a little bit. He ran a huge race too.
Big race by the 3 Oxymore, who got challenged early, and that pace was very, very fast. Was able to fend off the early challengers. Down the stretch, Gary, it looked like it was just him and No Nay Hudson. Nobody was able to catch up. They went so fast early, and he was able to outlast them.
Yeah, it was a duel all the way to the 100-yard goal, and man, he wasn't backing off. He just kept grinding, and he is fast. Both of them were quick leaving there.
We knew he was fast, talented, J.K. Pauley, and now we know when he shoved, he's going to shove right back, Oxymore.
You know, it wasn't as flashy as Golden Pal Skidmore, but man, it was right up there. This is a little bit more gritty, I would say. Oxymore took pressure all the way around there, then had to meet a Wesley Ward trainee and No Nay Hudson, and just kind of kept going, and Jose found a little bit more.
You're right. I mean, these horses didn't stop. You were thinking, okay, 21 and change, like they were saying, but then they cut 11 and change, and they came home in 6 seconds. For horses that were running that fast early to still come home in basically sub-12 late in the race, nobody made up the ground. Great call by Maggie, because she thought the 5 Private Creed would be the one that did make up ground and was the only one that made up ground of these 2 colts here. But congratulations to Oxymore. This gelding by Astron obviously has got a nice little future.
Something tells me that Oxymore and their connections are looking for flights to Lexington sometime around November.
Cup this fall in Lexington at Keeneland. Oxymore, who of course is trained by Chad Brown, he is facing legal issues. Like everyone is aware, like nothing has changed over the last 24 hours. When there is an update, we will pass along. Oxymore and the purchase privately following his debut win in those Michael Dubb colors, Matticat Stable, Jose Ortiz. Chilly and deep stretch. He's like, oh, that's Johnny Velasquez. He's won 997 races here at Saratoga. No Nay Hudson. Oxymore responds, digs deep, takes the 10th and final, the Skidmore, at the Spa.
The November sale has become literally a Star of Stars sale.
Horse for horse, it's probably incomparable with any other sale in the world.
Whether you're a consignor, you're a buyer, or you're just a fan of the sport, it's the one you want to be watching. The best mares foaled to the best stallions. I think it's really one of the highlights in the industry.
All of the top broodmare prospects will be converging on a stage that you will literally have buyers from all over the world fighting it out while those horses are standing in the auction ring.
You can barely move inside the pavilion. There's so many people here, and the buzz is electric. You can't replicate that anywhere in the world, in my opinion.
To have horses in this Fasig-Tipton November sale is what all owners dream of. It means that your mare was one of the best racing on the racetrack. It's the night of the stars.
9-5, give me 10 minutes. 9-5, now to 9-5, 9-7, give me 9-5.
What a day at Saratoga. Get to do it all over again tomorrow. Alabama Saturday. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Oxymore. And Gary, how exciting is that with a young prospect? Again, you know that he has the stuff, the ability, but when they respond and show you the class, what does that mean?
Well, when they show you that early gate speed like that and they're hooked, showed me a lot of heart. And without the heart, you're not going to get the fight. He proved that he could fight, show that early speed, and still finish.
Winning pilot Jose Ortiz standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
2 for 2 aboard Oxymore. Jose, you had told your brother-in-law that this horse was talented. He was tested today. How much gameness does this horse possess?
Yeah, he's very game. He's a very nice horse. We knew when they have it on the farm, and they both did an amazing job. Adam, Kevin. Adam got hurt. This horse dumped him, and he got hurt, and Kevin finished the breaking process with him, and they both did an amazing job. They team up with him, and they developed a really nice horse.
And two, he's a horse that hints at the fact that he might actually get better with more distance. Do you think that's true?
Yeah, Chad wanted to go longer instead of going to the race, but he's 6'5". It was very hard to pass. Chad don't usually like to back up horses. He won a 6. He don't want to go back to 5.5, but that was the case, and he delivered. So, in the future, he's gonna go longer. He's a big horse, Copy. You can see him with a long stride. I think when he break and he be there in 23, going to turn, I think he'd be a really nice horse.
Jose, congratulations. I know you've worked personally with this horse quite a bit.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Jose Ortiz, as I said, brother-in-law to the Rices, obviously married to Taylor Rice. And Lafitte, he actually went to Prescott before this horse debuted to work him several times and knew what he was sitting on first time out.
A family affair. Tom, what does that tell you as you look at the pick 6 here? 56,000 plus. With that big carryover coming in, Oxymore the favorite, 56,000 plus in the pick 6 here at Saratoga. We'll do it all over again tomorrow, Tom. Showdown results. Wanted to ask you about Jose Ortiz. What does that show you, a trainer, a jockey, willing to make, they're busy enough as it is 5 days a week, but even in their downtime, going to other racetracks to help prepare other horses?
Well, I mean, Jose is one of those riders that can help you out of the saddle. He's the kind of rider that can talk to you about your horse when he's done working. He helps a trainer's job and what he wants to do. Gary's exactly like that as well. They're riders that are very good riders in the saddle. They're not as communicative outside the saddle. Jose is one of those riders that can help you outside the saddle. Look, when Serengeti Empress won the Kentucky Oaks, it was Jose's idea, I'm going to make the lead. And if you watch at the end of that race when he passed the finish line, he does like this with his hand to his head like, I outthought everybody, and he was right. He did that day.
I was always wondering what that was.
Yeah.
Jose Ortiz, and with the stakes victory here in the Skidmore with Oxymore. Tomorrow, the most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies of the meet, Saratoga, the Grade 1 Alabama, America's Best Racing's race of the week. The field, 7 of them, 1.25 miles. Nest, Coaching Club, American Oaks winner, odds on at 1-2. And that performance, these two know each other very well. Nest, Secret Oath. This was the Coaching Club, American Oaks, Tom, for a few strides. It's like the dream matchup we're waiting for until it wasn't. Nest hammering her competition.
Now, keep in mind that Nest and Secret Oath had met before in the Kentucky Oaks, and Secret Oath, who's in her wake right there, got the best of her that day. But not this time around for Nest. And it's important to note that horses typically run like they train. Nest, coming into the Kentucky Oaks back in the beginning of May, was not training that well. Her workout, she was getting out. She was a little bit lost. This is not the same Nest that we had in the spring, and we knew that going into this race. Coming into our big race, the Alabama, going 1.25 miles, which is a lot of distance, I think it suits Nest very, very well. It's her race to lose. She runs her race. They're running for second.
Gary, Secret Oath, right there. Simply could not keep up. How can she keep it closer? How can she potentially avenge that loss in which she was posterized in the CCA Oaks?
Well, you saw right there before she went out of the picture, she was legless, and Wayne Lucas was critical of himself. He was critical a little bit of Luis's ride. I think that, Luis rode her fine, but he's cranked it up a notch. I don't know if there's enough there to beat Nest. I think it's Nest's race to lose. You could very easily say that she should have won the Belmont Stakes. She stumbled at the start of the race. She ran up into a spot, and Ortiz had to wait for just a split second for somewhere to go when Mo Donegal had already shot clear of her, and she was eating up ground at the end of the race. So we're dealing with something very special with Nest, and obviously Secret Oath, the Oaks winner. You can't take anything away from her, but if Nest beats her, Secret Oath just came around at the wrong time, and she was right at the right time of the year to win the Oaks.
When you think back to the CCA Oaks, right at the start, we had a situation where a couple horses didn't break well. We thought they were going to be in the speed of the race. Everything changed. Secret Oath was taken out of her game. I will say that. She didn't want to be where she was, at least in my opinion, she didn't.
I agree.
She had to be there based on what happened at the beginning of that race. This time around, I think it'll be a smoother race.
What about Gerrymander, coming off that win in the Mother Goose at Belmont Park, fresh and dangerous?
Got to show she can get the 2 turns. Look, I mean, she's good, but has not proven she can get 2 turns, much less 1.25 miles.
Gerrymander, upside to potentially pull off the upset?
I think she's got to beat both her and Secret Oath.
Championship implications for 3-year-old filly, the storied Alabama. Everyone leaving? They'll be back tomorrow, and we'll see you tomorrow right here on Saratoga Live. An exciting day of thoroughbred racing. Johnny Velasquez lighting it up, 3 wins on the afternoon. Leader of the band, putting it all together in the summer colony. First of 2 stakes races, and moments ago. Fast, talented, heart. Oxymore, Jose Ortiz in the Skidmore, onward and upward. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. What will Nest do as the odds-on favorite in the 142nd Alabama?
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 20.